all the time, escaping the reality. Others are drunk with their thoughts. But the animals, they live simply, without wrong views. Birds fly, eat, return. So much peace. Even animals without legs, they live happily, content. This is the truth. There is no self that suffers or enjoys. So, to make their simple experience more complicated, they do not have a sophisticated mind. So, they just live for the moment. Only vibrations, sound, color, smell, touch, giving rise to thoughts in each moment. Just like a stone falls when thrown up, or the earth rotates. These are natural occurrences. The sun, which rises in the east, is sure to set in the west. So this nature is like that. No one has the control. It takes place according to its system, just like whatever we do in our lives. Sleep, get up in the morning, go to work, do whatever it takes, come back home, take care of the kids, go to sleep, go back to work the next day. All part of the nature. And then the thoughts are created. There's an entity called the self in these thoughts. That's also part of how this mind works, how these thoughts are created. The order of the thoughts, Chittaniyama. But there's suffering felt by a person because of these thoughts, because of the ignorance, because there's wrong view. That system has been taken for a person, mistakenly identified as a person. That gives rise to suffering. So, in this journey, why this person, why this participant doesn't have, or rather, why does this participant have less suffering is because he's been listening to the discourses by Buddothpada and Mahanse, which talks about how to the Four Noble Truths, how this mind is created in the moment. How this suffering is created in the moment. A thought arises. This person hurt my feelings. In that thought, there are few different elements. This person, who's not myself, who's another, whose otherness is emphasized in the thought. That person has done something. What has he done? He has hurt. What? My feelings. So when that thought arises, already there's duality. There's the assumption there's another person, there's a self here, this other person has hurt my feelings. And we, due to ignorance, we automatically assume that the meaning that's behind that thought, they're the same thing. It means the same thing, which is the wrong view. That thought appeared in the awareness because that is how the system is. What is that the system is used to? But in truth, there's no self here. That's a misconception. That's a wrong view. This, as a child, this system took on a thought: if that is my mother, if that is my father, if that is my bag, there should be a self to whom all these things belong to. That misconception continued, was nurtured thought by thought, and grown into a bigger monster. Now we cannot, even though we know it, the habit is so strong, we can't just exit it, we can't just transcend it every time. How did the practice or the habit come about? By practicing it so many times in every thought. Now similarly, we have to kind of undo it in a similar way, thought by thought. So it takes that much of effort that took for the monster to be nurtured. It takes that much of effort for the monster to be not so powerful, monster to return to just to thoughts, just to vibrations that it is made up of. So that is the whole journey. We've been talking about this for so long, in different ways or in all kinds of angles. Even today we have, that is the same thing that we have to talk about. And that discussion is very beneficial because even when we listened to this Dharma, it didn't make sense in the first go. It took many repetitions. Because first, when you listen to it, only a portion of it will be sinking in, will make sense. The next day, whatever you understood the previous day, plus a little more, will be sinking in. So it takes many iterations before we really see this truth within us. First, even to intellectually understand, because this is very profound, and over a period of 40, 50, 60, 70, however much your age is, that many years, this illusion has continuously been real to us. With every iteration, it becomes much more stronger. And the beauty is, as we see this Dhamma in the moment to moment too, you can see that it's slowly losing its power. Something that once felt like something really out there, with its all the magnitude or the magnificent beauty and all that, that grasp is slowly being let go. They don't mean so much now, whatever it was. They don't have so much power over so-called us. All that is slowly losing that grip of the so-called self, that sense of self. Everything is happening to me. How dare you? This person said this to me. How dare he says that? I've done this, that, and the other things. Such ungrateful people, whatever, like all those thoughts and feelings that we had. If you watch these dramas that are being telecast on TV, or if you listen to someone who's really engrossed in the illusion, as your grasp on the so-called self is diminished, you are able to clearly see that difference between yourself and another person who's strongly engrossed in the illusion. That is that the absence of the self, the subtle absence of the self can detect somebody's heavy self. That is that non-vibration. Before stumbling upon this Dharma, however much we learned Dhamma, we took it in the form of knowledge. It was just mere knowledge. It was not even in a logical, intellectual sense. It wasn't making. They weren't making sense. So we never were able to detect somebody else's ego, somebody, how someone is strongly grasping onto the illusion. But we are not, even if this not system is not fully realized, that could be seen in others. Where your diminishments are the lowest, you can detect that aspect of diminishments in others. It's a beautiful thing because that clearly tells us that, that is kind of another angle that reinforces the fact that this is the true Dhamma. So and that's all we have to do. Continue to not, I mean, we can't help but noticing these things, not us, the system. But that is not the journey. Journey is to, have that attention on the thought of this system, yourself, the so-called self. And whenever there's a burning, an internal burning, to see how that came about. The suffering, and what was the reason for the suffering? Because the reason was the belief on an external world and a so-called self. How can the suffering be ended? By seeing that there are no entities in a thought, there are no physical objects in a thought, there are no stories in a thought, because they are just made up of manifested vibrations. As one sees this, that is the Four Noble Truths. And that is the path. So to see that there's nothing of inherited value behind a thought other than a bunch of vibrations. When it says, my tummy hurts, there's essentially no me or a tummy or a hurt. Just whatever you're feeling, whatever, can't even say whatever you're feeling, whatever is felt at the moment, just the raw sensory input, raw feeling. So by going beyond these raw sensory feelings, seeing something, hearing something, smelling, tasting, touching, or detecting a thought in the awareness, which is raw feelings, thought created by the raw feelings. If this could be seen, there's nothing to cling on to, nothing to hold on to. The illusion is already shattered in that seeing of the truth in that moment. And that is all there is. That is all that ever there was. That is all that there ever will be. This tangling of one thought to another, creating a sense of continuity, creating a sense of continuing self, continually existing self. creating the past, present, and the future, all illusions that comes about due to the speed of entanglement, the vibration. Without a speed, nothing could be communicated, nothing could be communicated as existing, nothing could be communicated as disrupted. If we can see that truth, that is why in computer systems too, they had to invent ones and zeros to communicate a continuous message. Because if it is one, nobody would notice a difference. If it is just zeros, nobody would notice a difference. There has to be break in between for that communication to happen. That duality has to be there. And that speed needs to be there. So if one can see this clearly, these are just words, but if you can contemplate and get to that penetrative insight, this make much, much more sense. Nothing could be born, come into place, arise without a speed and that opposing polarity, which takes us to the Majje Sutta. There needs to be an opposing polarity that gives rise to. If there is an opposing polarity, that automatically gives rise to the rotation, the vibration, the speed, which with time matures into what we see, what we hear, what we smell, taste, touch. And with speed, it feels like something's out there, like something three-dimensional. And the sense of something's out there, and the thought of something's out there. And with the speed, continued sustained speed, that thing that's being seen, that's being heard, smelled, tasted, touched, I am seeing this, comes alive. The sense of self, perception of self. And that is what we continue to have to see to undo this. And to not have that vibration, to not be affected by it. When we say not be affected by it, it feels like there's someone, but that internal burning will subside or diminished. The clinging, the aversion, the delusion cannot arise because there's nothing to cling on to anymore. So I think that's all I got for today. I see Randima has joined, Justin had joined. Teruvan Saranai, Randima.
Teruvan Saranai Harshi, thank you so much for your very insightful explanation. Teruvan Saranai, all Dhamma friends. Yeah, so as usual, we are discussing this mind. What is the reality of the mind? What is this so-called misconceptions? So everything is a misconception. Every worldly phenomena is a misconception. Is the one most of the time one unable to perceive. So all the secret is there. So actually, if we analyze this one day practice, even this one day practice that start with the explanation of true Dhamma. That is really giving the idea of what is the real formation. and what is this whole misconception, how these misconceptions sort of becoming powerful, how it is felt, and how this power is becoming stronger in the next occurrence. So there is a greater science here. So that science is the one needs to understand. Therefore, however we try to explain, like it is the nothingness, it is somewhat difficult for somebody to get it, you see, as a transformation. So it can come as the mind. I mean, it will see, yeah, this is the reality is it is the nothingness. So it sees the formation, but the question is, you see that initial sort of discussion is not sufficient enough for the transformation. So then that person engage in this four techniques, also meditation technique, that is this walking meditation, where the person will asked to basically experience this sensory function in its walking meditation. So that sort of provide a way to sort of feel what is exactly this formation in the present moment, and maybe when it walk along this walking meditation path, it will experience maybe this is just a function is happening, automatic process is happening, and sometimes one can even experience a form of nothingness in its focused attention too. So therefore there we I mean, one has to be very careful, because sometimes when someone is in the walking meditation, there is a high chance that that it will experience some form of nothingness or some form of non-vibration. But now the thing is, this person is different, that's true. This one knows some, you see, some form of experience it has on what is the reality of the thing, but it is still maybe not strong enough. So this is because the mind is the one which is so strong, and sometimes you see its thickness is still very high. So when the thickness is very high, sometimes still things can be taken in the mind. So showing the truth to the mind is the one which needs to happen. So sometimes we have seen some people, maybe in the walking meditation, they experience a form of an unvibration, and sometimes they can misinterpret that as some form of realization, or sometimes that you see, so sometimes it can falls into another pitfall. um, Therefore one has to be very careful here, because you are doing the walking meditation, nothing to receive, like so uh, and it is a normal thing, some non-vibration experience you see coming up in that focused attention. So we cannot say right or wrong here. There's nothing called right, nothing called wrong either here, but have to be a bit of careful because uh, none of these things are uh, none of these things need to be felt as some kind of a development in the path. Some people, of course, they give up after that. Their effort reduces, and then they started keep watching the process. So this keep watching the process, they you see they try to do extensively in their normal day-to-day work as well, and sometimes that become another form of a practice. So actually when we say seen the process, sometimes clearly maintaining someone and seeing that some automatic process is happening is not the one actually we are telling here, because when you say seen the, actually that seen word is the insight. What we say is the insight. So I mean, it is not another form of a thinking. So uh, it is the feel, and it is the automatic happening, and there is nothing to think there. So sometimes people find them very difficult here because um, some people really it is thinking. So then continuously one thinking is also can become, but that doesn't mean you have to stop. Some people stop whole the process. That is also not the one we are telling. What you have to do, all you have to do is you have to show the truth to the mind. So that process shall not stop until your system itself signal you for the stop. That's very important. Otherwise your effort is somewhere else. Your effort is not in the right point. The right point is showing the truth to the mind. So because it is the mind gets liberated from the mind. So all what is important is this formation in the present moment, how that formation not become real, not become a thing, that need to be very much convinced. And fact that the soul is a misconception must be convinced, because once the misconception is understood, once the drushti is well understood, that is the drushti get eradicated first. Because once the drushti get eradicated, then whatever the incident, irrespective of the fire, the sense of connection is the one which start to get uh, reduced. That is the sense of connecting. All the time it was the sense of connecting. So that sense of connecting is the one which first start to experience. Sense of disconnection. So it's no way coming as a soul. So that is what is happening first. And then what needs to happen is like this level of fire, the level of the burn, the level of the current, then only it start to reduce, you see, in a sequence manner, some orderly manner, because that power which is coming up is not connecting in the system. That's why we talk about this is a system transformation. So that system transformation there is some solid transformation at the beginning. It is not the gradual you see transformation too, because then some problem is there, but we can't say it is a problem or not a problem, but all what has to happen is that effort shall not be stopped. Otherwise, one can, you see, what happens is one can fall into another pitfall here. What is that pitfall? When someone listen the Dhamma and get this message, and when it applies to any form of situation, that situation will get well under control. Then there is a chance that soul is not fade out. The misconception is not fade out, but it is slowly getting to formless. That can happen. So then the soul is in another form. It is hidden. It is experiencing nothingness, and it is powerful in another angle, in another direction. That's why if someone lost the effort, because sometimes we can understand when we listen to some village mothers talking, they clearly talk like given up nature. What? It's all given up like, so it's not thinking like, no. The effort shall be there until the real transformation occurs. So there will be some transformation is happening, but that doesn't mean like stopping also, because we can understand two form of people. Some people completely given up, just go by, let go. It is now that let go, but have to be very careful. It is in the formless. So second category, they are practicing, they are sort of practicing seeing the process. So that seeing the process is automatic. Then also they are not finding, you see, a chance to, they forget that part. Formation is lost. So that part is neglected, and now it is cool and calm in the seeing the process. So therefore, have to be very, very careful. Do not fall into any extremes. So all what you have to do is, the effort is a must. The effort, the right effort has to be there in entire path, entire journey. It is not that you do not have to do anything. So you have to, what is you have to do? Show the truth, convince the truth to the mind. That is, you yourself needs to contemplate this one. So that contemplation is sort of different, keep seeing a process. That seeing the process will enable, it will enable for you to understand some extent what's happening here. But you can't forget the true Dhamma part, because true Dhamma part, that contemplation needs to occur, because with that contemplation only the real realization come, and that patinissagganupassi, that is that form of disconnection of soul start to experience. So after that, irrespective of any incident, it doesn't matter, because incident will not matter, even a good incident or a bad incident. And then incident also sort of that feel of the incident become neutralized. So that is the way to go. So therefore, first one is that Sakkaya Drushti, that is this Atma Drushti, the Drushti, when you say Sakkaya Drishti, it is the world becoming real. So is the world is real. So one understand what is the world in the present moment, and when it find the world is not real, that you see that process to what extent that is convinced better. So otherwise everyone will now say, yes, world is not true, but actually for that person, world is still true. So this is the problem. Therefore, the knowledge and the real feel of transformation is sort of in two aspects, and that catching up the correct one is very important here. Therefore, everyone must keep virya or the right effort is a must. It is not giving up, because this human life is very, very rare. This message is very rare. But to what extent this message really stop your samsaric cycle? That is stopping yourself. It is not a liberation in the present world. That is, you are now not get affected by this worldly effect is not the path. The real path is the stopping of the entire samsaric cycle. So there is no you. The existence of you is the one which get vanished or dropped in the path. So therefore, right effort is very, very important. In a way that that honesty is very important. Whenever the at least the self is seen, even in that moment, very much important. At least at that moment, show the truth to the mind, because when the truth is shown, only that thickness of the power of the mind get breaks. Otherwise that level of thickness is sort of suppressed, and it's continued. So that is not what needs to happen. Yeah, so that's all I have to add. Therwan Saranai Harshi.
Therwan Saranai Randima, for discussing along that topic. People get misled by this many times, having the self-perception still without really saying the truth, but by suppressing thoughts and avoiding thoughts, kind of similar nature could be achieved, but it's not. It's like gold and imitation gold. But seeker in the path needs to really understand this difference. Maybe Dr. Sakuntala can add more to this. Theruvan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala.
Theruvan Saranai. I pay my homage to Anand Mahase, Theruvan Saranai Dhamma friends. Yes, actually from what Randima was explaining, as she very correctly said that there are many pitfalls on this way, where a person might feel very comfortable, very calm down and very relaxed feeling, and almost feel that there is no value at all of the things that are created by the senses, but still the self is there on this side. So a person who is tranquil and relaxed and feeling very comfortable and happy is there. So this is one of the very important hallmarks, because lots of people tend to feel that this is the end point, but do not realize that the person is remained on this side. And this is what is called the arupa lokaya, or where the feeling of existence is there. It's an advanced stage, I would say. When you have changed, there is some degree of internal transformation, but you are stuck at some point. This is where the noble friends advice should be there. So it's very important to discuss. If you feel something like that, it's very important to discuss. So actually what happens is that the person also becomes zero. The feeling of self or I-ness, or feeling of self-perception, whatever the word which is used, becomes gradually insignificant and zero. But the senses are functioning. So therefore, you get the sense of functions of seeing, hearing, and feeling, and the mind is also functioning in the normal way. So the thoughts are there, but all this happens without the fire, and it's felt that very mechanical and automatic system is functioning. So a part of this is actually the Eight Noble Truths. I think it is discussed in some of our previous discussions also. The first one, very important, is that the correct vision, which is Sammaditya, where the correct vision means that the existing physical world is just a creation of the senses. So that is a main vision that has to be corrected, because all the living beings tend to accept a physical materialistic world which is there. So changing from that track to the correct vision, or the Sammaditya, is the most important and the prioritized in the list. When you change this to the correct vision, then your attitudes become correct. So that means Samma Sankappa, where you tend to move to the correct concepts, or the misconceptions are sort of understood and then got rid of. So that is Samma Sankappa. And automatically, this leads to the correct using of words, Samma Vacha and Samma Kammanta. That means the correct activities, functions. So that means when you change your attitudes, and when you have the correct vision, uh, which is the base, where the materialistic world is just a creation, automatically the words used by that system and the activities performed by that system becomes correct ones. You do not have to sort of particularly plan and avoid from the defilements or the incorrect activities and the words. Now, incorrect words in the sense, the correct wording means not telling lies, and what we are observing in our sil, atasil or pansil. So those things will automatically not happen. So Sammaditthi, Sankappa, Samma Vacha, and Samma Kammanta. Samma Vayam means you tend to automatically get into the track of doing correct uh, correct ways of living, and whatever the activities that you are doing. It's little different from the Samma Ajiva, where you tend to select the correct ways of earnings. You means you whatever the employment you are doing should be in the correct path, where you do not do the wrong employment to earn some money, wrong ways to earn some money to live. Samma Ajiva, and then automatically what happens is with these you tend to have a sense of uh, uh, concentrating on that moment. You tend to have a Samma Sati, and ultimately it leads to some form of very tranquil feel. So these are there may be some shortcomings of what I described actually. So just I wanted to say was that when you correct your vision and your attitudes to the correct side, that means the very basic fact that not taking the materialistic world that we experience as real, but it is always a creation then and there by the sense activity. When you get onto that track, automatically rest of the things will get corrected, and the ultimate, the Samma Samadhi, or where you reach a level where there is a tranquil and peaceful feel, uh, will reach at the end. Uh, so you can see that from all these facts that we have been describing every day, finally, the essence is just one thing, and this we have been describing again and again, where the sensor functions should not be given the value that it's that is the most important thing. So the sense of when we do not realize all the any activity that happens in the life, in the form of thoughts, in the form of words, or in the form of physical activities, everything 100% is a performance of the at the sensor level. But because of the ignorance, the label of a self is attached automatically, that a system has been doing it as a habit for long time, and it starts happening when the small child is small, when the baby who has the radiant mind, the gradually will start uh, having the thoughts. This is again uh, a nature's law, I would say. There is automatic function where there are sensor functions. Sensor information is automatically tied up together to form the thoughts, and thoughts are the one which navigate thereafter, and then a flow of thought, a flow of changing thoughts, very fast flow of changing thoughts, we call living or a life. If there is no change like that, a system will not feel that it's alive. So the alive feeling comes because of the changing pattern of these thoughts, uh, which we call in Pali Sanya Abhisankaranaya or Sanya Viparinamaya. Viparinamaya means changing. Abhisankaranaya means it's empowering. So every time, every fraction of second, these sanya or these wave patterns will change and then give a slightly different picture. So that is why, because of this sanya, viparinama and abhisankaranaya, you tend to feel sometimes now when you eat the same food, uh, two servings, or if you eat one vegetable quite frequently during the week, you tend to look for some difference. You might feel that, no, I have been eating, I'm sick of eating this. Same thing about a dress now. If you have been wearing a particular dress more frequently, you tend to feel, no, I need a change. So always the nature of these thoughts are that looking for a change. That is because of this vipariname and the abhisankarane. Then only, as I said, that live feeling is there. So So that explains now about the same sensor information now, like an attitude about a person, or your likeness to a particular food, your likeness or your clinging or whatever, or your aversion towards something will change with time. The food that you liked some time back, now you are no more interested, and a person whom you thought you like very much, sometimes you tend to feel that uh, not not worth getting closer. So like that, you tend to have different thoughts. That is because of this sanya viparinamya. So these changes are inevitable, and these changes are part of the nature's law. And the process of forming thoughts is again part of the nature's law. So there is no way that you can stop. What happens is, when you understand the Dhamma and when you understand this mechanism, the the thickness of these thoughts become less, uh, and uh, they become softer. And I don't know whether these words are correct, but I try to explain. They become softer and finer. So at some point, a person, a system might feel that I'm not getting any thoughts. No, it's not. Actually, the thoughts are just continuously created as part of the mind sensor, but you feel very comfortable because your thoughts are not heavy like that. So that is the result of the your internal transformation, little by little. Thoughts are less and less stressful and less powerful, and then the system will observe that it is formed and then disappears like any other sensor function. And gradually the fire which was used to erupt will little by little fade off. So I think maybe we can hear from somebody else. Teruvan Saranai, all Dhamma friends.
Dr. Sakuntala. Yeah, I think that discussion was brought to a good point where, like you said, the density of thoughts are um, less, but thoughts are still there. Even we know, based on Tripitaka, or even based on our understanding of what this process is, what will happen after the defilements are diminished. The thoughts are going to be there. That is a function of the mind, the function of the senses. But that underlying burning is no longer there. And as in those thoughts, like before, um, those thoughts automatically assumed the existence of a so-called world and a so-called self. But these thoughts are now, they don't assume the same thing, because now it's realized. Now the system realizes that there is no so-called external world or so-called self. But these thoughts are mere tools now. These thoughts are used as mere tools, serving a functional purpose, as one still has to kind of navigate the mundane plane in the day-to-day activities. So whatever, so they serve a functional purpose. And like you said, this evolution of perceptions, and abhisankarana, that's the one that keeps us going. Like that is the eventually that's the one that led people to kind of seek out for the truth, because something is happening, something is weird about this. You like something, you want to keep it forever like that, or you want to hold on to that forever. But it doesn't happen like that. After some time, it just the desires, the clinging that once a so-called person held is diminished, is no more, because due to this speed, it continues to change. It appears, it disappears. In between, there's a change that happens. The panyayati, vayo panyayati, titatanya tata panyayati. So because of this, you can't even kind of attribute um, some sort of a life to how fast these vibrations are. It appears and disappears, and it happens so fast, and in between there's some sort of an evolution in the perception. So, and in that, you would die for this girl or a boy to get married to this person. You would go through all the trouble to get the permission from the parents, or build a big house, or whatever it is. Like, people do so many things to achieve so many things. Or to buy a car, you would try so much, work so hard, put a down payment, get a lease and all that, continue to pay the lease, continue to maintain a car. The desire, or the clinging, or that fresh happy feelings will only last for about a month. In terms of a car, probably about a month or two, and then it just kind of subsides. Now the bigger problem is, how am I going to pay for the lease? How am I going to maintain all that? Now you're left with the burden portion of that deal can be seen more now than the pleasure it once gave. Or after getting married to the so-called partner you crossed oceans for, after a couple of years, the love, the infatuation, the attachment, everything like kind of subsides. Now all you can see is faults about this person, how bad this person is, how you don't like a lot of things about this person. You feel like you got deceived. So all due to this fast vibrations. This is how the system works. So nothing that, however much you cling on to something, cling on to this illusion, that much, now you're going to hate it. That much aversion now there will be. So this is the one that needs to be seen. This is the nature of, this is the Dhamma, this is the nature of it. This is how it works. This is how it came into place in the first place. Yeah, so it's a very interesting and a beautiful thing about this Dhamma. Justin is silent today. Do you have any questions, Justin? Teruvan Saranai.
Yes, I get a question. World or symphony of vibration, what we experience. But what is that? Actually,
Can you
can you
repeat,
explain?
Justin? I think we missed the first portion of the question.
Yeah, the vibrational world. We speak about vibrational world, vibration, the symphony of vibrations. So without vibration, we don't get any consciousness. So can you explain this vibration in the zygote and how it affects the person who in his future life? I mean, when the baby is born, the vibration in the zygote, and you always discuss this topic, I think. Can you explain that? Did you get the question correctly, or did you get the point now?
So basically, you want to know how the asava, or the inclination towards stains, kind of evolve into sasava.
Yeah, that beginning from the zygote, you say.
Zygote, yeah. Randima, do you want to?
Does it have any connection to the previous birth?
Yeah, of course.
And
Yeah. Yeah.
it is not clear to me. Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Bernard. Now, Actually speaking, there is no direct link, right? But there
Yeah.
is some string kind of a link also. So,
Uh-huh.
because now if we take the last breath of someone, so that last breath, it is just a one thought, no?
Yeah.
So that one thought means some consciousness, some form of a vibration. So
Vibration.
there is some strength, some strength of vibration is there. So
Yeah.
so at that point, you see that last thought also disappear there itself. So
Mm-hmm.
there is nothing going somewhere, but what happens is this resonance principle. That is
Yeah.
this vibration system. No? So
Yes.
so that now last vibration occur means it what is the meaning? There is another, due to the resonance, another form of a vibration somewhere can occur, no?
That's right.
So that what exactly happen is, now if we take this zygote is, you see, it is the zygote which starts the resonance. I mean,
Uh-huh. Yeah.
where the birth of the zygote is like the two vibration become equals.
Uh-huh.
So that's why there is a string kind of a relationship. So this wave, the strength of the wave, you see, that carries all form of that 33,000 watts. So that is
Mm-hmm.
there. So that is what got telepathized to the zygote. And then the zygote level, you see the next form of division of the cells occurs. No? So then equally that form of resonance also occurs. So basically, each and every tiny cells carry this vibration effect. So this
Yeah.
strength of vibration. So that strength of vibration is the one which determine whether someone is a human or someone is a animal or you see all that determine based on that strength. So if the strength is very high, sometimes the birth can occur in the womb of the monkey. So
Yeah.
that is the ego, no? Otherwise, the ego, hate, ill will, all this
Yeah.
power, strength, no?
Defilements.
Yeah,
Yeah.
defilements level. So that's why nobody is doing this. Some natural phenomena is happening
Phenomenon.
here, and what it is, we say defilements, but in terms of the vibration network system, these are really current or some form of a wave vibration carrying transmitting of power. So that power transmission is the one which is occurring, you see, every cells. And basically this sensor system, if we leave out the eye, nose, ear, mouth, all these are just names, but whole body is the trillion billions of cells. So all these cells collectively forms the mind power, because all these cell system collective vibration is the power in the system. So that is this current or the wave, collective reading, collective frequency of the power. So that is what is happening. So now that power is there, but the all the actually, that is the samsaric link also in otherwise. That is, the world become real, everything is real. So that there is some sort of you see nature there. So every phenomena is real life. That's why the current is high. That indicates the high current. So, but when that child comes to some nursery level only, there is a chance to see this. Otherwise, now you see these sensors spark that isolately work. Power is not enough to connect. Because when the sensor level, this various different sensors production is different. So different sensors automatically is connecting after some power level. Because that power level is initially not high for that small child, the newborn child. But naturally that power is coming high because of that glue. Slowly that power of the next occurrence coming high, and then it start to interconnect, and now it has a world. That's why it didn't have the world or a so-called person or things before, but now things start to come. But when the things start to come, this this inner wave is the one which really we discussed earlier, that is that zygote. But that inner wave now can flourish with all the set of defilements, hate, ill will, jealousy, and it start to double, triple now. That is what happened. So that inner wave is the one, the world is real. That is the secret here. Even if one wants to cut off this cycle effect, starting point is that one need to see Dhamma, and that system needs to feel that this world is not real, because that is the one wave. It is not the sun, moon, mother, father, children, house. No. Underline all this, there is a one wave. That one wave is this world is real. That is this Itta Sanya. That is this Sasviya thing. So it's very interesting. So when you see the truth, this true Dhamma, you understand this entire wave is a product of these billions of cells, and this is a natural phenomena which is occurring, and there is no real so-called world find here. There is no soul find here. All this is a misconception that form through that collective sense product. Otherwise, nothing found here. So once that is convinced, only the drishtis start to break. Once that start to break means actually that itta sanya is the one which get drops. So once that get drops means that is the disconnection from the samsaric effect. The samsaric effect, because otherwise it's a strong power which is continuously traveling here. Because that's why whenever your I form something, naturally it become real in your system, because your system, entire cell system is running with the fact that this whole world is real. You can't stop that by thinking. Only thing is the attack that through the Dhamma. Dhamma is the weapon to attack this whole cycle. And then what will happen? It is the power, you see. Even now, once the drushti get fade out, like that everything is a drushti, then next, even though the power is naturally as a practice, it is coming up, now that power, no chance of connection. That that world is real, like soul is real, like, and that is also one can't do by thinking. And then what happens, the next occurrence of the, because power can't getting stronger in the system now. One leg is sort of damaged, like, then in the next occurrence, what happens now, less power coming in the next occurrence, less power. Likewise, sequentially, the power coming up in the system also start gradually to reduce, reduction happen. That's why that ashra, Ashrava, even though the Ashrava occur, like Ashrava cannot have a validity now in the system. So it start to negate. That's what we say seen and liberate. Actually, that is not like the normal people seen and liberate. Like this is also automatic process in the system that we call avadil. So automatically that process is sort of needs to happen. So then only Ashrava is sort of getting fade out, and then what will happen, even though stuff is still not over, then what happens, the sensor, you see the entire cell level, you see that sensors sort of needs to liberate sort of senses itself, because inside the system, if there is any you see sort of want or need or some further power, like which is not a thing, which is not relating to a mother, father, child or anything, but some form of you see not related to anything, like so even that sort of one also needs to be seen. Then only actually sensor will liberate from the sensor itself. Until that process is complete, some form of a power generation would be there in the system. So actually what is happening is finally this power is the one, whatever the set of power, like light becoming real, so the sound becoming real, even that itself will become like dead sound or dead sites, like so then only sensor liberate from the sensor itself. That's why human can't do this. Human can't do. Naturally, that needs to, that change needs to happen in the system. Until that happen, some form of a power driving is there in the system, means another, so at the last breath, another form of occurrence is there. So that's why there is no end to this path. Everywhere is a research. Research in the sense it's not someone is doing, but this power is seen. That is also inside. And some form of investigation or some review is happening. So then only it is slowly reaching the neutralization part. Yeah, Justin, I think I gave some answer. Harshit,
Yeah. Thank you. That was I got the clear picture now. Thank you very much, Tirvan-san.
Yeah, thank you, Randima, for that explanation. One thing I want to add was that, when in the case of a human dying and, then in the next birth, that vibration in the zygote taking place as a rebirth or the next birth, it's kind of like, how you would listen to the radio in the car and you would, you just arrived home. Now you would turn it off and you go home and turn on a different radio, and that program will be broadcasting in that radio, something like that. Probably not the best example, but just like, if the vibration is there, different vessels, two different radios, one in the vehicle and one at home, two different vessels, but if you have the necessary equipment, that vibration could be kind of detected. So when someone dies, that vibration, the body kind of merges back to what it was made up of, like dust to dust, ash to ash kind of thing. but if there's a equivalent vibration somewhere in a womb as a zygote due to a cell division, similar vibration is formed. This vibration becomes that vibration, or rather that vibration becomes this vibration itself, and kind of give that push for that development to happen, for the rest of the development, for the inclination towards taints, asava, to keep going. And like Randima correctly explained, as the mind develops and as with every cell, the vibration continues, manifests in the form of sight, vision, and all that, and the thoughts form. And these thoughts assume an existence of an external world and a self. Now it goes to volitional formation, abhisankarana. That now creates the sasava, the defilement. So that's kind of how asava goes from asava to sasava, that manifestations. That's why different, same parents have different kinds of kids with different kinds of qualities. Dr. Sakuntala, would you like to add something to it?
Yes, Terwasana. I think both of you very nicely explained it. The example you gave was very it makes it very easy to understand what Randima said. The example of television set is also same, isn't it? Because the television set is equal to the physical body, and when you if that physical body collapses and in some other place when there is another television set, and then you tune to the correct channel, and then you can get the same picture there. So like that, if the system is there, if the sensor system is there, when the physical body is there, you can catch the same wavelength. Uh, and if the vibration becomes zero of the last thought of this physical body, now when this physical body collapses at this end, and the last thought which came up has zero vibration, there's nothing to be uh, telepathized to another place. So that is where the nirvana is. So the vibration of this last thought is zero. And I think the same mechanism, Harshi, if I don't know, I may be wrong, just correct me. The same mechanism occurs when these satellites send the pictures of moon or whatever other things that they take the pictures at that point and then send the pictures to the earth. And if you have the correct equipment or the sensor system which is capable of uh, tuning to that wavelength, you can create the pictures which were taken on the moon, on this side, on the earth. I assume that the same mechanism occurs, same sort of telepathizing mechanism is used in that way also. Am I correct of that?
It sounds like that because nothing exactly travels, but I will have to do a little bit of research. It sounds like that,
Researching,
like,
okay.
yeah.
Yes. I think otherwise you both of you gave a complete picture. I hope Mr. Justin understood and got the answer to his question.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I
Okay.
got it.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Terwan Sarnai.
Everyone, sir.
Terwan Sarnai, Harshi.
Terwan and Dr. Sakuntala, I think with that we can wrap up for the day, isn't it?
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආරයන් වහන්සේ පාත්ම නමස්කාර කරමි. තෙරුවන් සරණයි everybody. Uh, we'll start with the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 6, page number 151, part 2, participant. තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආරයන් වහන්සේ. I bow down at your feet. On yesterday's Zoom discussion, you explained the difference between the bliss created by an advanced level of spiritual experience, Lotura Suvaya, and the bliss of real Nibbana, Nivan Suvaya. Can you please explain this a little more for my clarification? Aryan Mahansa, this happened in two ways. Some people, when traveling along this path, think that they have achieved the Nibbana due to the blissful states of the mind that they experience, and this is just a thought and not the real Nibbana. Explain to me the way you understood this concept. Participant. The way I understood this is as the liberation from the sixfold bases. Aryan Mahamsa. The people who follow this path at times experience this situation. The sixfold base always creates a burning fire. Having seized the burning fire, if someone thinks, I am liberated, this is a misconception and a wrong view. The illusion in mind can sometimes create this view. The people who are caught up with this idea think that they are arahants. This is also a thought just like any other thought such as mother, father, tree, etc. The situation creates bhikkhus similar to Bhikkhu Potila. This path must be travelled carefully and mindfully. Do not get caught by the creations of the illusionary mind. When preaching, one must be careful to see the situation. The people who truly achieve the Nibbana or Arahant state do not go after results. If someone goes after the results, there is a self in existence behind that thought. This can be referred to as the Lotura Suvaya, the bliss created by the experiences. The Nibbana Suvaya or the bliss of Nibbana can be reached only with the renunciation of this idea created by the illusionary me. The real concentration can never be destroyed, but the other type of concentration can be destroyed. The wise person who can go through the illusionary me automatically gets the opportunity to observe how the defilements are fading and dissolving. Just like the Kemaka Bhikkhu stated, yes, most of it is gone just like a cloth become clean after washing. However, the smell of the soap is still in the fabric, which means the process is not completed yet. The story presented by the Jesus Christ also talk about let go of everything and you could get everything. In this situation, there is a being, self, who would get something here. Here, the soul is still in existence. Without completely acknowledging the stanza, Salayatana Loko Loko, the world is nothing, nothing else but the creation of the senses. No one can reach the Nivan Suvaya or the blissful state of Nibbana. during an era that the Gautama Buddha Sasana appears to be going towards its disappearance, it is the duty to keep it alive. The Buddothpada discourses are available to fulfill this purpose, and Buddothpada Aryan Master is trying his best to preserve the Gautama Buddha Sasana. Therwan Sarana.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි Shanika.
Therwan.
First of all, we all pay our homage to Buddothpada Aryan Wahanse. So, you read from volume 6 of the books, right? Is
Yes.
it? Yes. So, it is evident that from the extract that you read, the feeling of living of a person happens due to the 6 sensory organs that you mentioned, Salayatana Loko, isn't it? Yes. So, basically, from today's reading, what did you try to highlight?
Mhm. Um,
Okay. So, now, Buddothpada Aryan Wahanse, as we all know, has revealed the Dhamma of Gautama Buddha dispensation or Gautama Buddha Sasana, which was hidden from the world for well over 2,500 years. So earlier, what people thought was as Dhamma, what we heard during our lifetime also was that the outside external world is there. So there are people, no, so the self is also there. So we have to get rid of this sansaric journey by understanding the suffering that comes from external entities, that come towards us from the external entities. We believed that this body, it is subjected to death, suffering, so everything is impermanent. Now we took about the 32 parts of the body and we contemplated on the impermanence of each part, each body part, and then we also we that way we decided, we tried our best to end the sufferings. And so actually, though people meditated and contemplated on the impermanence of this existing body and the existing entities of the world, it didn't happen. It didn't happen. They were all suffering, they were feeling sad in the face of death, in the face of illnesses, in the face of separation of loved ones. So it was again unending suffering. But it is not the suffering or dukkha preached by or disclosed to the world by Gautama Buddha. So this hidden truth, ultimate truth, that there is nothing external, was rediscovered. Actually, it was hidden due to various reasons. When it comes to like this 19th century, 20th century, 21st century, it was completely, the Gautama Buddha's true message was completely disappeared from the entire universe. So when we know that Buddothpada Aryan Vahanse has been to diverse teachers during his lifetime to find out the truth, to understand the truth, to get this true message from someone, both in local context as well as he traveled over the world where they said that true Buddhism is available. He went to different teachers and ultimately he came to a certain level and still he understood that no one is actually able to, this is not from a critical perspective, but it became self-evident to him that no one can guide him till the end in the sense to understand what the extreme or ultimate truth is. So he himself, due to perseverance, tried his best and worked on it, and it became self-evident to him that there is nothing external. It is we only live momentarily, and the lifetime of a person, of any being, is only the single thought, only the length of a single thought. So for that, actually, what in his Dhamma, what he uh, basically emphasizes is one should know how the mind is created, how the mind is created. Unless and until how a person understands how the mind is created, how this consciousness or vijnana acts as a deceiver, creating a non-existent world in front of us, one cannot think of liberating from the suffering. Suffering becomes a part of this and a part of our life, integral part. So basically, what we should try to do is to understand how do we feel that there are things outside as well as there is the self here that experiences the external world. To gain this understanding, you can stop me and question at any point. Shanika, do you hear me?
Yes, I can hear.
And Mr. Bernard also, please contribute whenever you think you have to add and you have to elaborate. Okay. All right. So for that, what we should basically, a beginner, what we should do is to understand how we feel as if the external world or the entire world is there, or that how this feeling of self-existence, I am there, how does it first occur? How does it uh, how did we get that feeling that there is a person here and the external world is out there, and we uh, deal with all the stuff external and we live a life and one day we die, because that is actually not the truth. It's an illusion. It's an illusion, as if a dream that we happen to believe due to ignorance. So for this, what we should do is to understand the mechanism, understand how we feel that there are things. So if we carefully look at the concept of living, through our own experience, it's actually evident that we do not experience anything other than the depictions of these six sensory organs. So if I name them, the eye, ear, nose, tongue, then the body, and the mind. So very basically, we need to understand clearly the mechanism of one sensory organs. So the easiest and the commonest and the most deceitful is the eye. So if we think about the birth of eye, or how the eye occurs, or how we get deceived by the projections of the eye, we can apply this to all other sensory organs, and we can try to kind of understand this illusion. So the moment we open our eye, there may be some object. Shanika, so can you do this now? Just tell me, when you open your eyes, what do you see around, in
At
front of?
Yeah, in front me, I see a cupboard and a
Cupboard.
door. Yeah,
Okay. Now you see is as a cup. You see at once, you see it as a cupboard, right? So,
yeah.
so what do you actually see? How did you first come to know that it is a cupboard?
It was taught to me,
Sorry, it was
taught to me by my mother.
exactly. So now just imagine you have a small kind of baby, infant at your place, and that baby who is unable to talk or unable to name anything outside is taken in front of this cupboard, as you say. And do you think, this is an imaginary situation, do you think that little one is also able to see this figure, or see this shape, the color, or the light, shape of lights, let's say, as a cupboard? Do you
Uh,
think?
Not as a cupboard, but like the child might see there is something. Like he might
Exactly,
think,
exactly, Shanika. Because that is the work of the eye. Some shape of light will arise, right?
yeah,
But
yeah,
as we see the cupboard, that infant may not see a cupboard out there, but
yeah.
we at once see the cupboard. So now this is a very good point. Thank you for your contribution. So it is the same scenario that is happening in all other entities, happening with all other entities, right? The human eye has a certain capacity to capture certain vibrations. So basically, Shanika and all of you, that basic thing is the entire universe is just a ball of energies or vibrations. So the eye, not this physical eye, that if we consider the seeing, the process of seeing, so here in this the physical eye, there are certain vibrations that occur with certain frequencies. Okay, so all the vibrations world over have different frequencies. So here in, there are certain frequencies. So out there, cupboard or whatever, there are certain vibrations. So the matching vibrations, as a natural phenomenon, their sparking happens. The sparking of the vibrations of similar frequencies occur, and this sparking happens continuously. It is a natural phenomenon. It happens continuously, especially these vibrations with like opposing kind of powers, the plus and minus, they come together. It's a natural phenomenon, so it happens continuously. So due to ignorance, the one perceives this as an existing object. But seeing the cupboard, as you said, is also something that have you seen how how things spark continuously? Now if you light up fireworks in the New Year season, you see sparking like it's not consistent. It is occurring and it's going away again. It occurs, goes away, occurs, goes away. But due to the human eye cannot capture that speed, so we see it as a continuous thing. Do you have any questions on that?
No.
Are you okay with that? So so if I quote another example to explain this, Shanika, now when you spin a fireband, right, or a fireball, let's say, you spin it very fast, right? You spin it, so ultimately you see a circle or a fire ring there. So if the person did not see the fireband at once, whoever comes to that place after you start spinning may not say that it is a fireband or a fireball, isn't it? The person would say that it is a ring of fire. It is a ring of fire. It's not a fireband. So that's why we call it a cupboard. We see it as a solid figure, isn't it? Isn't it? But somebody who knows the truth that this is a fire band that I am spinning, or whoever, this is a fire band, not knows the truth. However much the other person says, no, it's not a fire band. It is not a fireball of fire. It's a ring. The person who knows the truth knows that it is not an existing ring. It's just a fire band. So that is what happens once we understand the truth, that it is a kind of vibrations coming together, and it sparks continuously, not something permanent. I mean, it is this truth revealed by Buddothpada Aryan Mahanse. As you mentioned, it was originally discovered by Gautama Buddha 2500 years ago. As we mentioned before, it was disappeared from the world due to the long time span and due to various other factors also. People misunderstood, people preached it differently, people amended it due to ignorance. But due to Buddothpada Aryan Hanse's perseverance and effort and wisdom, he was able to reach that original truth, right? And now he has disclosed it for us. Now we know that it is the fire band, it is not the ring of fire. So that way, now we were discussing the eye. So we said that sparking is the shape of light, Shanika. Sparking is the shape of light. It happens continuously. It's a natural phenomenon, and it happens with the extreme speed. Like you are spinning the fire band very fast, you see a very thick firing. If you slower down the spinning speed, then there may be gaps also. People might notice, right, that it is a fire band that you spin. But when you do it speedily, okay, with extreme, unimaginable speed, it is a ring of fire. So that is where all humans have got caught. This existent feel. Okay, that cupboard appears, this chair appears. But since we know the Aryan Mahase have given us the fire band, oh, this original thing, he has disclosed the truth. So we shouldn't get cheated or deceived by it, isn't it? We know that it is a vibration, natural phenomenon, sparking happens with at a very high speed, and then the objects appear to be as real, and we get that existent feel. Okay, we feel that as if it is there. Now, if we take the very example that Shanika has in front of her, the cupboard, now Shanika feels that there is a cupboard. So you said your mother introduced it to you as a cupboard, right? Unless
Yes.
you do not know that it is a cupboard, Shanika. So
Yes.
if just imagine a friend of yours from Japan, China, or Africa, or Kenya arrives at your place, and they also see the same thing, what you call as a cupboard, right?
Yeah.
So will they say that it is a cupboard? Oh, Shanika, there is a cupboard at your place. Will the Chinese say the same thing?
No, they will call it in another name.
Another name. So
Yeah.
it's very clear. We come to the next point, right? So
Yeah.
now externally we don't see anything. Now the mind, the cupboard, the combination of the name and form, it is also not a truth. It is also a concept only, isn't
Yeah.
it? So,
Yeah.
because a Chinese would call it using another name, there is the name and color combination is different. It is different for another person. So, somebody who hasn't seen a cupboard this shape before might say something like another object, some similar object. We'll connect it to a similar object and attach that to this figure, this form. Do you
Yeah.
get it?
Yeah.
Exactly. So that's why we call this name and form, all these labels, they also are creations done by us to facilitate the existence, because we are happy to exist in the world. Ignorance, due to ignorance, we try to expand our world because learning new things, traveling around, what we do is ignorantly people expand their world by adding new objects, giving new labels. So now we are going on a backward journey, right? That's why we call that it is so far we have been going with the current, and now we are going against the current with this on this path, isn't it, Shanika?
Yes.
We are going against the current because now you are young, I am a middle aged, so my world is much bigger than yours because I have a lot of labels, lot of names and forms. uh, Throughout the life I have got lot of, because the amount, the volume of myths that I have, right, is much larger. But the magic is, Shanika, once we understand the truth, right? Once we, because Aryan Mahanse always says you don't have to cut every mangosteen fruit to see the kernel or the inside of it, right? We can't,
Yeah.
you don't have to always contemplate, okay, now this is a chair, it's a name and form. So I have to go back to my Montessori level, kindergarten level to see how it first occurred in my life. Or now there is a handkerchief, uh, how first I saw it as a, when I first show the shape of light, it it was like a piece of cloth, maybe, right? Because if I have seen that this material is called cloth, it's not a handkerchief even, but somebody with a beautiful painting showed this square piece of cloth, nicely done, with a beautiful hem, and introduced it as a handkerchief. So from there onwards, the handkerchief came into my life, right? Into your life. So can you tell me such few examples how, going back to your kindergarten age, how you first came to know stuff like that, Shanika? Like I explained, handkerchief, chair, and how things came into your life. A few things, even maybe people, even may be you. How did you come? Can you just go down the memory lane and see, contemplate on how we first came to know the self? This we have a certain image. No, now in photographs we see, in a video we identify. Oh, this is I identify. Ah, that's me. Oh, that's now Shanika. That's Shanika's mother. So how did you first came to know that it's you? This image is called you.
So I actually I don't remember, but like
Yeah,
it's actually my mother. Like
yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, that's true. Maybe we can't actually, when it comes to self, Shanika, we can't remember. Honestly, I do agree with you, right? Maybe the age, at the age that mother was carrying us, maybe, no, maybe the first birthday.
yeah,
Maybe at that time we came to, maybe somebody showed, took us in front of a mirror.
yeah,
Unless there is something called a mirror or a camera, Shanika, uh,
yeah.
will we be able to attach a shape to the concept I?
No, never.
Not at all, no? So
Uh,
we might see the body parts except the face.
yes,
So what if we do not have mirrors and cameras in the world? What would have happened? The
we,
perception of I would be the sound, the voice we might hear, and the
yeah,
rest of the body except the face, isn't it?
yes,
So the self image would have been very different. But now, thanks to cameras and these mirrors, to a certain image, we attach the sound I. Is
yeah,
it clear to you? Yeah.
yeah,
So that is the same scenario. All entities in the world, all entities in the world, that mechanism I explained at the very beginning, right? Is it clear? Do you have any questions related to the first occurrence of things related to six sensory organs, and how we mistakenly call the external world is existing? Because we took the example of the cupboard, and how that we explained that the cupboard is nothing but uh, uh, vibrations that happen at very high speed, and I is nothing but uh, vibrations. Even the trees, also called, all entities are vibrations, but we can understand that only through the example of this ring of fire.
yeah. Um,
You don't, please ask.
well, actually, like, but even a child can see there is a thing, right? Like,
Hmm.
it,
Yes.
even it's like it's what I does.
Yeah.
Even a child can see that. So, like,
Yeah.
but the child can see there is a depth and like a 3D.
3D. So that
Yeah,
also happens, Putha, due to ignorance. No, the 3D, that is the biggest trick here. Because that gaps, we see it as a 3D. But the infant sees it as a 3D, unless and until that do you think the infant, the who is in the cradle, sees it as a 3D? Now the thing is, Shanika, now
Yeah.
as a grown up, now apple first, when the first the apple is seen from a distance for the first time, do you think we have a sense of that round shape if
No,
someone sees it for the first time?
no.
No, or just the eye works, right? Eye
Yeah.
saw the color, the shape. But once the apple is given to the person's hand and get the person to touch it and then introduce it's round, now the ignorantly the sensation of the body or this round shape, smoothness, and also the eye, the color of it. And then if the person tastes it, piece of apple is given to the person tastes it, and it then the taste of the apple. And at the same time somebody calls it apple, apple, apple. Okay, in the teaching methodology, of course, Pute, there are a lot of strategies uh, being used to introduce, to establish these labels, name and label concepts. So if I explain to you a primary class experience, right?
Yeah.
First of all, when something is introduced to the beginners, what they do is they show the picture card, flash card, an apple drawn in a flash card. Then the teacher shows it to the class and shows the picture and then call it an apple. It begins with sound a, apple, and always showing the picture, continuously showing the picture. Okay, so they
Yeah.
are the concept that the image is being attached to the word sound, apple, 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 image, right? Then the
Yeah.
next stage, what they do is they bring a real apple to the class. It is introduced to the teaching through research, that you have to take the real object to the class. So they take real objects to the class. In Sri Lanka, we don't have facilities to implement such sophisticated teaching strategies. The Sri Lankan teachers cannot afford to take apples and all real objects to the class. But if you go to developed countries like especially UK, Australia, they do this. In primary classes, they take real objects, real apples, and get the tile, get the children to feel the texture. Now, first day it's the image and the name. Next day the texture. They get them to touch and introduce that it is round. Then they get them to cut it and taste. Then smell. So you see all six sensory organs, right? Are
Yeah.
you are kind of given this experience of apple. Get nose, then the tongue, then the body, eye, ear, all. So they make a lot of effort to introduce this to a new person. So that's why it's very difficult once the concept is established. As Aryan Vahanse always says, you cannot convert convert butter into milk. It is quite true. He's a scientist actually, because Lord Buddha has also, Gautama Buddha has preached that also. You can never convert butter into milk. But it is true that butter is made from milk. Got it? Now,
Yeah.
once the concept is established, Shanika, the name and the form, using all these, giving this all sensory experiences to a small one, that one will never see it as a name and form combination after he or she is given this true Dhamma experience, or finds this true Dhamma experience, this true message. So that's now what we are doing, is that's what actually called going against the current, right? Otherwise, once the concept is established, it's apple, it's the chair. So through knowledge, we always try to say, no, Aryan answer, it's the shape, the image, and then the chair, the word comes next. However much we argue with him, he doesn't accept that. I personally used to argue at the very beginning, about 2 years ago. I used to tell him, no, Aryan Master, the wall, I feel that the word is coming later and the image is seen first. No, it is due just because we know this as knowledge, we apply the knowledge there. But Aryan Master knows, no, that you see it as a wall, right? That that is why he is telling it's a chair. You can't, as knowledge we know it's the name and form combination, right? So still you think the infant sees the apple in a 3D shape unless the child is given the experience of touching and dealing with playing with an apple? Can the eye person?
So, like, let's say the child is not in age to go to preschool, but
Yeah.
he can walk. So, we keep the apple on a table, and the
Yes.
child can walk around the table and see the 3D shape, even
Then
though
they,
he
true,
can't.
exactly. Then also walked around the table unless and until the child touches the apple, right? Feels the shape, the round shape. Still, the child sees the color only until that child is getting the concept that it is round, okay, and attaching that shape ignorantly to attaching that kind of feeling of touching is as round with the name apple. Still the child sees only the color. Without, it is at once we don't see anything in 3D. It is through our ignorance. Now I'll tell you another example, right? So when you go to a new place, you look at, actually when we went to, I can recall that international meditation center, that serene beautiful environment. They are also if you actually contemplate by looking at the environment, if you went there for the first time, seated under a tree, if you look at the environment, your eye doesn't perceive the gaps, the distances, right? Exact distances. You can experiment it. If you walk through that path, then you knew, okay, I have walked 100 meters. I have walked 500 meters. So those trees are placed at that distance. These trees are nearby. Do you understand?
Yeah.
That due to that only when we sit at the place and we look at that scenery, we feel, oh, these trees are close by, those are far. This near and far is also knowledge. I doesn't perceive near and far. I think Aryan Mahansa is also there in Dhamma Mandapa. We can invite Aryan Mahansa to explain this further, isn't it, Shanika? Oh, Teruvan Saranai Aryan Mahansa. So Miss Surangika is also there. Miss Surangika.
Yes, Teruvan Sarnai, Sudharma.
Teruvan Saranai, Miss Surangika. Now will you be able to elaborate on this? Now what Shanika is asking is whether the eye perceives the distance or the 3D of objects, the eye. So unless and until the person gets the experience of touching it or walking through that distance, that knowledge helps the person to figure out that it is 3D or that gap the distance, but the eye only uh, feels the sensation of the eye is only the shape of light. So will you be able to elaborate on this, Ms. Surangika?
Yes, I can try, Sudharma. And first and foremost, let me pay my respects to our Mahansa and Thiruvan Sarnai Dhamma friends. So I think the basic thing for Shanika to understand, Shanika, is that at the newly born infant stage, the perceptions, the sense faculties really are at a very basic level. So what happens at that point is that the baby can actually, there is a sensation of light, there is a sensation of hearing or sound, and so on. So in that very basic sense, the light consciousness occurs, the sound consciousness at that very basic level is existing, but there is no identification of those as different consciousnesses even. That is just what the sense faculties experience at the newly born baby or infant's level. And if you think about it, I mean, do you think that the baby knows what 3D is? No, right? So whether it's 3D, 5D, or 7G, or whatever it is, all these are concepts that have been taught, as Sudharma was explaining, later on. At that stage, even if the baby has eyes, the baby has ears, the nose, and the mouth and the tongue for taste and so on, it is only at that very basic level where those initial, through the vibrations happening in the eye, the light consciousness occurs. So the baby can react if you put a very harsh, very bright light in the room where the cot is, for example. The baby can maybe even squint because the light is too bright for the baby's eyes. But that is just a natural reaction because the baby is reacting to the light. But the baby doesn't know it's light. The same thing with the sound. I mean, if you put a very loud blaring music of even if it is a nursery rhyme, if it is too harsh for the baby's ears, the baby will feel very uncomfortable and start crying because it's getting a bit, it's hurting the baby's ears. So that's not because the baby recognizes that sound is sound, but that is a natural reaction because the vibration happens. And due to the vibration, sound is a perception that occurs. And through that, because our tolerance level is 20 to 20,000 hertz for a baby, which is a really newly born infant, and all the faculties are at a very basic and growing stage, it is difficult for the baby to withstand that kind of sound. Similarly, even the light, if you think an adult can probably withstand a brighter light, but probably not a baby, and so on. So it is in that sense, even if you think about placing an apple on a little stool and the baby, comes around or say toddles past comes to the table and takes the apple to its hands. I don't know if you have heard, R.N. Mahase has given a good example. If you give a phone to the baby will touch the phone, put it in the mouth, and so on. So the same thing happens with the apple. The baby will be curious. The baby will touch the apple, put it to the mouth, maybe even lick the apple. But the baby has no perception that it is an apple, no perception that it is round, no perception that it is circular in shape, and so on. Where do these concepts come? How did we learn that it is circular? How did we learn that it is round or smooth, that the outer skin is smooth? Or, for example, that the apple is red in color? These are all concepts, as Sudharma pointed out earlier, that one learns and learns probably at the Montessori or nursery stage. One is shown an image, and and then that image is given a sound, and with the sound associated with it, the light consciousness combines with the sound consciousness, and then the mind consciousness occurs. In the same manner, if, for example, they have an actual apple in the classroom and the teacher cuts the apple into pieces and lets the little children in the Montessori class taste the apple, then the children get the sensation of taste as well. So then that as a perception also combines with the light consciousness, sound consciousness, and then combines to form the mind consciousness. And at that point, the baby then, through repeated reinforcement of that same signal and name and label being taught in class, gradually it starts becoming of value to the baby or the child at that stage in the Montessori, and gradually the perception surrounding an apple as a lived experience is understood. And each time the baby then sees an apple or hears the word apple, the child, instantly the earlier experience and this experience telepathizes to form the mind perception and the whole experience of the taste of the apple, that the apple was round, that the apple is spelled this way, A-P-P-L-E, all that will come to the child's mind. So the example that Sudharma gave earlier about distance, that it's also a mind perception. The baby has no idea that something is far away from the baby or close by to the baby, or that it is dark, or that it is daylight, things like that. They are all, if you think about it in Sinhalese, it's called Upadaya Rupa. Upadaya Rupa in English means perceptions. It is the mind that interprets all these things. The fact that there is, that we say that something is far away, distance, whether it's close by, whether it's far away, whether it's high up there or whether it's low down, whether it is cold or whether it is hot. These are all conventions, names and labels that have been interpreted and given names. There's nothing like that. All this is mind made up. It's a construct of the mind, which is why when you understand the mechanics of the mind, you understand that all these things, because if something is tall, sometimes we like tall people. Now, why did we give value to tall people? Because we have created this false notion that this is tall, this is short, or I like tall people, and so on. With these various interpretations that we have given, we falsely, through our ignorance, attach value to it. And through that, we create all these defilements of, certain things we like, certain things we don't like, and so on. So these notions, one has to understand, are things that are created only by the mind consciousness. But the important thing from an apple perspective, if you think about the true Dhamma and the understanding is, for example, Shanika, if you think about an apple now, you would have had an apple before, you would have had different types of apples before, but when you think of an apple now, immediately you will know the apple is round, you will know the apple is green or red, you will remember the texture of the apple, the taste of the apple, whether it's sweet, whether it has a slight sour note to it, all that. But all this is coming through a perception, isn't it? It is nothing but a perception. It's a flash of a thought, and it is a mind perception. But in that mind perception, you feel as if you heard the sound of the apple, the word apple being mentioned. You can almost feel the texture of the apple. You can almost feel as if you feel the taste of the apple. But is there taste in the apple? Is there taste in the perception? Is there sound in the perception? And was there color or an image in the perception? Nothing. The perception gives that false belief that it is, that all this is there. And then if you don't know the true Dhamma, you take it for real. But all we are associating here is just a mental picture, sanya. And in sanya, there isn't anything. perception is actually made of nothing, because you know that perception is a combination of light, sound, touch, taste, smell, and so on. So those basic consciousnesses come together to form the mind perception. But then we know through the true Dhamma that Aryan Mahanse has taught that there is even nothing called light. Light is also a result of the speed of vibration occurring at the point of the eye. If you're blind, you don't even have the vibration for the light to occur. If you're deaf, you don't have the sound for the sound consciousness to occur. So that perception of an apple, the taste, touch and smell and so on, you have to drill deeper and see, even, was there even something called light? Was there even something called taste? No. So then really that mental picture that we formed and attached ourselves to, saying, I like apples, or I like red cars, or, I like so-and-so who is my friend in school. Aren't these all mental pictures that we are associating? And is there anything of substance in that mental picture? No, isn't it? So all you have to do is you have to just look at it. Look at the way the mind is formed. What are the elements of the thought? How do these things come about? And where do we go wrong? Where do we mistakenly believe these things to be true? And it is through that understanding that then one realizes, and gradually one then feels that the attachment that we have had, whether it is to the apple, whether it is to our school friend, whether it is to anything out there, starts gradually diminishing. And with that comes that inner transformation. So I'll just stop there because we are still talking about the basic consciousnesses. Yes, Sudharma.
Teruvan Saranai, Mr. Ranga, thank you so much for the beautiful explanation. Shanika, now it should be crystal clear to you. Am I correct? So can you, Shanika, are you there? Oh,
Yeah, I'm here.
yes. So still now you feel that near, far, distance, the 3D, all are perceptions, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Or do you still have doubts? Only problem is we do not have the ability to go back to our infancy, right? To
Yeah.
see how we accumulated all these perceptions, how we ignorantly uh, continue to believe that they are existing, right? So
Yeah.
it is again going back through using this true Dhamma, we got to analyze in the sense to go back and see how things came into our life as real objects at the very beginning, right? So we were discussing how the eye perceives stuff and how ignorantly we take them as real objects, as existing stuff. So the another point, as Surangika also highlighted, that the cupboard or I am taking the same example as it was just in front of you. So now if just you close your eyes, Shanika, for a while, so the others will also understand when we do it practically like this through using examples. So Ms. Surangika, please contribute. Mr. Bernard also, please contribute, and let's have a more interactive discussion in terms of this. Okay. So Shanika, please close your eyes. So what is around you? What do you think, what can you see when you close your eyes?
It's dark, but like before that there was like a little like a blurred image of the cupboard, but then it's also
Blurred image of the cupboard. Is
yeah.
it actually the eye? When you close the eye, do you still see a blurred image of a cupboard?
It
Close
was
it.
for a while, then it vanishes.
Is it the derived form, as Surangika said, the upadaya rupa, the mental image, the derived matter, or actually they are the shape of the cupboard occurs? What's it?
It's like the one in front of me, but not clearly, just like a blurred
Is it?
shape. Yeah, but
Is it
then
when you close your eyes? Well, now I also, there is a book in front of me. Now I closed my eyes, but I cannot see any image of it or anything. It's total dark, pitch dark. It's around. No object is seen. Maybe you are not closing your eyes. Or that mental image comes. That belief that there's a cupboard makes a shape of a cupboard in front of you. Can you just experiment and see whether is it your mind or actually the eye perceives a blurred image of the cupboard?
it's the mind.
Exactly, that's what Surangika mentioned as the derived form, that when we get the very first experience of an entity, what happens is the moment we hear the word, the cupboard or the apple, that mental image or the derived matter appears. We cannot give a place, but it automatically appears, telepathizes.
Yeah,
It does actually in the image that telepathizes. I don't know whether it's okay to use these prepositions as in also, because we are talking about nothingness, but there is no other way to communicate this. So that in that derived matter or upadaya rupa, all the qualities, all the characteristics of that image, if you think about Vatalappang, okay, now the word, the sound you heard is Vatalappang. Now in the mind, the picture of Vatalappang appears, the mental image, if you have seen, tasted it before. But for someone who just arrived in the country, for the first time, the person is going to have Vatalappang, right? Now the person doesn't, now there are dishes on the table, various desserts and all, but the person has not tasted. So when you say, when the person is seeing all the stuff, if you say Vatalappang, the person will that mental image or whatever, the at least will the person be able to identify the dish Vatalappang tray at once?
no.
So there you are. Now with that previous experience of the perception, nothing is there in the world other than the bunch of colors, right? On the table, or just bunch of colors. So once you introduce, now this new friend, okay, this is a delicious dessert called Vatalappang, you give the background, and this is the fruit salad bowl. Fruit salad bowl. This is the ice cream. So you introduce. This is the fish curry or chicken curry. After the moment you attach that label, introduce that to the person, now the person connects the color and the shape of light. Shape of light means the image of that Vatalappam dish with the sound Vatalappam. Is it clear?
Yeah.
But does the person when the person sees the Vatalappam dish, does the uh, taste of it, texture of it telepathizes into that sound? No. But now you serve some Vatalappam into a dessert bowl and get the person to taste it, right? And you while it, this is Vatalappam, it was made like this and all. Now the person gets the taste of that, experiences the taste. So that perception is also there. Taste coming of the tongue, occurring in the tongue. Then while eating, the smell is also there, the other perception, right? Nose. Then the person must be not using the spoon, using the finger that touches it a bit. Then that texture is also there. Okay, so all the perceptions, like eye perception, the seeing, the shape of Watalappang, then the sound, the name Watalappang, and then the taste, then the texture, then the smell, okay, all these telepathizers and form the thought, or the mind consciousness comes to work and form the concept Watalappang. And the beautiful thing is, next day the person visits you and the Watalappang dish tray is there on the table, and the moment the eye perceives that shape of light, the taste of Watalappang, the texture of Watalappang, the smell of Watalappang, the name, the shape, everything telepathizes in one shot. And the moment the label, the sound Watalappang comes, all of them instantly occurs, and the mental image, before the person goes to the dining room, if you, as after welcoming the person, if you say, okay, there is that delicious dish of Watalappang there, the person knows that derived matter or the upadaya rupa will arise. In that image, not only the shape of it or the color, all the smell, texture, the taste, everything is there, Shanika. Is it clear to you?
Yeah.
Or do you
It's clear.
have any questions?
No.
No, you can try it for several times. Go back to, because at the very beginning, this contemplation is important. How to understand how things appeared in our life, like people, even the children or the friends, not all sorts of pets, maybe. This same concept is relevant to all those entities that we believe as if existing externally. So shall we move on to the ear, how to understand this better? Because 6 sensory faculties we need to go into deeper to understand, because Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, and thank you are there. I didn't see. Could you please explain?
No, I just wanted to add something there. Actually, you went on very nicely about this, the Watalapan story and stuff. It's really good. I just wanted to add something. Actually, what is the mental image of I? You didn't actually go there, so you stopped in Watalapan. It's better to go on to
yes, Dr.
I, me, my. How did that happen? So Lord Buddha has cut the body and has tried to show there is no me there.
Yes.
And Lord Buddha has tried to explain every aspect of this, what we feel, what we hear, what we, in every aspect that there's no self. So better, it is better to actually go on to that as well, rather than stopping in Watalapan, because it's nicely done. So
yes, Dr. Kokila.
So when we tell that, it is very good to add that other part, because we are not actually worried about Watalapan here. We are not worried about.
Yes.
Actually, we are worried about why we feel as alive.
Yes.
why we feel as existing. So that is what the magic is. That is what the actual thing that we need to know. Why do we feel alive, and how that feeling came, and also why there is a thought attached to that. Like similarly to Watalapang, you exactly nicely said, Watalapang is not there. You know, you have a taste, you have something, a texture, you have a smell, but there's no Watalapang there. So at the same time, you have to mention it's the same with the thought of me or I or mine. So that thing that we talk about, how do we, what is it, what, so it's the same thing. We just have to talk about that at the same time, so that someone takes the message of Vatalapan that it is not there. At the same time, if you go on to say that, you will not miss the actual part of Lord Buddha's Dhamma, because otherwise the message will be about only about the Vatalapang and not about the self. Because we are actually mastering these things not to not for anything else, isn't it?
Yes, yes, Dr. Kokila.
So what is me? What is me? When you try to understand what is me, then you are lost, because that's why Lord Buddha tried to tell, is there me in that body? Is there me in that
Yes,
sensation? Is there me in that perception? Is there me in that the sankhara? Is there me in that consciousness? There's no any of these things actually didn't have a me there. So actually it is something like Vatalapam, which didn't exist.
exactly.
Which didn't exist. So it is nice to actually, if someone is coming to that step nicely, there's somebody was talking with you. So if that person is coming with you nicely, then it comes to that Vatalapang level, then you show her nicely that actually Vatalapang is not there.
Yes.
And even the light perception, or even these consciousness, or those are the things from you feel that due to the speed. When you say that and you stop there, then the story is not adequate.
Incomplete. Yes.
Incomplete. So
Yes.
you add it to that. So what is the, how did this thought has happened in this world?
Yes.
It's not
Yes.
only to humans, it's to even the animals, it's to even to any being in 31 stages, worlds have this problem. What is the problem? They feel like alive, they feel as existing. So they fear about the other, when their life is going to finish, they feel a fear, whether it is an animal, whether it's a human, whether whatever. So that is what we are actually trying to find out. What happened here? Why do we have a death? Why do we have, like, what is happening here? So then we try to find out, what is this like? Vatalapang is not existing. Is I existing?
Yes.
So we try to find out where is I. So that's the basic the research you have to do.
Exactly.
Where am I? Am I here? Am I there? Am I where? So Lord Buddha has tried to explain whatever the things that it's only 5 aggregates you have. Whether so the explanation should extend to that, isn't it?
Exactly.
Yeah. Otherwise, it will be similar to like deyak nahe in that line, but not the kenek na part. That so everything will be discussed in such a manner that the correlation between where am I here, where is the perceiver, because there's a feel that you perceive something. How did that happen? So that should attach there, because you came very nicely to that point. I just wanted
Thank
to add
you.
that.
Ani Saranai, Dr. Kokila. Thank you so much. That is your kindness to remind and please, I invite all of you to comment. I mean, this is make this session more interactive, especially Dr. Kokila. Please always correct and improve whatever I try to explain. So let's go back to the beginning. So at the starting point, we looked at how the perception of self came into our life, right? So I explained to you that had there not been a mirror and a camera, even today we do not know who I am, the image wise, right? We might say that we hear the sound and the rest of the body, so-called body, except the face, because without these instruments like mirror or the sophisticated instruments like cameras, video cameras, we wouldn't have been able to see the image of the person even, right? So as I recall, I want to re-emphasize what I said at the very beginning, because we do not have any experience other than the six sensory organs. So I recollect a simple experiment that helped me to understand that we do not have any other experience other than the six sensory faculties. This was actually done by some presenter, some teacher here. I think Miss Asanti. So what she did was she asked me to close my eyes. Now, Shanika, you also can do that, right? Please close your eyes and tell me how you feel that you are existing. When you close your eyes, how do you feel that there is someone called I? Because we already identify this self as I know that I live or am there. How do you feel that you are there?
Well, with the sounds I hear
You hear some sounds, yeah.
and the feelings in on our skin.
The touch, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Some thoughts must be occurring, right?
Yeah.
And now open your eyes.
Okay.
Now, how do you feel that you are there? You are alive, that there is some, forget about your history, background, everything, and just focus on this very moment, this second, and tell me how you feel that you are alive. You were correct actually. Earlier you said I hear sounds, I thoughts occur, and I get the sensation of touch. And yes, now
it's kind of like thinking.
I'm thinking, and I also perceive stuff around you, right? As you earlier said, the cupboard and stuff.
Yeah.
So now, if I share my experience, the seeing of the phone and the feeling that I'm sitting on a cushion and the sound that occurs in the eye, that ear perceives some sounds. Yeah, some thoughts that the talking that happens as a process. Other than that, I do not know that I am alive, or we do not experience a life other than that, right? So the problem is, it is the eye that perceives images around us, as Dr. Kokila this is what Dr. Kokila wanted to highlight. Actually, she explained well. So the eye perceives stuff around us, right? As I at the beginning explained, due to vibrations and all that sparking, the speedy occurrence of vibrations, that's the science behind it. Otherwise, there are no permanent objects anywhere. So on this side also, it's vibrations, right? The self, unless and until somebody showed us the uh, image of this body in front of a mirror and told, Baba, this is you. Ah, Puta, this is you. Or the name, you are Sudharma or Shanika or whoever. We don't know that there is a person like this. Originally, what what we experienced was actually the experiences of the six sensory organs without any feeling of that I experience, I see this, I hear this, I feel this. But gradually, when the self was introduced, the self perception of self got stronger and stronger, we began to get the ownership of these experiences of the sensory faculties. Now the eye perceives stuff, but ignorantly the strong feeling that is I see this. The sounds occur in the eye, ear. The ear perceives sounds, but ignorantly we say, I heard you saying this. So we go on and go on. And the nose perceives certain smells, okay, sense, but ignorantly we say, I smell this, I taste this. So it's very important to untangle this knot. How this self, the sense of self, the feeling of self came into our life. At superficial level, we can say it's okay. Somebody said you are there, so it's you who sees, it's you who hears, it's you who feels, it's you who kind of smells, tastes, things, so on and so forth. But is it the real fact? Is it the real thing? It is just because that somebody said that you are there, that the self is there, we took it ignorantly and we believe, no, there is some hidden truth that actually without the explanation of Kalyana Mitra or a noble teacher like Buddothpada Aryan Vansi, so we cannot actually Gautama Buddha, that is the truth revealed to the world by Gautama Buddha to relieve the sufferings of people, which was disappeared from the world over the time and now has been disclosed by the redisclosed by Buddothpada Aryan Mahansi. Now what happens is, so if we take the eye, so the eye perceives due to that the similar the vibrations of speedy occurrence of vibrations of similar frequencies, the sparking, continuous sparking occurs. So I don't repeat that. This is the concept that I explained to explained using the example of fire band, spinning the fire band of at a very high speed. So it doesn't matter, right? Now the sparking occurs, so it occurs continuously at very high speed. So we feel as if it's existing. So if I take the very example of the cupboard, you feel as if the cupboard is existing. But the problem is, as a natural phenomenon, when this sparking occurs, it creates some power. It generates some power. Okay, so it generates some power, and with that power, the mind power, we begin to give a value. We feel as if it's there. We feel as if the cupboard is there. The birth of the cupboard occurs. And another problem is this doesn't stop at, or this doesn't cease at eye level, this power. So there is another important point, concept that we should understand, that some vibration which carries, we can't actually say which carries something also, but which occurs from life to life, some strong vibration, internal power occurs in the zygote. I mean, when the conception or the combining of a sperm and the ovum occurs in the mother's womb, at the very beginning we call it a zygote. So this special vibration, internal power, telepathizes into the zygote. So this vibration always kind of activates or deactivates with the powers, with the different levels of powers that are generated through the six sensory faculties. Hopefully you get it, or you can stop me and explain, or ask. If I ask Shanika, is it, do you get it, Shanika? Okay, so Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai, Shanika is not a baby. Shanika, no. Yeah. Shanika,
Okay.
something is outside, other side is you. It's a simple.
Yes.
What is
Yes.
Sudharma doing? Is why are you going round? It's direct way, no. No, RNS is telling simply, no. Something is outside, is chair is you. Why? Chair is there. Where are you? I'm looking the chair. Chair is there, chair is the me. How is this chair is coming? That's the our thoughts how is coming. That's the Buddha's philosophy is there. That's the dependent origination Dhamma. Otherwise, this thought how is creating. That's important only. That's why Kokila also try to explain that. So no chair is there. So no me is there. That's the Nibbana is there.
Yes.
It's a simple no. What do you think about Shanika? Is real no? Yeah. Yeah. How long you are stay here? No, it's 1 hour. No. No. 1 hour, 15 minutes, I think. No, it's okay. Shanika is newcomer, but Shanika is not new this Dhamma because Shanika's mom is long time is here in this Dhamma. So Shanika know this one is very important. No, Shanika, it's okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Are you struck? No, because Sudharma long period, long time is here. Like a baby, Sharika becoming a baby. Sudharma is a teacher. No, Sudharma actually is a teacher. No,
No, Arya, no answer. I am sorry. When you mentioned
no.
Shanika, I
These
thought
are
she's
right.
yeah. I am sorry.
I think Shanika is right. Shanika, what you feel?
I am sorry about that. I actually.
Oh. Sometimes Shanika, that's Zoom. No, you is still here. It's okay. Sometimes phone is somewhere, Shanika is somewhere. Because how is heard this? No, Shanika. Oh, I hear in this long period, long time. but I can't hear this. What is this? I will stay here. What is Sudharma is doing? Sometimes it's okay. It's okay.
So
Babies
yeah,
is
when
okay. Yeah,
yeah,
Sudharma is okay. Baby.
when you asked all of a sudden halfway through, I couldn't actually. I tried my level vegetarian
No,
also
no, it's okay. It's
without
okay.
any preparation. Yeah, so
Yeah,
I
what do you think
also.
about Kokila? What do you think about Kokila?
තෙරුවන් සරණයි
Leila?
ආරණ වහන්සේ.
Yeah, Kokila, what's this explain? What's your idea? This Sudharma's explain.
No, actually, there is a gap. I don't know how to fill that gap. Actually, that gap is really manifesting, showing. So that gap, the ability to actually get that story out. We all struggle here. It's natural. It's okay. It's just that you have to feel it. So whoever who that Shanika, that she if she actually understand a little bit of this and understand that if she feels this, because at one point Sudharma said, you will not be able to feel this, but this is then it becomes a story. This is not a story. This is not an explanation only. So then if someone has to feel this, then the stories should come nicely also, but not necessarily that the story should be straightforward as well. Story shouldn't be like very so how a 7-year-old can understand this Dhamma and feel it, because the 7-year-old will not understand all this, the explanation we did, but still that 7-year-old can actually feel this. So, and we know from Lord Buddha's time, the house, the people who help cooking, who acted as helpers, got to know this, like felt it. But then that helper actually teaches the whole household that. So the knowledge itself is not actually, I mean, it doesn't really matter whether you have the knowledge or not. But the thing is, you have to feel what you are actually trying to say. So when you feel it, what is there to feel is, if you give any value to any of these things, so the story, the way you have explained is nice, but we have to understand how the me story comes here, and why you feel like alive. Alive feel comes because you give a value to whatever you're feeling. That happens even in the baby's vibration. So you can't say that you can't feel it, because in the actual experience that Aran Hanse is trying to get, like trying to give to others, is the same thing. It's the same thing. Like when you understand that there is no value to the what lapang or whatever, then what happens is you just don't give any value to that. Then you come to the either texture, or either the feel, or either the sight, the vision, or that only one modality will be there. Then at that point you will feel the vibration. It's a feeling. It's not a story. So this message should be there. It's a feeling. It's you will feel the vibration. That's your vibration.
That one is good. That's a feel, no? I like feel.
Yeah, that should be felt. And then you say that also has happened because the vibration was taken as granted. It's taken as a thing. But then the vibration is actually not a thing, because it's actually happening because of the rapidity of the speed. Then only you can telepathize into the non-vibration. Otherwise, how will you be telepathizing to non-vibration? Every day you will be telling this story, and at the same time keep vibrating to the vibration. keep telepathizing to the vibration. So the story will never end, but we will keep holding 1,000 Zoom discussions, but still doing the same thing.
Yeah.
That's not the thing that R.N. Hanse is trying to tell. I don't know whether I'm putting it right.
Yeah, Kokila, because the value won't there's a fading. No, that's why this defilements won't be fading. This Nibbana is there. This tranquility is there. The especially message is what is Buddha's try to doing? What is Buddha's try to try? Buddha try ending the suffering, ending the sadness. So how is ending the sadness? How is ending the suffering? Is truth. What is the truth? Is this nobody is here, but everything is happening in the system. So but human have feel, alive feel, that's the soul. So what is this, what is this alive feel? It's a feel, it's a feel, it's okay. How is this feel is coming? It's a value, no? The chair have value, the chair want you. Existent feel is the consciousness we are using word. That's a itta sanya, it's the existent, it's the existent perception. Yesterday we explained this. Non-existent perception is coming because it's a sound and form. It's a simple. Thought is sound and form. The sound is not real, it's a waves. So otherwise it's a eye creation, it's a picture, it's not real. It's a waves. Eye creation also waves, ear creation also waves. These two waves together coming, that thought is created here, there. Thought is the effort. The cause and effect Dhamma is effect is not real. So you see this value how is coming. Every spark, every vibrations have power. That's why existent feel is coming, light also, sound also. So that's why existent perception is sound.
Peruan Saranai. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpada Aryan Vahanse. May Aryan Vahanse live long to spread this Dhamma through every corner of the planet Earth, to end the suffering of all human beings. Peruan Saranai Dhamma friends. I am presenting now the true Buddhist philosophy Lord Buddha revealed 2600 years ago and again fully awakened by Buddothpada Aryan Vahanse, showing a clear and steady path to overcome the samsaric journey created in the human mind and to feel the super awakening to the moment. This is the continuation of Sermon 8, self-translated Darshana Samapattiya, true Buddhist philosophy, preached by Buddothpada Aryan Vahanse 5 years ago. You are not taking anything. That means finally when you've fallen down to the earth, that means at the point of death, you can't take anything around. You have anything around. That means the objective things. But you are taking one thing. That means after death with your mind, you are taking what you have in your mind. That means the desires, cravings, jealousy, hatred, and lust you are taking. That you are taking, and it is not stopping also, vibrating. Those intentions are vibrating because in this human world you have so many times you have think about and these things, and there are a lot of vibrations toward these things because there are full of defilements in your mind impurities. You are definitely taking them. Desire, craving, jealousy, hatred, and lust as a mundane world person. And therefore, you caught into the flood of samsara, being trapped in the overwhelming flood of the cycle of existence. It drags along you because of this, defilements. We are talking about the conceptual conventions. Moving away from the ultimate truth, we are now talking about the conceptual world. The mind of the mundane world person is normally after death, he is definitely that vibration. Mind vibration is having full of desire, craving, jealousy, hatred, lust, and all these things of defilements. Just to explain what you are going through in the samsaric journey, to show this is happening due to thoughts. Aryan Mahansa is explaining this because what you are going through in the samsaric journey, Aryan Mahansa is trying to show us what are we going through in the samsaric journey, and to show this is happening because of the thoughts. Lord Buddha preached about Bhumatu Deva. That means earthbound deity. Terrestrial deity. That means ground level deity. And also Vruksha Devata. Tree deity. Deity believed to dwell in or being associated with a tree. That means at the time of death, according to your last thought, if your vibration is catching something uh, around you, according to your karmic consciousness, it's a possibility to be a Bhumatu Deva. That means earthbound deity. Otherwise, a ground level deity or a tree deity. Deity believed to dwell in or be associated with a tree. There is a big story here. The last vibration is taking this human, that means this last vibration is taking the mind towards somewhere unknown. There is a big story here. Even for those mountains, hills, rocks, if your mind is established in them, other than that in the trees and stones, rocks, your mind may establish there. See, this is very wonderful thing. That means at the time of releasing from the body, even for those mountains, hills or rocks, if your mind is establishing in it is a possibility to establish your mind in a mountain or hills or rock. Other than that, in the trees or stone. Even in a stone, your mind can be established. Stone or a rock, your mind may establish. Not as animals, even in old houses, sometimes as animals, and even in old houses, your mind consciousness may establish like preta, like a preta. Sometimes your mind consciousness may go to a very old house and establish there as a preta. Though you are dead, your story is not ended. That is why Aryan Mahansa is explaining according to Lord Buddha's preachings. Though you are dead, your story is not ended. Otherwise, no religion is created. Because of this reason, the religions are started. This story will not end. If you are felt a desire arose in the mind about your house, you may end up in the toilet pit, even as a worm. You know, because of these experiences, the mundane world people are having, and they used to know these things, and about because of their fear, there are lot of religions created because of the fearful behavior of the human beings. Because they come to know several kind of vibrations. Therefore, because of these stories only, these religions are created. See, this story is not ending, and it's very dangerous also. If you are felt a desire arose in the mind about your own house, you may end up in a toilet pit as even a worm. It's how different and how dangerous it is. Thinking it is also very dangerous. Desire, all these are happening due to desire, craving and liking is so dangerous. Yes. The mundane world people who are not understanding their thought process or how the thoughts are creating, and therefore their desire, craving, liking are so high, and it's very much dangerous. If you are having desire about your pet, yes, sometimes there are pets in houses. dogs and cats and several pets are there, rabbits. If you are having a desire about your pet in your house after death, you may have the vibration may have a birth in its womb. See how dangerous it is. Meddling with these pets are also very much dangerous. You can keep a pet, it is okay, but uh, attaching too much is very dangerous. What you desire may happen. Yes. According to the last thought, what you desire may happen. In Dhamma, it's called Panchamara Jitonato, 5 evil ones. Lord Buddha said, detailed descriptions about these desires continuation. Yes, it's very much dangerous, the situation of desires. We have seen such sutra, sermons and very long detailed descriptions in these sutras. Aryan Mahansa is explaining about this. Aryan Mahansa has seen such sutra sermons and very long detailed descriptions in these sutras, and within the 84,000 dharmic aggregates, not just Lord Buddha, not just preached. There is a big purpose in this. The religions come out after Lord Buddha's parinirvana have parts of Lord Buddha's teachings, grasping parts into those religions. Though they have written books, there is only a very little part of Buddhism in it. They are confused. Yes. There are so many religions in the world now. Countless religions. All those religions created come out after Lord Buddha's parinirvana, passing away, that means have parts of Lord Buddha's teaching. And because of the people in those days, when they hear this Dhamma, they used to write books and creating religions, grasping parts into those religions. Though they have written books, there is only a very little part of Buddhism in it. Therefore, they are confused. They are also running without an end, searching for nothing. This is in the truth is in the Buddhakshanaya. That means Buddha moment. The truth is in the Buddha moment. Moment of awakening. Yes, this true Dhamma is at the moment of awakening in Buddhism. Dhamma is not belongs to a religion. True Dhamma, the truth of human beings, is not a religion. It's not belongs to a religion. Lord Buddha didn't do sermons for Buddhists. Yes, there were no Buddhists at that time when Lord Buddha started preaching true Dhamma. There were no Buddhist people among them. Lord Buddha preached Dhamma to each and every person he met. Lord Buddha preached Dhamma for Nigantas, Jatilas, and the Muslims in Arab, also white men in Spain also. Yes, Aryan Mahansa is explaining. Lord Buddha preached Dhamma for Nigantas. Yes, Niganta is a kind of religion in India because they are always not wearing clothes, they are in naked. And Jatilas, another type of a religion in India, and also Muslims in Arab. Lord Buddha has preached Dhamma to the Muslims in Arab, also to the white men in the Spain also. Lord Buddha preached Dhamma to the international community. Yes, Lord Buddha traveled very far, village to village, region to region, country to country. And Lord Buddha preached Dhamma to the international community. It revealed the nature of phenomena. Yes, that Dhamma revealed the nature of phenomena. And going into that, the true Dhamma Lord Buddha preached is about the nature of phenomena. There is only nature in this world. Nature is immortal, and Buddothpada Aryan Mahansa now showing us the path to going into the nature. Everything is in this universal element. Yes, everything is in the universal element, but all may not have this energy. Yes, a very big energy, a very big effort we should put to reach that level. But all may not have this energy. But if you can put your effort at this moment, it will happen. You will realize the truth. You will be coming to that point. But if you are playing fool in the delusion, confusion, and finally dead, and if you are not in a correct position, that will not happen. Yes, that means if we are, as human beings, if we are misleading our life, ruining our life because of the delusion and confusion, until the time of the death, nobody can understand the true nature, and finally suffering at the deathbed without having a peaceful mind. Peaceful mind is coming through true Dhamma. So, as human beings, we should not destroy this life. This is a very rare opportunity. To have a human life is a very rare opportunity, because when we are considering about these 31 realms of existence, the best place is human plane to understand the true Dhamma. If you are not in the correct position, you can't reach to that. You will not that truth will not happen to you. If you are deceived, misled, fooled, tricked by the illusion with singing and dancing and carried away, drunk and overwhelmed, then it will never happen. That means always you must have the character, or good character with this Dhamma. When you are practicing this Dhamma, naturally the character will be good. That means without any unnecessary defilements, you will have a very pure mind, because always the path to Dhamma, there is always we can see the mind, we can understand the thought. Then we know if lusty thought comes, we know it's a lusty thought. How it created, we can pierce the thought and see. So after piercing and perceptions, through some perceptions it has come. Now we can understand the perception and the lusty thought and how it's created. When we pierce the thought and see, then the consciousness is not going further. Then the lusty thought will vanish. Like that, when we hatred thought is also like that. If a hatred thought appears, there is a kind of a energy. We can feel some kind of energy with anger. Then we know that there is something wrong. The anger has come. So we are thinking how this angry thought came, because of what perception. Then how the thought created. So we know the perception is only a perception. It's an objective with due to light, and a form appeared in your mind due to light, and a name in connection with that form. So name and form combined and thought appeared. And when we pierce this thought and see, the power of the thought will vanish. Then you are redeeming from that hatred thought also. Like this, when we happen to see our mind, definitely, naturally, all the defilements are lowering slowly, not at once, slowly, lowering, and you maybe have a moral conduct, moral character. According to this Dhamma, it's naturally happening. Therefore, your mind is not tricked by the illusion, not misled by the illusion, not fooled by the illusion, with singing and dancing and carried away, drunk and overwhelmed. These kind of things are not happening to a person who is understanding the true Dhamma, listening to the true Dhamma. But there are so many thousands of people, lakhs of people, billions of people in this world. They are always trapping, always fooled and misled by the illusion, and they are carried away with drunk and overwhelmed. Then this purification of mind or understanding truth or anything will not happen. Therefore, we must be very, very careful about these things, and we must always try to share this true Dhamma to our friends and families. Also, unknown people in the internet also, we have to share this Dhamma. When they hear this Dhamma, they will definitely have a peaceful mind. The great loving kindness is the nature, natural world, natural law. Yes, Lord Buddha is always telling about this great loving kindness. It is called in Dhamma Maha Maitriya. Maha Maitriya is a kind-hearted, great loving kindness appearing through a practitioner. That means a seeker of the true Dhamma. The great loving kindness is the nature, natural world, natural law. Maha Cheto Vimuktiya. It means great liberation of the mind. Great liberation of the mind. A profound state of mental freedom or release. This is called Maha Cheto Vimuktiya. This is also happening when we understand the thought process and redeeming from them. There is only the activity process. Most of the time, that activity process is flowing without attaching to the thought process. In that stage, the mind is having the great liberation, a profound state of mental freedom or release. Liberation from mental defilements through deep meditative development. Yes. Liberation from mental defilements are happening through deep meditative development. This meditative development means vidarshana meditative development, meditative method. That means the way of seeing the thoughts and mind and redeeming from the thoughts. Then the liberation from mental defilements are happening. Loving one's neighbors, showing kindness and compassion to those around you. All these are in the great loving kindness, great liberation of the mind. You know, loving one's neighbors. Most of the time, people in this country and most of the time, the people in this country should clearly understand we should always show kindness and compassion to those around us. All these are in the great loving kindness, great liberation of mind. These days, a kind of a voice happening because they don't have this kindness and compassion to those around them. They don't have the kindness or compassion towards living beings. That is why they are fighting for nothing. But we must always, all the human beings in Sri Lanka and other countries must always know loving one's neighbors. Yes, if there is a helpless time, neighbors used to come and help. Showing kindness and compassion to those around you. All these are in the great loving kindness. Yes, great loving kindness means we have to share, we have to show kindness and compassion to those around us and to those live in this village and uh, those who are living is in this town, then in this country, then in this whole world. Likewise, we have to show our kindness and compassion towards them. Loving kindness is the most beautiful thing in this universe because it purifies. The loving kindness is purifying everybody's mind and body. The people who are not having kindness, loving kindness, are always feeling sick, different kinds of sicknesses happening because there are chemical reactions happening inside the sensor system is not good because of their hatred thoughts. Therefore, they are always sick. Therefore, practicing the great loving kindness is a way to live, way to be free and way to be healthy and also happy. If one's mind has a great loving kindness, that person is always becoming beautiful also, becoming very uh, pleasant because of his thoughts are with loving kindness. The nature is always like that. The nature has the loving kindness towards all its beings. Therefore, if somebody is practicing this great loving kindness while understanding this true Dhamma, it's naturally the great loving kindness is happening. That is the natural law and the natural world. And it will be the state of profound mental freedom and release. That Maha Maitreya, great loving kindness, give us healthy body, calm mind, pleasant form and calm mind, and a peaceful life. Therefore, all the human beings in this world may listen to this true Dhamma and become the beings who are having great loving kindness. All those who are having this loving kindness, great liberation, have the great liberation of the mind. Other than everything in this country, in this world, human world, mind liberation is the best thing a human can have, because that's mind liberation means the mind freedom. Liberation is the greatest thing one can achieve. To come to that point, we should understand this true Dhamma through Buddothpada Aryan Vanse, and must practice the thoughts, looking at the thoughts and piercing the thoughts, and also practicing the four contemplations and understanding there is no self. Then when you find there is no self in this body, the great liberation of the mind is happening, and your mind is fully connected to the floated into the nature, the natural world. natural law. Not for oneself personally, not for my child, for other children. That is the great liberation of mind. Yes, we can see always most of the people are looking after their children only. They are not looking after other children. They are not helping other children. But all the children are human children. Therefore, without without dividing them, without hating them, we should have mercy on them. We should have the kindness, loving kindness through each and every child. Not not anything for personal, not for my child, for other children also. If we can try to practice this, the person is practicing this will naturally happen to be the most person who is having loving kindness, the great loving kindness. This is the great liberation of the mind. If you can feel all are same, other children are and my children are same, that is the best way to look at the human world. You should have a boundless great love extending to infinity. Great, great love extending to infinity. Unconditional and infinite affection. Affection or compassion if you want to be immortal. Yes. Now, by trying to follow this path to freedom, path to Nibbana, we are trying to be immortal. Our final goal is to be immortal. For that, we should have the boundless great love towards all the beings, not only human beings, great love towards all beings. Great love extending to infinity. Yes, such a far away great love extending to infinity. Unconditional and infinite affection or compassion. We should have this towards every beings if we want to be immortal. Otherwise, nobody is redeemed from individuality. Yes, if you are selfish, if you are thinking only yourself and always collecting things for yourself and very much having very much craving, then you cannot be redeeming from the individuality. Yes. By redeeming from the mind, we are trying to redeem from individuality, personhood, personal identity or uniqueness. We are now talking to the point of redeeming from the individuality. Yes, Aryan Vahanse is telling. Now we are talking about the point of redeeming from the individuality. That means the self. Also talking about redeeming from the thoughts. Redeeming from the thoughts means redeeming from the individuality. Redeeming from the individuality. Until you are in thoughts, it will never happen. Yes. Aryan Vahanse is having. Until you are full of thoughts, you are in thoughts, this will never happen. That means the redeeming from the thoughts or redeeming from the individuality is not happening until you are in thoughts. The point of mind, redeeming from the mind, is the point which the mind is redeeming from mind, is the point, is the place where great loving kindness is arising. There, see, as practitioners, now we are trying to redeem from mind. The mind redeeming from mind. Sita siten midima. That is the point of great loving kindness is arising. The great noble sages were lived in the past, also living in the present. Yes. The noble sages who are having this kind of qualities, great loving kindness, were lived in the past and also living in the present. One example is our Buddothpada Aryan Vahanse. He is the highest position. He is having this kind of highest position of loving kindness, great loving kindness. People who are seeking this Dhamma will get it. Yes. People who are seeking this true Dhamma in this human world will get it because of their hard effort and honesty. It will come to them. Makes yourself courageous. Strengthen your courage to fulfill the necessity of the era, the need of the age, the determinant of nature, the fact that the natural order realized by a person and the person is honor one's moral responsibilities, adhere to what is right. Yes, as our Aryan Vahanse, who has reached this level of highest level of understanding true Dhamma and because the kindness towards the people who are seeking this Dhamma, for their courage, strength and to fulfill the necessity of the era, Buddothpada Aryan Vahanse is reopened this Dhamma to the human world as a responsibility, as his moral responsibility, his realization of true Dhamma as given to the human world. This activity process not done by a person. Aryan Vahanse is telling there's this activity process not done by a person. Do not think I have not mentioned any person or name here. Yes. Aryan Vahanse is giving them this Dhamma with the no self basis. Aryan Vahanse is telling, do not think I have not mentioned any person or name here. There is no need to mention anything like that. Aryan Mahansa is telling there is no need to mention a person or a name. That is no use. What is needed is to take this true Dhamma by yourself. That is very important. Yes, Aryan Mahansa is telling the full realization of true Dhamma revealed by Aryan Mahansa is given to the world without the self view, without mentioning a self or a name. Our responsibility is to get this Dhamma by ourselves. That is the important part. That means first point is as a seeker to the path to freedom, we must always practice that means listen to the true Buddhist philosophy at first. Then we will, when listening, we will have the listening and understanding. Gradually, we will have that Satya Jnana. While listening and having this Satya Jnana, the second step is Kritya Jnana. We have to practice this Dhamma while listening to Darshana Samapatya, the true Buddhist philosophy. We will have to start the practices. That means looking at the mind, understanding the perceptions coming through our six senses, and understanding the power of the perception. Some perceptions have power, some are not having power. When we look outside through a window, we can see so many things, but our attention is not clinging to, not grasping most of the things. Only one thing, according to the attention. Always the mind is looking at one point. If it is not interesting, the mind is changing and it's changing its direction and finding another one. Like that, the mind is roaming. While looking also the same. Hearing sounds also the same. What we are, or what all we are hearing, there is no aim to each and every sound. If something is needed or something is useful, we used to listen. Something we like, we used to listen. And the touching part is also that. The feeling part also like that. If we feel to lie on the earth, we may do that. If we feel to lie on the bed, we may do that. There are several kinds of touching sensations. We are not sitting under the hot sun because it's very hard. We can't feel that. Like that, the perceptions are changing. We are always like to sit under a tree because with a cool breeze and light and everything, but without hot sun, we can sit there. Always the feeling, seeing and hearing are different and it's always changing. So, like that, every time, every minute, through these six senses, perceptions are flowing. And due to those perceptions, names and forms binding together and thoughts are creating. Though thoughts are creating and though thoughts are floating, if we are not grabbing them, they just passing away. We just let go. Then there is no problem. Just letting go. After that, if we grab into one thought, then we are giving power to that thought. Then the thought is having the power and power is generating within that thought, and thoughts are transforming to the consciousness level, and the thought processes are running without an end. That is the wrong way. When we see through this mind, when we understand the perceptions, understanding the names and forms, we know everything is not true. Just due to the vibration of the light, we are seeing them, and just because of the vibration of the sound, we are hearing sounds, and just because of the vibration of touch and feel, we are feeling so many things. Like that, when we understand those things, the nature of the thoughts and the creation of the thoughts, the thought flow is becoming less. Only the activity process is there. We can see the action mind is happening within this six senses system. When the thought processes are very low, we can see the action mind clearly. Then we are naturally going towards the krutakjnana. That means the natural feeling. Through the natural free feeling, wisdom is arising, and when the wisdom is arising, we are starting to understand understand so many things in the mind, and the mind is redeeming from the mind. That is happening naturally, and the defilements, mind impurities are lowering day by day. Like that, we are slowly going through the path to freedom, and finally having this loving kindness and this vast kind of mental freedom. To reach that point, we should have the courage and the honesty and the faith towards our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpada Aryan Vahanse, for telling us this very rare truth to overcome this sansaric journey. That means overcoming the defilements and overcoming the suffering. When the thought processes are giving us so much suffering, and while we are redeeming from the thought process, suffering is fading away, and the mind is having the vast freedom and loving kindness to the through the entire universe. We can spread loving kindness through each and every being, and finally we are finally becoming the nature. and we are floating towards the nature because all the mind boundaries are fallen down. There is no self. Self is over. Self is vanished. We are blending with the nature, and that is the ultimate freedom Lord Buddha preached, and Aryan Mahansa is reawakened and showing us. Now I am going to end this sermon, end this session for today. Teruvan Saranai. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpada Aryan Mahansa. May Aryan Mahansa live long to spread this Dhamma through every corner of the planet Earth to end the sufferings of all human beings. Teruvan Saranai, Dhamma friends.
I worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect. I worship Aryan Mahansa at his feet, Teruvan Saranai Aryan Mahansa, and we greatly appreciate your guidance and advice on these Dhamma issues. May all of our listeners be blessed by Triple Gem, and I'm very grateful to our Dhamma friends who are helping with the background technology. So this is yet another discussion session of Buddothpada POTV channel, where we encourage all our friends to join and come out with the questions or the things that are not clear, because throughout the day 24/7 we do have the sermons, and this 2 hours 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Sri Lankan time is reserved for the discussion. So uh, we welcome all of you to join. As you know, this Dhamma which is discussed in Buddothpada teachings actually is mainly based on the no self concept, because there has never been a self, but that is the single most important thought that we find it difficult to get rid, because that has been the practice for a long time, not just within this life but throughout the samsara journey. That has been the concept that we followed. So it's not as easy as we think also, but it's not impossible either. And we always get the guidance and corrections at the appropriate places from our noble friend R.N. Vahanse. So we can start the discussion. Uh, if we have anything particular to discuss, we can start with the questions. We have uh, new Dhamma friend also who has joined, and Champa is also there, and Dr. Kokila and Surangika also joined. So any topic that want to be taken for discussion, please suggest them. Terwan Saranai.
Tervan Saranai, Doctor.
Yes.
Something from the today morning's Dhamma session of Aryan Vahanse. Uh, deep sleep. Aryan Vahanse said there's no vibration in deep sleep, or about the last thought, Chuttisita, something like that. You,
Yeah,
according
of
to your
course, Champa, I was away and just returned about half an hour back. I couldn't listen to it, only about one third of it. I don't know whether Dr. Kokila or Surangika could listen to that.
Okay, doctor,
Actually,
it's no problem. No problem.
actually it is very much like answer to your questions. Actually, I was so happy when I was listening. I thought it's like Aranwanse has listened to Dr. Sakuntala's questions, like they are so as exactly what you were trying to ask a few days ago was asked in Sinhala.
Oh,
It's
I
so
see.
beautiful. I mean, the whole sermon was like Dr. Sakuntala asking questions.
Really, because I had to
I
leave
think
for.
you should listen to it
Yeah,
really,
definitely. I have saved it. I have saved it.
Yeah. What do you think, Surangika? And there was something that, some things that even Surangika was questioning. Even last minute you were questioning something, and I thought to actually touch on it today. But then I'm like, Aran Vansi has touched on everything, so nothing to do now. It was so beautiful. Did you listen to that, Surangika? Did you get the chance?
Yeah, Theron Sarnai, Dr. Kokila and everybody. I did, but I didn't catch what you said about my question linking to what I asked yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, the whole answer is there, but I don't know. The whole answer is there.
Yeah, it was a really, really good discussion. I mean, lots of
Your
people
question
contributed,
about the
but
last minute and everything. I mean, everything is there. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what else is not there. So if you have listened and you get it properly, I think that's kind of it. Yeah, let's see. So Dr. Sakuntala, I think, should listen to it anyway. Anything
Yeah,
else?
sure.
So,
yeah,
but
ultimately, I think the takeaway is that, the whole
no,
thing, it
there are
just
1,000
happens.
takeaways. That's the problem.
Mm.
Yeah, there is, because it's so subtle that the things that he says is little questions that that is being asked. The background of it. It's actually not the exact question. Like you might say, "Oh, I didn't ask that question." No, but the background, the answer to the why some question is popping up. There's always a reason why the question is coming. Even the last minute question of yours yesterday, there is if you ask why something came out
like that from Surangika's mind, then if you cut it into like 100 things, there are so many reasons that it has come out. So
Still
it all
coming
come
from
to
that existent vibration, isn't it?
yeah, but yeah, the it's all touched everywhere. You know, the I think Sakuntala should listen, and then we may be able to. But the problem is, I don't know, she says something every day, so it's very difficult to now catch up with the thing also. I can see Vatsala also here. Welcome, Vatsala. I mean, I don't know whether she's in a position to talk. That's okay.
Good morning. Actually, I'm glad finally I find little time because after changing all the protocols, I felt I am a little bit lost. Now I think I will try my best to join this session as much as
Yeah,
possible.
welcome. And you shouldn't miss Andolanaatmaka Deshana and the 5 o'clock Deshana in Sinhala, because you all are very fortunate to be able to converse in Sinhala and actually understand Sinhala language. Don't lose that, and don't lose the actual chance of feeling this Dhamma. I mean, whatever you do is useless if you put out everyday work or everyday whatever the things. It's all useless. Lord Buddha said, what did he say? He said something that it's useless unless you feel this. So this has to come to everyone, and I know it is going to happen because Arahants say keep pushing everyone towards that, so they can't get stagnating in the form world or sensual world or not form world or non-form world, because there is a teacher pushing you like, what are you doing there? Go, like that. So the best thing ever. I don't know words to explain how his efforts are. Like it's so beautiful, and you should not miss that. You should not miss that. Well, if you are missing for some reason, even with all the work, I am still catching up with 7 o'clock and 5 o'clock. Well, I try to even listen to the Pattanakarne because it's so beautiful. I mean, Dhamma is life, but feeling this is the most important thing. And whenever little questions are in us in these discussions, you know, my delivery may be not the best, but I try my best. But still, you know, like exact thing that Sakuntala asked few days ago, she directly asked me about what happens to the last vibration or something like that, and we talked about this sleep thing. We talked about sleep thing, and I wasn't like clear cut saying that, but you know, when he was talking about the light sleep, of course you see the dream, but the deep sleep, it's like it's same as you can't talk about a vibration at that moment. And the same thing, if there is a reason, if there's a cause, the vibration is there. Otherwise, the vibration is not there. But to get to that, actually, the importance is actually feel this dhamma bit more than what we already do. And I think you all have to drop your shields, because you all have kind of ideas. Not you all, everyone has the kind of the ideas that is fixed ideas. Just drop them and be like so free. Whatever happens kind of attitude, and just let the feel come, because um, feel is the thing that was there before anyway. And because of this so much powerful mind that we have been trapped in the mind, so it's so beautiful. Anything, Vatsala, the new things that you want to ask? Anything, because you have. I don't think we have. You don't even have time to. I think it's 7 o'clock. You can join by 5 o'clock. You must be sleeping.
Yeah,
Mm,
7 o'clock also, yes, bit early. It because I'm 5.5 hours behind Sri Lankan time.
yeah, I know.
Yeah, so it's bit early. This is convenient, and then as you said that I try my best to listen to Andolanatmaka Deshana also, but sometimes I can't listen to the whole thing, but I do as much as possible.
So you are that busy.
It depends on the time. Some days I'm free, and then some days
What are you talking? I listen sometimes in the lunch hour. I listen sometimes driving here and there. I listen. Yeah, I listen here and there. I sometimes I can't listen throughout, but I continue to listen. But if you need a kind of a specific time, it may be difficult.
yeah.
But I agree because initially in the beginning, I used to sit and listen. You know, I used to actually pay so much attention and listen also. Mm, I'm kind of a person I can listen to even like I can listen to a Dhamma Deshana even for 5 hours straight without doing anything. It just can. So maybe because we don't know whether tomorrow is coming, isn't it, Vatsala? Do you know whether tomorrow is coming?
No.
So your work may be stopping tomorrow. What are you going to do? Pay the mortgage tomorrow? When you are not there, who is going to pay the mortgage? They will take over anyway.
That's true. That's true.
So
No,
what?
I'm always try to listen to the recordings also because Akka always share many things with me. So I always listen to that
No excuse after
while
this.
recording. Yeah, I know.
No excuse.
I know. I
We
know.
can't have excuses. Okay, we'll ask anyone. Anyone else having an actual question today? Surangika, actually you can talk as well. This is like a forum where we talk. Like everyone has the potential to talk at any time. This is a forum that everyone is free to talk. It's okay. If you have anything to ask, you can ask. If we have um, anything to tell, we can tell. It's not a problem. Yes. What was Champa going to ask initially? I know she's trying to she quickly unmute and say, Aranasi said this and put that on the table and keep waiting now. What are they going to
Yes,
say
I have
next?
already done that, doctor.
Yeah, I know.
Last
What did
thought,
you understand? What did you understand?
uh,
What did you
because
understand is actually a bad word. What did you
yes,
understand is
doctor,
like
deep
from,
sleep. Aryan once told that something
yeah,
about
but what did you
no,
feel about that? The whole thing, why did he say that? What is the basic message as Surangika was trying to say? But basic message, there are several basic messages, but what were the things you could catch?
because I can't say so, doctor, because
Say so?
I did some other work while listening. Therefore, I heard everything, but not in a position to clearly talk about it. But I found something. In deep sleep, there's no vibration. Aryan Mahanse said.
Oh my God, that's not the basic thing that we are talking about. That's not important. Why do we care about the deep sleep now? But what is the basic messages? No, if not one, two, three, four, five. What are the basic messages?
Everything is in one field, one spark.
Mm-hmm.
That is one.
Mm.
And another one is last thought.
What last thought? Yeah. Okay.
That means before leaving the body, the last vibration
Before leaving the body,
at the time
that's
of
that
death.
even that word is not matching. Before leaving the body, who is leaving the body?
No, the vibration. vibrations. They,
Don't even think like that. If you
uh,
even utter like a word like that, it's you have to be very careful. No one is leaving. Even the vibration is not leaving. That's not
yes,
the thing. It's just one thought. One thought. What
yes.
is chair? The chair is the last thought. Is it leaving somewhere?
No, no, appearing and disappearing. Then another one is appearing and
No,
disappearing.
no. Even appearing and disappearing. No, we are talking about the last one. So last one is chair. So what?
So if we think about something, that means our
No,
concentration.
now I have given you the last thought is chair. For some
Yes.
reason, your last thought was, what do you want? Husband? Okay, husband.
just a thought only.
No, I'm asking
Yes,
actual what his message was
I can't
about this
remember the
last thought.
thought. Yes, I can't remember
Now,
clearly that. Sorry.
this is very tricky now. Okay, so Rangika, what do you think? Because I'm trying to make a platform for the discussion. Now she says she can't remember. Sakundala says she couldn't hear. And Vatsala, I don't know. She doesn't usually
So I
listen to
will
the
get.
5
I
o'clock.
will be ready from tomorrow, doctor. I will be ready thoroughly. See, will you?
Yeah, I'm like the teacher now. No, it's okay. Yes, Suranita. What do you think?
I think ultimately what he's trying to say is by explaining all this to such minute detail is that if I think he said about the vibration feeding the power and the power feeding the vibration. So if we talk about the power, what that means is for that underlying power to dissolve, one absolutely has to see the truth, which is the Buddha Darshana or the Buddhist philosophy. And if that is seen, only that power will reduce. Because if you can't see, if you cannot understand, again, we use the word understand, that there is that self angle, that self view is not fully removed and fully seen through and through. There is no way to reduce or extinguish that power, because it is the power that is making that thing continue and telepathize or synchronize. And fundamentally, there cannot be anywhere you can say that, it won't arise. And the fact that somebody raised a question about it, where is the vibration, if it doesn't immediately telepathize, that question itself was he put down as wrong, because it assumes time. And time itself is a man-made, mind-made concept. So anyway, all that was just in the periphery, as you say, Dr. Kokila. Fundamentally, it was about how does the power, it is the power that keeps the vibration alive, whether it happens now or in several kalpas. I think that was the way I understood it as a key takeaway.
Yeah, it is good. But there was few like really small things that implies things. It is like actually that question was Sakuntala's question. Same question she asked a few days ago about the last vibration, and even you asking that question last night. If I ask you a question today, Surangika, you were questioning about this last thought, and that the when someone asks about the last thought, there are few things, even I have asked this question long time ago. But what I'm trying to say, what does that imply? What does that imply? So
that implies that one is worried about the thought, and that means that there is still the self anger. Isn't it?
Actually, yeah, it's a good answer. Actually, even this whole thing, who is worrying about all these things, isn't it?
No, I mean, it didn't come up like a. I know what you're trying to say, Dr. Kokila. Those days, it was actually like a real hankering, like a real, what do you call it? You could feel the worry about the last thought and the vibration. This was almost, I'm not saying it was 100% gone, but
It can't
it,
be. It can't
it
be.
can't be, no, yeah. And then that
Yeah,
was
it
another
can't be because
question.
the question anyway came. But even that, no, there are so many things behind that question. I would actually like you to think about it and really think about these things a lot, because I have told you multiple times, the go to the basic level of perceptions and see if nothing is true. And when nothing is true, any feel is also not true. Nothing. I mean, you can't really take anything as real anyway. And then the idea that we are thinking about future. It's okay to think about the future. We usually plan, oh, tomorrow I have to go to work, the next day I have to fly, the next day also I have to fly, and then things like that. I won't be able to participate the English discussion and the things like that. You will plan, but actually, it doesn't really bother you, does it? But then suddenly, when you feel like, okay, what if that is the last thought, and you are stuck? You're stuck. So see, that's the value. That's kind of the powerful perception still. It's okay, just get it. The perceptions are still so powerful that even it can be the parents, it can be the children, it can be whatever the duty you have. But what matters is how much power these perceptions are still having. So if one perception is having a power, that is the basic line. That is the other problem, because we all know that even though we don't care about the chair, we don't care about the table, and someone might say, I don't really care about this house, even the land, or the lot of mothers say that. I mean, I don't really care. I don't care whether I'm on the road or in a mansion or whatever. People can say that. And also, Aranwasi beautifully said to a mother who started saying, I am not scared to die. He immediately, like, really rightfully said, yeah, because now, there is a person who is not scared to die. Kind of, that is how it is. Some people are actually can be willing to die, but some people are maybe not scared to die. Some people are um, very scared to die. All have the self view. It's not, and something, death may happen unexpectedly, like in Upacheda Marana. But still, this last vibration, it's a very random thing. The last vibration power is another random thing. So this power, if you are doing anything about that power, as I told the Vatsala, if you are not doing anything here and now, you're not going to do it anyway. So it has to be the priority. If you're actually feeling everything else is priority, you are just bluffing. Sometimes you're just bluffing. So you have to be very careful about, bluffing with Dharma. It's not that good. Being like you have listened to at least more than 1 or 2 years maybe, and still if you are like going on around and around and around, just even thinking that I don't still get it or whatever, just imagine you have exam, and that exam will actually decide whether you will be in UK or not. Will you not really try hard and do that exam? You will. You will put your whole effort because you don't want to leave UK. Same thing. So if you are bluffing, that's because you don't feel the essence of this problem. You don't feel the problem of this vibration, how this can be like a cyclical thing and never ending, and how rare this human form is, and how rare this Dhamma is, and how rare this awaken to the moment is. You have to get this. It's the thing is, I can say like that, but actually you can't do it forcefully. What can you do? You can just listen to Dhamma, you can discuss Dhamma, you can actually do the Pratipada and see whether you can actually kind of lower the power of the mind and let the field mature, because field is suppressed anyway. Yeah. So the Aranhance's today's sermon was beautiful, and it's a very good one, and I think we should discuss it again, because it was a question asked by Sakuntala, and it relates to Surangika's question also. It relates in some ways. And yes, it's all about non-vibration and vibration, yes. But there are doubts. Here and there are doubts. And if there are doubts, we have to clear them. Then only we can actually get this right. Joel also has joined. Joel didn't. Joel couldn't join for, I think, 2 days. Actually, he is asking so many good questions as well. How are you, Joel? Is everything
Super
okay?
duper. Yeah, super duper. Awesome after your explanation that day. Ah, awesome.
Yeah.
Thanks,
But
Doki.
do you have
Thanks.
anything that happened, like any problems that could have fired you but didn't fire you? Not really. I think the
Uh,
whole 2 days must have gone then floating. That's another issue, isn't it? Yeah, that's
not
okay.
floating, I was just flying kind of thing.
All good, all good. Then we'll see when you come to the floor, only we can talk about that, because when you're flying, we can't talk about it's like kind of a meditative state. We can't disturb that. Once you come down, then we can actually catch you, you know. The vibration can be caught when it is actually there. When it is hidden, you can't really catch it. And Aranase was nicely explaining this today morning, how this nirvana is with the vibration. Nirvana or the non-vibration is not in the absence of anything. It's with the vibration, the actual non-vibration is. And these are very, very unique unique things that Aranhanse is trying to say. I don't think even myself is doing any kind of I feel like wow effect, and also I feel we should try more, because it's our duty kind of, and every word he says has a kind of a big meaning, and those meanings can be hidden in for the future generations, even after 100 years, 200 years, 300 years. If someone Google what is nirvana, or is there anything called nirvana, or who am I, or anything like that, and if someone is keen enough to know what is happening here and what science, because I think people will be more into science in the future, and they will be a fraction of people will be wondering what is the combination between the actual materialistic science and the spiritual, how to combine them. They're actually not two, they're one, but is there anyone who has told it? And yes, Lord Buddha has. Lord Buddha has actually done these revelations 2,500 years ago, and now it is coming up again, and it's a massive, massive thing. I mean, not massive. It is a beautiful thing. Whoever who is open to this, with open mind, with you know, kind of a inquisitive mind, to find out who you are, and then I won't expect any one of you to, like have live without clearing up your doubts. So each time you get a doubt, it should be cleared. And Aran Hanse is there. You all can speak in Sinhala, and you all are the I would say most how do I say fortunate people to understand Sinhala, talk in Sinhala, listen to Sinhala sermons. But even just by English, we are trying to deliver it so that there's a kind of a delivery, because කල්පයක් ජීවත් වුණත් වැඩක් නෑ මහණෙනි, මේ ෂණය දකින්න නැතුව. That's what the Lord Buddha said. How can you convert it? Even if you live, kalpa means, I think, like a long time. That's you can say whole samsaric journey. It's useless without knowing this truth. What is the truth? Truth is that there is no self. There's no self, but there is a system, and the system is working. But there is something you feel, and that feel is due to the fast vibration of the sensory organ. That's it. That's it. But if your perceptions are giving you trouble, the death or the birth or the whatever, if the perceptions are giving you trouble, that's because of the habits that you have. That and these habits of the perceptions. If you ask, the highest repeated the perception is self-perception. So why it is coming is because of the perception that you felt as something is real. So these two perceptions are really like twins, or two sides of a coin. If this is there, that is other one is there. So if the perception of existence is there, self-perception is there, you can't prevent that. So why do we have perception of existence? Because we feel something. We feel something, whether it is the light, whether it is the temperature, whether it is the touch, whether it is the sound, whether it is the mind, or whether it is the smell or the taste. We feel something. That's why we are implying that there is something happening here. But it has to be clear that it is fast vibration of the sensory organs only. If you're feeling something, that is fast vibration of the sensory organ only. And then after that, when you understand this, are we going to keep thinking about this? No. Just calm down and let feel surface. If the feel is not surfacing that much, you might have to actually find out which perception is giving you trouble. And you can discuss about that. We can discuss, because Joel used to worry about, finding someone, okay, or having a family. And what's the problem? Yeah, I mean, that's not a problem. But what is the problem? Problem is the burning. Whether we are eating tomorrow, or whether we are not eating tomorrow, or whether we are actually living tomorrow, or whether we are not living tomorrow, is not the problem. Problem is the burning. If the burning is not there, whether we are eating or not, whether we are living or not, whether we are actually having whatever the perception, it doesn't really matter, does it? It doesn't. It doesn't. So it's very important to get this properly and understand this properly, and actually let go. If you can't let go for some reason, if you are actually anchoring to any shape, or like any thought. You have to find out why it is that. There's some kind of view we kind of believe in, like this has to be this way. If you think it's because if you are doing something out of habit, yeah, without burning, you might keep doing that. But if you're actually doing it to satisfy yourself, that's a different scenario. Mm-mm. Anything else? Well, Champa wants to listen to it again. Surangika has listened, but Sakuntala hasn't listened. I don't think Masala has listened at all to the 5 o'clock one. So we have a gap here. So yeah, anything you can question. The last night question that Surangika asked, I actually wanted to touch base, but because Aranohan said touch base the whole background of it, I thought I even don't have to talk about it. But I'm not sure whether it's all covered. Whether she actually looked at in that angle. Because any question we get is actually with the perception of existence. These two perceptions, I told you in the light. So there's a deep sleep that that we told, like we told, like it will be like the arupa because there's no vibration. You can't talk about a vibration, but as soon as vibration is there, that is the first thought, or that will be some manifestation. Doesn't matter which manifestation. It is the manifestation which is the vibration. There is no just vibration and then manifestation. It's not two different things. There's a like, okay, you heard the alarm. That is the first thought that happened. But Aranwansi said beautiful thing. Even though it is like that, the whole night kind of you didn't know what happened, but still, again, the bell rings, the alarm rings. Well, nicely, you are there. How? That's the perception, self-perception. Alarm rings and self-perception is there. You blast the alarm with so much displeasure. Yeah, you are there. You wake up, you go to the toilet, self-perception is there. I'm not talking about the even self-view. I'm talking about the self-perception. You need to catch this self-perception and you need to kind of understand, and then you don't have to do anything about it. You just understand this is how it works. If any perception is felt as there, then the self-perception is there. Self-perception is not the self-thought. So that's the thing. You don't have to think about anything. You're not thinking, oh, I have to get up. No, not even that thought. Just the alarm sound. Just the alarm sound is enough. And alarm thought might come, but even the sound is enough. Because sometimes you're a little bit blurry in the morning, and alarm thought is coming a bit late. I mean, 100%. It's kind of really beautiful if you can catch these things. So the sound, as soon as the sound comes also, sound perception gives you the self-perception. This is the problem. The existence perception is kind of not similar, but the kind of similar to the self-perception. So self is a perception. Isn't it beautiful to even know that? Who cares about sanya? Does anyone care about sanya or perceptions? Lord Buddha himself said the perception is a mirage. So if you're looking at water on the floor of a shiny area, you see water, but water is not there. That is a mirage. Likewise, any perception. Okay, alarm perception. Is it true? What about the sound perception? Even that is not true. the sound perception, even before even whatever the alarm is. So the sound perception is also felt as something. It is the power. It is the power. But this has to be felt in such a way that you really, the best way is the reverse way, so that you kind of get the thought and piercing backwards. It's very easy. That's the way Aranwanse has explained anyway, the piercing. Because everything has to come to that level, you know, the outside is not real. Outside is actually perception. So the alarm is a perception anyway. That perception, you might get it. Even if it is slow, you might get it. Oh my God, it's alarm, you know, you might get it. And then alarm perception is not true. Yes, alarm is a perception in the mind. So that perception, is that true? Is a perception true? No, perception has nothing in it. It's just another vibration of the five sensory organs, like every other perception. So it's a vibration then. That means the sound vibration. And what about that? There's something you feel there, because you feel something, even though you know it is not even sound, because sound is not true either. You definitely know that. Then what do you feel? What you feel is that power of the sensory. You feel a power, yes, but if you really get this correctly, you will definitely reverse this position, because it is the fast vibration of the sensory organ only. It is the vibration of the ear only. There is no self here, even though that vibration was misunderstood for the whole samsaric journey. What do you think? What do you think? Anyone can talk? Yeah, I'll leave it to you. Just someone can talk.
Yeah, actually, Dr. Kokila, you were talking about this alarm and switching it off. Now, this is something I experience
No,
also.
switching it off has like thousands and thousands of in between that there are so many perceptions. So
No, I know. Yeah, that's true.
yeah.
Now, what I was going to ask was, now, there is hardly a thought when the sound comes, uh, whether it is alarm or whatever it is, the hardly a thought, but the next thing is switching it off. So the ear sensor, ear
No, no,
family.
no. You can't switch it off without the perception. There is definitely a perception when it comes to lifting your arm. You can't really say that you are lifting your arm without knowing what it is.
No, I was going to ask whether can it be explained from the angle of this reflex action also, pratika kriya. Because the pratika kriya is something that is happening without the thought.
No, because I'm not going to tell you that, because I'm trying to make everyone feel this non-vibration.
Mm.
How else one can feel the non-vibration? Because even with that sound, you can feel the non-vibration at one point if you actually get this properly. If it is a cross sound also, you can get the non-vibration. If it is even the bell of the temple or the church, you can get the non-vibration. That moment can arise at any time. So explanation doesn't matter, does it? The action doesn't matter either. We're talking about awakening to the moment, nothing else. Do you get it or not get it?
Yeah, I was thinking whether it could be a
You're thinking, that is the
that was
problem.
what that was I was thinking about that.
Yeah, your thinking is a problem. I'm not telling you to think.
Mm.
Thinking is the whole problem that I was telling you yesterday. This is not to think. Get in, actually feel is the most difficult thing that we are missing. And feel, then non-feel, or the non-vibration. The vibration and the non-vibration is the most difficult part here. So what we think is irrelevant. I can think about, anything. It can be reflex, it can be this, it can be that, whatever. Thinking is irrelevant. Even perceptions are irrelevant. What matters is this vibration, the tones. And to get it right, turn it, change it. Actually, with wisdom only you can do this. If you really get this properly, the non-vibration field will arise. That's the beginning of the no self-perception. Am I clear or not clear? So all the moments are missed. Well, Vatsala is going in the I don't know, I can't remember now. She must be going in the train. How many moments are there? She's coming back. She's talking to patients or people. She's doing some work at home in the apartment. She might go shopping. So all the moments are there. Why there's lagging behind them? Because of the not looking at it in that aspect, looking at it in that aspect, catching your vibration, catching you, and then losing you. Unless you catch you, how can you lose you? What do you think? I don't know. Did I make any sense?
Well, it's not very clear to me what you were trying to say. Maybe others understood.
What about Surangika? This research is to find yourself. You might be able to do it even with the alarm sound. You might be able to do it with anything.
Yeah, to an extent, Dr. Kokila, that thinking about the example you gave, the alarm can be, that can be done without the perception having a self-vibration as well, isn't it?
Yeah, but
Because
that's the pala avastha we're talking about. No, I'm actually talking about experiences in non-vibration. So when it comes to the thing, then you are telling, okay, but you're trying to get someone to feel it. So the whole idea of this Zoom is that no, trying to get why there is a pratipada? Why there is a pratipada? Aranase could just easily say no. This is Dhamma, you hear it, and that's it. Either you feel it or not feel it, that's your problem. No, he gave a pratipada. Why? Just to help people to feel this non-vibration. Because unless this is felt, the actual path hasn't started.
yeah, so in that third point of contemplation, if you take that same example, the sound is just a sound, no? At that
Yeah,
point,
but that thought will not come. If a thought comes, that whole thing is gone.
no, not as a thought. The hearing is there, no? The hearing is still there.
No, it should. Yeah, I mean, if it is as a hearing, then it is a hearing perception. But at
Yes, so
one
the
point, if
hearing
you
perception doesn't go away.
that is the hearing, that's the consciousness level, yes. But then
not the consciousness. Consciousness is a thought.
Consciousness is something you feel.
Yes,
That's
so
the
but
fast
the
vibration.
hearing is still there, no, at that point.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If the hearing is there, you are still in the kind of, how do I say that? It's not the feel.
If hearing is there, that's a form word, isn't it?
Yeah, it is a form word. Well, now Sakuntala is awakening.
No, so the feel, Dr. Kokila, it doesn't mean it's a field. It's a field of it not being a thing, no? That is the
No,
field.
no. Actual, your tense, the power, the actual tense, the power will be there in exactly if you actually get into the non-form, that you will definitely feel that so much power. That's why people get scared also. The power, that is the power that is there. And also if you feel the zero, then you will know the difference. So that is the actual tense, the feel. You can't talk about a sound or a sound or light or smell, nothing. If you remember, there was someone who was asking about smells. And she was asking whether I'm trapped in Arupa. And Hanumansi nicely said, no, Arupa has no smell. Arupa is just something you feel. Deyak venawa, deyak no venawa is that power that you feel and the quick release of that power due to feeling of the non-vibration. I mean, that's why I was talking about this elastic that day. You feel the power and then it is kind of released. The tanha is not there. You can't talk about a vibration there. So the power, if you then otherwise you can't talk about asavakshanya. Because if you are just judging your asavakshanya through just in the mind world, that's a trap. You can think, okay, I don't feel anything anymore. It's just a thought. You can think, okay, I actually feel everything. That's even a thought. You can have a perception, I'm still I don't get this. No, that's also a perception then, if it is in the perception level.
But
Because
there is this point where, I don't know how to say it in English, but it's almost like you can't use the word instinct. It can be taken, misinterpreted in the English language, but in Sinhalese, Aran Mahansa said like Ivalana. So that is almost like
that's what I'm trying to say
from
to
the
Sakuntala.
wisdom,
Not to keep thinking too much about it, because that research is not there if you don't know that you have a task. Research will end as soon as you feel light. Yeah, research is gone. Research is when you actually feel your power, how much power you have to actually get to the zero. This is actually the very basic English words we use, so it can be very misleading. This power I'm talking about is something you feel. So even Aranahan says today, talk or last night, I can't remember, but he was talking about this power. He doesn't, it's not in one way he's telling it. He's saying it in different ways about this power. And actually, that's all what matters. If the power is going, whether you actually get the power properly, because we can't be satisfied with the level that we are in now. We have to push forward, isn't it? So if you're trapped with the perception, we have to forward, push the person to the field and to the non-field, or the kind of non-vibration. So the vibration to the non-vibration. But the actual thing is, even Aranwan say, oh, Lord Buddha can't do any of these things. They can tell, they can guide you, they can do a lot of things, they can push you, but still the actual task of this is hearing Dhamma, thinking about Dhamma, discussing about Dhamma. Pratipada is a program, and association with noble friend like Aranvansi is the basic requisites. That's all you can do. You can't do
Yes,
much else.
sometimes I think if you keep on talking about the feel, that can be also an abhisankarana, because then there is because you're almost pushing too many messages into this system
Yes,
about
100%,
having to
100%.
feel. I think it becomes oppressive.
Yes, and that is the thing. That these are the things that you carry this Dhamma in everything in one message, even though it is difficult. Aranvanse always says you have to let go of these things. Then only you will feel. That's another message. You know this, and then let go of that. That is difficult because letting go is not our passion.
Yeah,
Like
no, what I
holding.
was trying to say was sometimes, I mean, it depends on the way people take it as well, but especially people who are trying very hard, and out of experience also, I'm saying that the repeated messages about wanting, should be feeling, can be counterproductive.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. That's why Aranvansi sometimes
Those
drink
are
some
not
tea.
things to be said so much, yeah.
Yeah, actually true.
So it's better
I
to
thought he will
focus on the clearing of the philosophy,
clearing of the philosophy. Yeah,
rather
100%.
than saying you have to feel.
Yeah, true. Actually, yeah, 100%. Because you can get a mental picture from that. Yeah, 100% agree. Because a mental picture is again because see what Dr. Takuntala was going to say, that closing the alarm would be a reflex. But that's not our. I mean, we never care about reflex things anyway. So piercing a thought, or actually, because always today morning also, I don't know, once I said, it's with vibration you get the non-vibration. So when it is something only, you will feel the non-vibration.
Yeah, that part actually I didn't understand. You mentioned it a little while ago as well, Dr. Kokila. I heard it. I heard him saying, and I had understood it as well, saying that the non-vibration is always the underlying state, but because of the mind and the abhisankara, the magnification of
if the
all the
vibration is
sensory
sleeping,
perceptions, it's covered. So, but because of as one goes towards the non-vibration, this system, the slightest vibration is also felt. But on the reverse, in the layman's conventional world thinking, the vibration is the default. But as one gets into the Patisota, then the non-vibration becomes more and more dominant. And as a result, the vibration is felt. So it is the non-vibration that feels the vibration, was what was my understanding. But you're saying is the reverse.
No. He was talking about awaken to the moment in that moment. So don't confuse. Someone who has felt the awaken to the moment has no problems anyway. They have no problem anyway. They know how much power they have to how much power it would be, kind of thing. So they are not, they are aware. They are not that they are not kind of judging it. But what I'm trying to say is so there are several assets in these things, several caveats also. So this is all about that first moment that we talk about. After that, anyway, the perception power is going to go really, it is going to go down because there's no self view. And then slowly, when when the perception level is gone, it will be just the feeling of good feeling only. And that good feeling also, there may be a little bit of level of very minor to kind of level. So that's a very slow process though, that we are talking as if it will happen quickly. No. But what I'm trying to say is we are talking about this first vibration, not feeling non-vibration in the for the first time. That's what I am talking about all the time. I'm not actually talking about the how to become anagami or how to become arahat kind of thing. Very rarely I talk about that. But because there's if someone is actually in the field level, there's no there's nothing we can do. And if someone is in the perception level also, if the vibration is fully realized, that how much vibration you have, definitely they are aware that the zero vibration, how it is felt also, is definitely the one side, how much how it is going down, and other side you actually feel much better kind of thing. This first vibration is the utmost important. Muhatatavadiya is the most important point. That's why we highlight. That's why I was trying to say, Dr. Sakuntala, if you keep thinking about these moments, actually that might suppress the ability to feel this, randomly. Anyway, just imagine walking in Dombagoda now. There will be a very good amount of calming effect. So the mind will be very, very suppressed, kind of suppressed. Not suppressed, yeah. It's not powerful. Because we are not actually by force suppressing. Because the word suppress means someone is suppressing. So it shouldn't be used. So the mind power will be so much low that the main sensory organ vibrations will be felt more. So the main sensory organ vibrations, if you feel it more, there's a high chance that you might feel the non-vibration. That's it. There's nothing big about that. There's nothing big about it. It's just a chance that when the mind is not powerful. That's why we are doing this Pratipada in such situations. Like if you go for a walk, if the mind is not powerful, there's a chance of any vibration not converting, giving way to the non-vibration. Because vibration will be there and then non-vibration will be there. If there's no vibration, if you're sleeping, there's no vibration, you can't talk about a nirvana. If you're in a coma, there's no vibration, you can't talk about a nirvana. If you're in a meditative state also, you can't talk about a nirvana because you're in a meditative state. Simple as that. What do you think, Sakuntala? I think she didn't get the thing properly, I think, but I'm sorry if I make it more confusing.
No, it was not. I think I couldn't get it probably. Not that it was confusing, I suppose. I couldn't get it very clearly. In that case, now, if it is the formless level that somebody is experiencing at that time when the alarm was going, the
If
two
the Dhamma
vibration.
comes there, the Dhamma should come. It's very unlikely with there's no proper thinking ability at that time. So that's a
No, yes,
useless.
yes, I know. Dham should
Yeah.
come, and in that case, the two vibrations, that means the sound
There,
vibration and the touch vibration, those two should
no
be
touch
felt.
vibration is not there. It's only one vibration there.
Now, what
Why
I'm
should
going to say is that both should be felt in the same way. Isn't that what you're trying to say? Because every
no?
vibration is felt in the same way, something like a common vibration.
No, I was trying
Is
to
that what you're
say
trying to? Mm.
no. That wasn't the message. I was trying to say not to think.
Oh, yeah.
The message to you was to not to think, because you are
Mm.
thinking about reflex actions and all that. In that
Mm.
beautiful moment, you will lose the moment. That was the message I was trying to give you.
Okay.
Because you just go to your your beautiful area, your empty area near your house, and there can be so many vibrations now. So many vibrations. So there is a chance to feel the non-vibration. But because if your mind power is too much, the chance is not there. So you don't have to really think about reflex actions and all that, because if it's a reflection, it will be like that, and that's it. Doesn't matter, does it? No, but this the actually the training is to more tune into the feel. The example I was trying to say, when you were fast asleep and when you are waking up, is actually not good, because you can be in a very hazy way. You might not even, Dhamma might not come very strong. May come or may not, but I have no experience like that. So Dhamma may not come very profoundly because you are fast asleep. But in any other experience, this vibration should be there for the non-vibration to manifest. That was what I was trying to say, Surangika. If there's no vibration, you can't talk about a non-vibration. That's the basic understanding I was trying to say. That Lord Buddha said, there's so much things, the coma or sleep or non-form dhyana or anything. You can't really talk about non-vibration. So when there is a vibration only, you can feel the non-vibration. This is the initial moment we are talking about.
In the normal setup, always there will be vibrations, isn't it?
We missed that. Haven't we missed
usually-
that all this time?
Yeah.
That was the thing I was trying to say. We miss it all the time because our mind is so powerful. If our mind is not powerful, you're like a child. Like a child. Don't take, because Joel asked that question last time. Will that mean that Dr. Sakundula will be acting like a child? No. But the power of the mind, when it is kind of low, it will be like a near radiant mind. And that's easy. That's the easiest way. If the mind is powerful, there's no way that the field can arise. And there no way that the non-vibration arise. Because vibration should be there for the non-vibration to arise, whether it is touch, whether it is why did you say that word? Because vibration has no anyway smell or taste or anything. How can we talk about them in a vibration? Vibration is something you feel. That's the basic thing that we talk about in non-form anyway. It doesn't matter. Vibration has no actual, once it is stabilized, you can say, but actually beneath that, near zygote level, there's no any sound or light or touch or anything, isn't it? What do you think, Sakuntala? Your question was bit shows that you haven't
No,
you haven't.
vibration means I know that there is no taste or there is no sort of differentiation that I knew.
Yeah, then why did
Vibration
you
is
ask that
felt.
question? That are they similar? That question is irrelevant, isn't it?
No, what I want to tell was that anything that is felt in the same way. That is what I was going to
That is
say.
because it's a vibration, yeah.
Yeah, without
That is the
differentiation.
tense. That is the tense.
Yeah, without differentiating whether it is
Yeah,
the sound or
differentiation
the.
is anyway in the form word.
Yeah, I know. Differentiation to sound or touch. Without differentiation, something is felt. That is a
Yeah,
formless.
that
That
is a
is a
vibration.
vibration. That's what I was going to say. Yeah.
Yeah, that is a vibration.
Mm.
That's why we call it even vibration. I think that's the best spark, vibration. Those are the words that Aranwansi used in this era so that the young crowd can understand. I think even Joel may be able to touch that because of that. Because vibration has no meaning. It can be any vibration, whether it is the light wave or whether it is a sound wave or whether it's a touch wave or whether it is the receptors in the nose or the tongue, whether even it is with the mind wave. Doesn't matter, whatever the wave, vibration is the power.
Yeah.
Vibration is the power. That is the tense. And that is the whole task here. Catch the tense. And if you really get the Dhamma there, it will be very clear, The Aranwansi has repeatedly told him it is just the vibration of the sensory organ only. It is the eye function only, whatever, if it is eye. But when it comes to actual feel, there's nothing, no thinking. Because there's no thinking at all in that level. But we are talking about a fraction of a second experience here. That's the thing. Especially first one. But as Surangika said correctly, when we talk about these things, people get a mental picture. And through the mental picture, the thing can get actually delayed because I don't think Sunita Sopaka heard so much these things. Or Rahul only heard few sentences. But here we are talking too much about it. Yes, actually, yeah, that's true. But the basic thing to understand is the catching this self vibration is not that easy. So there is an effort. That's why the Pratipada is there. Perception is not a thing in second level. Directly goes to the field level. What do you think?
Maybe the others have some questions. Vatsala and Joel, perhaps.
I think Vatsala is gone. I think, or
Is
maybe
she gone?
Vatsala was.
Okay.
Yeah, she must be busy. But what do you think, Sakuntala? I think you should listen to Aranwan's 5 o'clock one and
No,
maybe.
I definitely want to listen. I don't know whether I'll be able to do it tonight by somehow.
No, you won't be.
Yeah.
Yeah, and because when we try to talk, it's all jumbled up, isn't it? But Aranwansi says it so beautifully. So, but the thing is, if someone actually go deeper and question him only, he will say the deeper ones. But he actually touched the, the question that you asked, because someone actually asked that question. The mother asked that question. Joel, do you have anything? I think you must be getting bored with this non-vibration, vibration, non-vibration, vibration. It's all about chair though. Yeah, it's fine, Joel. It's all about chair. All about cross sound, all about tile, all about anything, job. What do you think, Joel? He must be busy. Anything, Champa?
I just want to tell something I experienced. I don't know whether this is just, it was just, I
Any experience is valuable. Don't say, I don't know what it is. Don't say that. Yeah, okay.
just went to the bed and just laid down. I was in the upright supine position. I wasn't sleepy at that time, and I wasn't sort of floating between the sleep and the half sleep either. So I was kind of awake. Just within minutes, like now, when a person is lying down, there are certain areas that touch the bed, the body and the body and the bed comes in contact. Within few minutes, I felt, I don't know whether I can use the word. It was something in between feeling and not feeling the bed. At some sort of within a very short period, I was wondering, I felt as if just on a layer of air, like I not touching the bed at all. And then again, I could faintly feel the bed again for a very short period, kind of above the bed level. So
Okay,
that
we'll ask Surangika. That is a thing that I would like what Surangika would say, actually. Surangika, what would you say to Sakuntala? I mean, I would say after that. What?
Not sure, Dr. Kokila.
No, you can say. Just imagine Kokila is dead today, so you are the one who is doing the discussion.
Well, even if you're not there, if it's not coming, it's not coming.
No, think about it. She had a floating effect, but what do you think about it?
Well, I mean, there can be various experiences. If you go to think about it, then you always, this is the thing that we like. We like experiences, and then we start thinking about it. That part I know from experience, because there are quite a few that I haven't shared with anybody as well.
No. You have to be actually helping Sakuntala. So what would you be telling her? You can't say that.
Well, I want to say one thing. I didn't take it seriously then,
No, I'm not
because
that. Yeah. Now I'm trying to see what aspect we see in that, because it's a beautiful experience.
Well, the self was not felt at that moment.
Is that what you're saying?
I'm just guessing. Don't know.
What do you think, Sakuntala?
I don't know. I mean, I knew that it was not kind of that samadhi type of thing that you experience with the meditation, and it wasn't sleepiness also. So that touch was for a short while, it's gone and then came back. That's all. So anyway, I thought some of these experiences you get sort of weird type of experiences. So I thought maybe one of them and then sort of let go or just ignore.
Yeah, only thing I would say is these experiences are really beautiful. Yeah, I mean, if it is kind of if someone is fully aware about your power, and then in this affair, it's all good. Actually, it's okay. The pitfall is, or the problem would be, if the vibration, if the vibration is missed. You know, if someone has felt the non-vibration before, and whatever the experiences you get doesn't really matter. Yes, 100% doesn't matter. Whatever you feel is, it's not actually, it's not a big deal, because any experience is just because there's a sensory function organ, isn't it? Whether you, whatever. The main thing is whether Dhamma came there or not. So I'm not 100% sure.
Well, does the Dhamma have to come? It's a natural thing, isn't it?
No. If you have heard Aranan says Dhamma is in the background, but it's not an active thought.
Yeah, that's what I
Otherwise,
meant. When you say Dhamma has, where the Dhamma came, it's
no,
almost
not a
as if,
thought, not a thought.
yeah.
So if she got an insight from this experience, I would say that's great. She doesn't have an insight, then I can't comment about it, I would say. Because any experience of non-vibration gives you so much insight. So much insight about your own vibration, how much it has reduced, or the level.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
So if you insight, so we can have 4 Marga Chitta and 4 Phala Chitta, yes. But I'm not 100% sure when you say what realization is that? What is the insight? If there is no insight from the whatever the experience, then it becomes a floating effect, actually floating effect. Actually, long time ago, when I was starting to listen to Aran I told him that I was coming down you know, that elevators kind of thing. What are they called in English? The ones.
Escalators?
Yeah, escalator. I was in an escalator. And I felt as I wasn't there. In the sense, I felt as I was floating, basically. But it wasn't giving me any whatsoever insight. It wasn't. But so I just ignored it. But the thing is, these very, very self-evident things, which I can't even judge, from here. You can't. When Joel said, I feel like floating, that doesn't necessarily mean that he's gaining insight into how powerful his own vibration is and what kind of feel is a non-vibration. If that's the thing. It's a very tricky area, actually. You learn by all these experiences. That's why Aranvansi says, doesn't matter what you feel. It doesn't matter. Until from the top to the bottom, I was like floating, but I was standing there, but I couldn't feel that. But I just ignored that because I didn't get any insight from that. It's all this yathabhuta jnana which matters, you know. So again, why Aranvanse says, if someone actually is shouting at you, or when someone is actually hitting you, or someone is actually hurting you physically or verbally or whatever, or maybe someone actually hurt you like by lying, like that day, what happened to Sakuntala, then we can find that's where the vibration is. Then you can catch the non-vibration as well, or the level of the vibration. So just with the some events of meditative states, you can't really get this. But the thing is, I'm not a person who has ever done any meditation. I just listen to Dhamma. That's all I have done. Even then, it's very easy to understand when a meditative state happens. You know, there are different levels of meditative states as well. Doesn't necessarily matter though. What matters is the insight you get. How much do you get for you to get an insight about how much vibration you have and how much is the gap between that and the non-vibration is a massive insight. And that is the asavakshanyana, because you have to have an idea now how much power is there in the tense level and how much that whole thing has to subside, isn't it? So it's a tricky area actually. That answer you can't give directly. And I don't know. What do you think, Sakuntala? Do you think?
Actually, Dhamma, I feel that now when you say that Dhamma should be in the background, I feel that Dhamma is there, isn't, want you, I mean, agree if we say that Dhamma is there always in the background, because that is what we have been always listening to. So,
Yeah.
Dhamma is there in the background.
So if you feel that it's a non-vibration, that's all right. But the thing is, it's all right. It's okay.
Yeah, I
if you
just
feel
wondered whether it is non-vibration, but I wasn't sure. That is the, I wasn't sure whether it is the non-vibration.
because as soon as you say you didn't feel something, that's against this whole thing. That's the thing what I'm trying to say. It is a bit tricky though to say that, because the feel, you felt the feel, but I don't know whether it is within the perception level or not. That's a very tricky area, Sakuntala.
Yeah, I understand.
Whether it is the perception level or not. So the form meditative state is very tricky. So maybe actually ask that from Aranvanse, because he might say, yes, Sakuntala, that's good. He might say, or he might say about something. I don't know. Actually, these are very specific things that maybe ask from Aranvanse, because if the feel is, so because the feel is not suppressed in these experiences, but it's actually feel is there. The actual touch sensation would be there without the power. That is the thing. With power, without power. If you get that insight, that's all right. If you don't get that insight, That's a tricky area, isn't it? Whether you know
Yeah, better to
now.
ignore. Better to ignore it, isn't it? Without giving much weight.
No, but you have to know these caveats.
No, I can certainly ask Anand Mahanse on one of these days.
No, but do you know what I mean, Surangika? It's a good question from Surangika as well. You know, in these experiences, you can definitely feel the touch, but touch with power and without power. That's the whole thing, the consciousness without the power. Or Anidassana consciousness. Or the Appatitisa consciousness. How can you say that? So, if you're fully aware about that, that's fine. If you're fully aware about the power, because then you have to have felt the power before, and then you know how much power has gone away now. Oh, it's a very tricky area, yes. I do get it. So the feel with, because the consciousness, if you're talking about, because the perception level also there is a touch. But if you come to actual consciousness level, that is the power. That is the power I'm talking about, consciousness level. And Anidassana consciousness is the touch consciousness without power. Do you get this point, Sakuntala? Or am I?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
No. That's great.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that's the thing. That's the thing, that whether you got the insight about that or not, I'm not sure. So what do you think, Suranka? Suranka?
Yeah, Dr. Kokila.
Are you sleeping?
No, I wasn't. But
It's all about the consciousness at that level. So
yeah, so you're talking about the feel without the power.
with power, without power?
Without the power.
With power has to be felt, no, to feel the without power. The vibration should be felt to get the non-vibration. So that's the thing. It's a very tricky area. But if you go into a form meditative state also, feel can be masked. That's another thing. So
when you say feel there,
it's about the touch consciousness I'm talking about.
Yeah, so like for example, let's take an example. If it is say if you can explain taking the example of the say hot water shower or something. So the heat sensation is still felt, right? As vibration.
Yeah.
But
that
the feeling is
basic,
only it's relegated to a feeling only.
Yeah, but that's the thing. This whole problem is, isn't it? The first experience of non-vibration only hand guide how much vibration is there in that consciousness. The consciousness level is always hidden with the hidden because of the powerful mind. But if the mind part is not there, then you can feel the full consciousness. In the sense, it would be just touch or the temperature.
Consciousness there is
temperature.
Not consciousness, then perception, no?
No. Perception
you're
level
talking
is
about you're talking about the body consciousness.
Yeah, touch, temperature consciousness.
Yeah, so that is there without the power.
With power, without power. Because if the vibration is not there, you can't talk about non-vibration. That's the whole thing.
That part I don't get, Dr. Kokila. So Vibration is there, the feeling is there.
Touch vibration, yeah. Touch vibration. Touch
Vibration,
consciousness, yeah.
heat vibration or whatever it is, the consciousness of that is there. It's not heat conscious, what do you call it? Body consciousness.
Yeah.
That is there. The part that you say with
Consciousness
power,
itself is the power. Then that's what I'm saying. Consciousness itself is the power. And that is the power I'm talking about. It's not a massive thing. But that power.
That power is not a thing.
No, then you have to feel the consciousness to feel the non-power. This whole thing should be pierced in one thought.
Yeah, so the heat, body consciousness of, say, heat sensation is felt. But if we go back to one of our advances, Desana, like where the what do you call that thing? Name and form disappears. The duality disappears. The form, the name, the nama part also disappears, no?
Yeah,
so,
then it is just a vibration.
Yeah, so then that's just a vibration, meaning the heat is still felt as a heat. So
yeah, but with power, initial consciousness, any consciousness is felt with that power. That is the tense.
That is because you're talking about the basic sensation, no?
Yes, 100%. So the basic body consciousness with power is the consciousness. I mean, when you say consciousness itself is there, the power is there.
The fact that you feel the heat as existing is what you call body consciousness, right? The feeling of heat. The feeling of heat existing is
it's
body
a
consciousness.
Alive feel, yeah.
Not the alive feel, really, still, isn't it?
The
Just the
same
body
thing,
consciousness.
existence feel and alive feel is same with the actual this power. Because bhava is there, jati is there. If you're talking about I'm talking about the feel. So because this is when I say bhava, it becomes problematic because of the mind consciousness. I'm talking about actual basic body consciousness when it comes to body consciousness, because body consciousness actually doesn't need the mind consciousness at all. So the body consciousness has any consciousness, Surangika, has this power. In an arahant, yes, there's no that power. In that particular moment, if it is a first experience, you can feel the massive power that that would be the not massive, but kind of the power that would be there in the tense.
But then after that, no, isn't it?
After that, also you have to have some vibration to talk about. Otherwise, that's where
so the vibration you're talking about there is because the Aranmans explained that today vibration is always coming from one of the senses, no? So that's what you're talking about at that point. That vibration has to be felt in order to feel the non-vibration, the fact that it doesn't become a thing.
Yeah.
So, maybe talk to Sakuntala that today's 5 a.m. I think you might have to listen to it twice because so many people, sorry for digressing, Dr. Kokila, but I think I listened to some parts of it twice. But there were so many angles, as Dr. Kokila said, to today's talk. You would have to go through the whole thing, and then I think would be good to go through again. Because if you had questions like I do as well about that last thought and the last vibration and how that Chitta Kampanya, the mind consciousness telepathizes the concept of time, the fact that there is no such time, the fact that the vibration that is occurring in the sensor faculties is quite different from the vibration which is the mind consciousness It is the same
Yeah, I'm
vibration,
always
but it
talking
is,
about the
yeah,
body consciousness. Actually, I have to tell
yeah,
that
yeah.
all the time. Yeah. So the main thing is to actually get the vibration as well as in the sense feel the power and the absence of the power. That gives you such a massive insight. That's where the actual Sakkaya Ditthi will be gone.
Yeah, that insight part, Dr. Kokila. Now, this is what I was asking earlier about the Ivalana business. Now, it doesn't happen all the time, but sometimes, say, I'm having a shower and, you feel the heat of the water. So there is no naming. The Nama part is not there, but
If the Nama part is not there, it is directly felt as a vibration. That's the thing.
like that, almost like it's still felt.
Yeah, but the perception of touch is a very, very, very tricky area. Because
that is more tricky than the other ones, I think, isn't it?
yeah, perception. That's why Aranwanse says, so the perception, touch perception, whether the touch perception is a thing or not. And this, even because if you are not catching the self vibration, you can have any meditative states. That's all good, isn't it? Because definitely when I had meditative states, it doesn't necessarily give you any idea about the tense. If it does, it's fine. It's a very tricky area, actually. Anything, Joel or Champa?
No, doctor. From tomorrow, I'll have a good thorough listening, and I'll come to you with details.
Yeah. Everyone will be like, now listen carefully because of coming to
Dr.
this.
Kokila is going to question you in the evening.
It's a great opportunity for us, doctor. Yes, you are actually you are doing a very great job.
We are trying to inspire people to do something about it, because you can go around with whole life, isn't it? You can just float in the whole life actually, and on the deathbed also you might float, but doesn't necessarily mean that the self vibration is tackled. You have to tackle the self vibration, huh? And yeah, who cares about other vibrations? We are not worried about the touch vibration or the hearing vibration. Sorry, yeah, no, we are not. We are not talking about the light waves or the other waves. We are actually trying to catch this self vibration. That's the task. And if we forget about the task, then someone has to say, think about the task. But I'm not the best person to actually ask deep questions. Aran Hanse should be the best, because his answers would be like very direct and yes, great job, Sakuntala, or something, whatever. It doesn't matter whichever answer is taken, because whatever he feels at moment, that can be. But one time, I can really remember one time, someone was telling, I think someone from Valley Mother was telling about an experience, and he said, great. But then with time, she never changed. And then he had to ask her to, slow down and wait a little bit. because she was going in the wrong direction throughout. So we might say things, like we can say things. One day I really nicely remember I was telling something. I don't know as I understood this, and the whole sermon was full of, like he said from A to Z. He was like telling the whole Dhamma thing. As soon as he opened the mouth, I knew, oh wow, I did something wrong, and but I felt so relieved about that, because end of the day, it's to know that it's not correct, and that's it. So his guidance is massive, and but the thing is, when we try to tell him something, I think people all make such an effort that everything comes a bit tangled and
Jumbled, yeah.
jumbled. Jumbled, and he might keep asking about the mother, father, wife, husband, kids, and then only slowly actual thing comes out. So that's the thing. Because knowledge doesn't matter. If I know the Pythagoras theory also, it doesn't matter whether I know the Pythagoras theory. If I know how to do the maths bit, it is fine. Like the Valitalapa thing that Aranhansa says, if whatever, how much you know, how much you have by hearted, how to make the Valitalapa, and you can even write a research paper about how to make a Valitalapa, doesn't mean that you know how to make the Valitalapa. So that's the thing, you can write about non-vibration forever and ever, but definitely whether you have felt it or not is a big there are misunderstandings, fallings, and getting up and all that. Good thing is you'll be never lost in that, because actually the noble friend is still manifesting. If he's not manifesting, yes, definitely there is a problem. Like manifesting actually as a, like we can talk and stuff, Aranvasi is there. At least coming to the Zoom discussions and talking. So the best thing is actually talking to him about actual experience, like Safandara said. But importance is actually fully realizing about all three levels. Because if you come to the one vibration, then you don't really worry about the taste or the whatever, the any sensory organ. That doesn't mean the task is over. Nothing. It's just you have some awareness about this vibration, that's all. We have, do we have time? We have about 10 minutes. Anything else?
There was when he was talking about that Chitta company thing. This was something I was, it came to my mind a couple of days ago also about, despite, I was going to ask him also, how the sense of faculties, hearing, seeing and all have a range, isn't it? A range, a limit as to what vibrations can be even discerned to the eye, to the ear, like the parameters, 20 to 20,000
It doesn't matter
hertz.
if you actually get into the one vibration.
But what I was trying to say was, despite those limitations in the physical eye faculty, ear faculty, and so on, that is only a trigger point to the mind vibration, which then touches, if synchronized, the entire samsaric cycle's vibration.
No, entire samsaric cycle, even form world, it is there. It's just in the
It has the
field,
capability of telepathizing the entire
even in the
samsaric
field,
cycle.
yeah, even in the field level.
Vibration, but what I was thinking there was the sensor faculty, the vibration that triggers the sensor faculty manifestation of light, sound, and so on is limited, isn't it, at that point because of the range? But
what I'm saying is no, because we can't talk about like that, because if you're thinking about it, yes, but actually the experience is finally it ends up with the self vibration.
With the self vibration, which is the thing
that is the power that we talk about.
That is the
That
power
is
that
the
we
basic
talk about.
power. Yeah.
Not the other ones, but other ones are that vibration manifests through the faculties. But
it doesn't matter when you keep piercing. At one level, it wouldn't matter which range or whatever the sensory input. Doesn't necessarily matter. It's through wisdom, though. It doesn't matter. Eye will be still functioning. The ear will be still functioning. There will be a light perception.
But but it was strange, wasn't it? I mean, I suppose it's just the different features of human beings' sense of faculties as opposed to animals and so on and so forth, isn't it? So that's just the way it is, rather than questioning why it is like that, isn't it?
Yeah, because you're thinking, so we can think in
because if you're
different
thinking
angles.
only, you want to know why, because then you can think, why does the bat see in the dark and humans don't? Or why does the eagle see the minute detail of a rat going in the grass at such a height and we don't? And so then you can keep on saying why for everything. But ultimately,
that's
that
a
is
question
not
in
the
the
thing
mind.
that concerns us to end the vibration. Exactly.
Yeah. 100%. That's what I'm saying. If you forget about the task, everything can become a meditative state and all that,
Or it can be just interesting, and then you're going down those paths, no?
Yeah. So that that's where the discussion is important. So even asking from Aran Hansa is important there, because no one actually talks these minute things anyway.
That was one of the stupid questions I was having in mind. Then the other one was, how he talks about the Pityangshu. The Pityangshu example, and then he was talking about how these vibrations are different. So the vibrations are different because whilst
that is the Malupang or the bunnies or whatever. Is that what you're saying?
No. So how he said that the basic light, sound, and touch and all are vibrations. And then the mind, everything coming together, the thought is a different vibration. And I think he touched on it today as well. This is the thing, I can't remember everything. And then he said, that is also vibration, this is also vibration. And then he talked in another way with another person about the phone number not being active. And then if it is not active, doesn't mean it's not there, but it's not there, neither is it not there, right?
Yeah, that is the same
it's
thing.
It's amazing, isn't it? So
this meditative state also can be same thing, non-form arupa and stuff. Yeah, it is like switched off for some time, but if it is activated again, it's active again.
Yeah, so then he said, now it's coming back a little bit. He said, so can you then say that it's not there at all? You can't say that either, isn't it?
That is the important thing, that you feel the consciousness or the power and the anidasana consciousness or whatever, without the power. Then only you get the whole thing, whole understanding or whole yarn about it, So
yeah, because that part was a problem for me for a long time. Because you know how right from the beginning we say that this vibration telepathizes with some vibration, and then that is why, because it telepathizes with another vibration, only the light manifests. So then I was thinking, that means there is another vibration outside, no, for it to vibrate, to telepathize. So that was one of the things. Then the other one was, can't remember now. Okay. Oh dear.
yeah, because if there's a high vibration only, this whole problem is there anyway.
No, so the vibration that occurs in the eye has to telepathize with another vibration for the light to manifest. On its own, it won't manifest now.
It's the same thing though.
It has to telepathize with something.
Yeah, but still it's the same thing. You can't differentiate them at that moment. Light is the that's what I'm saying. Light itself is the self vibration there. You can't really differentiate that unless you feel that, come to the feel side. Because, just imagine you felt the light. The light with the power, without power is the problem, no now. So the with power is with this so-called self vibration. But there should be a moment where it comes without the self vibration. So that means that power is not there at that moment. So isn't it so tricky? It is so tricky, yes. That's where
I was actually not thinking of it that way. I was thinking this is like from a long time ago. I kept on thinking, but didn't ask because I might get scolded. That Samanantara business, the telepathization happening with another vibration, means that
even
vibration
telepathizing,
is
even
there.
today he was talking, telepathizing itself, we can't really differentiate between those two. Like when we talk about, the self vibration and the vibration in the zygote, they are not two different things. Once it is similar, it's just one then. So we, by wisdom only, we are telling this, that this happened, because outcome is just a vibration. There's a massive vibration.
That's the thing.
Massive power there.
The peeling of the layers is a thing that is being done through wisdom. One can't find
not by thinking.
Not by thinking. And so coming back to that Pitiyangshu business, so there again, this is through thought, but I was thinking was when he said, I think today also, that the initial seeing, hearing is a vibration, but then that vibration is not the chair vibration. That is a different vibration altogether. And then I remembered the thing I was pondering over about the Pitiyangshu, because he kept saying, no, even if you make roti or pittu or anything, everything is the same.
The actual Pitiyangshu would be self vibration.
Is that the self vibration, Pitiyangshu?
Yeah.
But then the other vibrations?
Who cares about other vibrations?
Was that what he meant by that whole thing? The Pitiyangshu thing?
Well, for a long time, I mean, he has told that before also. The
Yeah,
basic
for
current I'm taking as a Vidyanshu actually, so I may be wrong. I'm taking it as the basic current that we have that is going to extinguish. So the basic power.
Yeah, that
Because
current is the dormant current, no? That is
yeah,
there, that will get activated at a moment's notice or fraction, whatever.
yeah. So it can be manifested as AC or the
Heat
kettle
or
or
whatever, yeah.
whatever. But then same thing. It can be malupang or banis or kimla banis or whatever.
Ah, yeah. So that way, yeah, the Pityangsha is the current, which will then manifest
I mean,
in
that's what
different
I got, but
forms.
I may be wrong.
No, that's
Because
possible, actually.
everyone takes it differently, isn't it?
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? I was thinking about how he was saying about the same, the sight and the hearing being different vibrations to the thought vibration. Because he always says that, no, that's a
Yeah,
new
but
vibration
they are
altogether.
just vibrations. They nothing to do with actual tasks.
You mean the basic ones?
Actual task is to catch this self vibration, no? Not
Yes.
that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Actual task is to lose you, no? Like you losing
Yeah,
you.
this is the thing because even Sunit was telling me that all these questions that I have are not actually required because we have been thinking so much in the mind, and that is why all these have to be given answers to in order for the thing to be clarified. But a mother in the village doesn't need to know any of this, and it will be very simple for her, isn't it? Unfortunately, there has been
Yeah,
so much of mind being powerful.
Yeah, the mind being powerful is the main problem. So there is a massive gap between trying to get into zero level to get into the field.
That's right.
But
Yeah.
the Game Amma, the village mother, there is no massive effort to get the mind zero.
I know, that's the thing.
And even the child.
Even the child,
even the
Parker
child.
and everybody, yeah.
Yeah, if someone is told this is in the mind and this is not even true, they might get it. They may not. But with the current generation, I don't know. Their mind is so powerful than even us sometimes. But who knows? The tendency is there. Some minds may be having the tendency, some minds maybe not.
Actually, that reminded me, Dr. Gopinath, some message popped up. I don't know if it was YouTube or somewhere else about somebody putting an article saying it's the data that distorts you. I don't know whether they're getting parts of R.N. Vahansa's talks or how they get it. They're saying the program and the data distortion, that it's not you.
But the thing is, they don't talk about the consciousness. That's what I'm saying.
No, yeah, that's true. They get one part of it, they get hold of one part of it.
Yeah, they will be very happy in the even the non-form. I know even some Swaminansas who are actually maybe in the formless level.
Yeah.
Because they are not talking about the consciousness, piercing through the consciousness. And we understand that it is difficult, isn't it? We are also keep chatting about that now.
It's also difficult.
It's not that difficult. I think that just because the mind is powerful, that is difficult.
Yeah, that's exactly the point.
Yes, I think we will finish the discussion
Yeah,
today.
okay.
Yeah, Thevan Sanai.
Tevan Sarnai of the Dhamma friends.
Thank you, Aranans.
Tevan Sarnai Aranans.
Tevan Sarnai Dhamma friends. Tevan Sarnai Aranans.
There are my friends. So let's continue with the talk for the next 1 hour.
and you are listening to Buddothpada 24-hour Dhamma Zoom discussion, or Dhamma Zoom series. What concluded was a discussion which took place between 3 and 5 p.m. Sri Lanka time, which is a discussion. And now we'll continue with the talk. There are a series of talks that are delivered every 1 or 1.5 hours by different practitioners. And what we are trying to impart through this Amma series is the pure truth as expounded on, revealed, and realized by Lord Buddha more than 2,500 years ago. This pure truth was uncovered by our spiritual teacher, Buddothpada Aryan Mahansa, and he has been sharing this with us and the whole world for the last 5 to 6 years. There are more than 10,000 Dhamma discourses that he has made, which can be found in a multitude of YouTube channels on Facebook as well. And there have been lots and lots of translations there have been lots of books that have captured his sermons and talks as well. Most of them are in the Sinhalese language, which is the native tongue of Sri Lanka. But you can find English translations of these sermons in several of the Buddothpada websites. One such website is the buddhothpadadhamma.com website. And if you scroll down into the English books section, you'll find about 15 or so books with his sermons translated in a very simple and lucid form. You can also go into the website called www.wisdomofasia.com. That again gives a wonderful illustration of various scientific notions and theories that have been used to kind of draw the linkage between the scientific aspects of Lord Buddha's teachings, which are being only very gradually discovered by scientists in the current day. And of course, just a fraction of some of the things that Lord Buddha preached so many thousand years ago. So I don't think any scientist has ever still come close to or will ever do. That remains to be seen, but is very much doubtful, because there are aspects in the pure truth, in this true Dhamma, that cannot actually be evidenced from a scientific point of view, where things need to be always evidenced in order to be able to be proven and experimented in labs and so on. This is not something that actually can be done like that. It is a self-evident Dhamma. And so the crux of this is actually what the Buddha expounded was that this is a no-self Dhamma, which means that this whole concept of a self-view that everybody has tended to believe for generations and generations, for thousands and thousands of years, is actually a falsehood. And this is not an easy message to give, which is why it's only an absolute minute amount of people who would ever, even with the access of this Dhamma, who would ever realize the whole aspect of this self-existence and transcend this existence, this ignorance that is keeping beings in this samsaric cycle, and transcend that and transcend this mind in order to realize nirvana or become the non-vibration. So it is not an easy message. And in fact, when Prince Siddhartha attained Buddhahood, or became the fully awakened one, there was hesitancy on the part of the Buddha as well as to how he could ever be able to share this Dhamma, share this truth, the message, with people who are caught up in this mundane life, who are caught up in this mundane world, where Essentially, they have taken everything that they see, everything that they hear, everything that they touch, everything that they feel through the body sensor, and everything that they even think as being real. Because if you think about it, isn't that how one can only believe that this world as they know it exists, isn't it? Because if you don't hear anything, you don't know what sound is. If you don't see something, you don't know what sight is, or images, colors, any of these things. If you don't taste anything, you don't know what taste is. If you don't smell anything, you don't know what smell is. If you don't feel anything like heat, temperature, cold, and solidity, and so on, you don't feel any of those things. So, where are these all coming from? These are arising from the sense faculties. So, as a human being, one has 5 sensory organs, and whatever that is felt, whatever that is seen, whatever that is heard, these are the things that have collectively given an experience which you call living, isn't it? What is living otherwise? Living is because you have the feeling that you can hear and see and touch and taste and smell. But where are these emanating from? They're emanating from the fact that one has actually the sensory organs. So these organs are giving rise to various vibrations or sensations due to the speed of vibration. We all have heard about the vibrations and then the vibrations that occur in the sense faculties give rise to certain sensations, which is called light, which is called sound, which is called touch, taste, and smell. These are unique to those various sense faculties, and then bringing these together, combining these together, is the notion of a thought, which is a chair, which is the table, which is the mother, the father, the tree, and so on. So all these things like sports, games, America, nationality, cultures, holidays, trips, education, human rights, whatever it is that you want to think about, even material things, non-material things, concepts, animate, inanimate, persons, objects, all these things that collectively you have called living, or in this world, being the world around you, surrounding you, is made up of what? Objects, people, things, concepts, isn't it? Theories. These are things that have made up this world. Norms, societal values, cultural values, your personal values, you'll say, family values, all kinds of things. And then what? Stigmas, even other issues, worries, anxieties, emotions, feelings. All these are different aspects by which one is experiencing or one thinks this world is made up of. But where are emotions and feelings and all coming from? The mind sensor. Where is this notion of objects being outside colors, images, shapes, and forms, which we have called planes, cars, houses, lawns, even, persons, mother, father, babies, children, husband. All these have images, isn't it? They have taken a shape, they have taken a form. And these forms and shapes are what you call mother, father, baby, husband, wife, neighbor, all these things, isn't it? And then who are you? You also, you're taking the shape that you see in the mirror as you, a distinct individual, distinct self or personality. So you are also very much part of this world. If the world is there, you are there, isn't it? Because who is experiencing this world? You are. So this is the entire fabrication that the Buddha shook the very foundations of. He understood through the realization of this Dhamma under the bo tree so many thousand years ago, when he was looking into what was the cause of suffering, what actually brought suffering, and what was the reason for the suffering, how to end this suffering. Is there an end to the suffering? And then what is that end to that suffering? So in this discovery of the Four Noble Truths and the wisdom that arose as a result of it, the Buddha realized that this is all arising from the mind. This is all arising from the mind, and it is the mind that is constructing a world which is manifesting through the sensory perceptions, but creating the construct happens with the mind. But this is happening as a natural phenomena. There is nobody actually doing it. But what does the conventional world think? There is a world. The world is made up of these things. And history tells us that, so many people have invented various things. There have been great battles won. There have been great leaders. There have been great historical figures, politicians, artists, sportsmen, all kinds of people, scientists, poets, playwrights. Everything is real, isn't it? History is real because there was a world. The world was shaped by such and such people. The world was shaped by evolution. There was a dinosaur age, there was an industrial age, there was a technology age, or there is a technology age, there is a digital age. All these things are very much true, isn't it, in your world? In the world in the conventional world, all these are very much true. So, but where are these concepts coming from? Was the baby in the cot aware of anything called history? Aware of anything called the battles or wars or history or dinosaurs or any of those things? Nothing whatsoever. The baby in the cot is what we call the baby in the cot having a radiant mind. Now, why do we do that? Because the baby has no perceptions. The perceptions actually arise through the sense faculties, the sensory organs. But at the stage of infancy, the baby's sense faculties are at a very, very immature stage or underdeveloped stage, we can call it that. And at that stage, there is still the sensation of light that is felt through the speed of vibration that is occurring in the eye sense faculty. The vibration or the sensation of light would still occur. But there is no recognition of light as light. There is no recognition of sound as sound. Baby will be fed various types of food, will drink milk, and then later on will be fed food. And then the baby will be, bathed and showered and, pampered, and then all that kind of thing will be done. So the baby will have different types of touch sensations. But does the baby actually feel, recognize petting as petting, recognize caressing as caressing, recognize being bathed as bathed? No. The baby doesn't feel any of that. I mean, there is a sensation of some touch, and some of the touch sensations can be soothing. And the baby will be soothed and calmed if the baby is crying. If you caress the baby or if you carry the baby, that motion of being carried can lull the baby to sleep, can lull the baby to calm down instead of crying. But that is just the natural reaction of how the body works. If there was some kind of thing that was disturbing or painful for the baby, that lulling motion, the cradling motion, can bring about a sense of calmness, which would then put the baby to sleep. But does that mean the baby actually recognizes that cradling is cradling, or being carried is being carried or being carried by the mother? No, none of those things actually ever get perceived, because the perception actually occurs later on. So when we talk about these concepts and objects and things that you have made to be very much real, very much part of this so-called world that you're surrounded with, that you're very much part of. If we take any one of those things, the chair, the table, the mother, the father, the objects, and now if you're a grown up, if you have an education, your job, your occupation, the profession, the people you know, the networks you have, the social circle that you mingle with, all these things, how did they actually come about? Every concept, every object, if you go back to your days from the time and question yourself, when did you know that these things were separate objects, that these existed, that these had these distinct names? And if you keep going backwards, you realize it wasn't during our middle age time, it wasn't during our youth, it wasn't during even our school days. And you keep going back and you realize, hang on, all this has been learned, isn't it, at some point in time? And typically, as a milestone, we can say that during our kindergarten days, not during the time of the baby, being a baby, but during our kindergarten days or at the age of 3-4 years of age, there has been a learning of various concepts, various objects, various names and labels have been given by to different sensations that have arisen through the eyes, through the ears. If we saw an image, that has been given a name through sound, and then that has become an apple. We have been taught that this is an apple. If it is round shaped, if it is given a sweet texture, if it is red in color or green or whatever it is, and this is how it looks like, this is called an apple. This one is called a pencil. This thing is called a fruit, a pear, a peach. And this is the alphabet, A, B, C, D, which is being taught over and over again. Is again a reinforcement of the same vibration over and over again, which upon being repeated so many times gets almost drilled into the system. So this is how the perceptions continue to occur. And then what happens? Moment one somebody says the word apple, when the child is say 10 years old, the child will get all the relevant basic perceptions in that flash of a thought. So if we take the example of an apple again, at the Montessori stage, an image would have been shown and a sound associated with it, and it would have been called an apple. But then later on, the teacher might have given the child the apple to eat, and then the taste is experienced. So how is the taste experienced? The fast vibration happening in the tongue sensor gives rise to a sensation which is only a manifestation of taste. And so the taste then there's further information that is fed to the child saying, what you feel now from the apple is a sense of sweetness, tanginess, and slightly sour tone, or quite sweet. So even these namings, labelings like sweet, sour, tangy, all these kind of things, and then the texture of the apple, the crunchiness of the apple, these sounds as well. The sound of crunch that is heard is actually then called crunch. And the word crunch is also learned. So the texture, even the word texture is learned. Even the sweetness of the apple is learned, coming from the tongue sensor. The texture of the apple is felt through the body sensor, and that is learned through the body sensor. Then the roundness of the apple is an image, so that is learned through the eye sensor. The sound apple, the crunching of the apple when one bites into it is a sound, right? So that is learned through the ear sensor. So can you see that every facet of the experience of an apple is only felt through these different eye faculty, ear faculty, tongue faculty, taste faculty, and the smell, nose faculty. Through these sensory organs, due to the speed of vibration, one would see the apple and then get the feeling that the apple, the image of the apple exists. The color red and the shape as being round and so on. Then through the taste, one actually gets the feeling that this is the taste of the apple, the sweetness of the apple, the tanginess of the apple. Same thing with the smell of the apple through the tongue, through the nose sensor. And the same with the body sensor, the touch of the apple, the feeling of a roundness of the apple, and the texture inside of the apple. All this is felt. So the feeling, the sensation is then given a name, saying this is what the texture of an apple, inside of an apple, feels like. That too is learned. That sensation, the feeling is also learned. So every one of these things is learned through how? Through another perception. So what the mind consciousness actually does through this natural phenomena of the mind is that it takes these 5 basic perceptions and puts that together to form another vibration altogether. So that vibration is called the thought vibration. In other words, the naming of the word, naming of that whole collective experience as apple. But if you think about it, not through the flesh eyes, not through these basic senses, but if you think about it through wisdom, through penetrative insight, and this is where the Dhamma and the teachings of the Buddhist philosophy is absolutely crucial and critical, because to see the truth in as to the falsehood of this world, one cannot actually find it out through just the basic sensor faculties. The sensor faculties themselves are illusion, and that you find out later, or you can find out by understanding or by hearing the Buddhist philosophy as explained by the noble teacher. But one can actually, through practical application and through penetrative insight, come to that realization later on that actually what is getting perceived or discerned through the sensor faculties is nothing but a perception, that is not actually the reality. But unfortunately, the way this system works is that automatically what gets the, depending on the vibration, and if a vibration occurs in the eardrum, if a vibration occurs in the eye, then that vibration telepathizing with another vibration of similar frequency outside will give rise to the sensation of light in the ear faculty. And in the case of the eardrum, the vibration has to happen in the eardrum. If the vibration doesn't happen, then there is no telepathization. But if the vibration does happen, then that gives rise to the manifestation of sound. Now, it's the same thing with the other sensory organs as well. So this is how the basic 5 perceptions occur. But then what does the mind do? Now, this is the natural phenomena of the mind. The mind then, in order to interpret these 5 basic perceptions, combines that together to form the term mother, to form the term apple, to form the conventional name of the pear or the orange, or so on and so on. But was there anything ever called the apple? Wasn't that just a combination of form, sound, touch, taste, and smell, and nothing else? But the form, touch, sound, and smell, what were those? Those were also just a product of the vibration, isn't it? The cause is vibration, and the effect is the manifestation of light, the manifestation of sound, the manifestation of touch, taste, and smell. But it is a manifestation occurring only due to the speed of vibration. And it is only a manifestation, but nothing else. So, was there anything actually tangible or real at that point? Even no, there wasn't. But the speed of the vibration gives a false sense of um, actually seeing light, actually hearing sound, uh, feeling the taste, having feelings of solidity, liquidity, heat, and cold, and having the feeling of smell. But if the vibration didn't happen at speed, one wouldn't have the feeling that these exist. So this is crucial. The critical, the feeling that these exist comes from only the speed of the vibration. But because of that intense speed, these things unfortunately felt as if they are real and that they exist. And then what does the mind do? It combines these things to form a thought. Now, when we talk about the underlying power of the vibration, that translates into the vibration occurring in the ear, the nose, the touch, the taste, and so on. So, every vibration, which is a coming together of two opposing ends, has this power. And if it is, you can imagine, if this vibration is happening at speed, the manifestation of light, the manifestation of sound, touch, taste, and smell would also carry that sense of that underlying power, isn't it? And then what happens at the thought level when these things combine? So now you can't actually separate the light separately, the sound separately, the touch separately, and so on. This is purely done for the sake of breaking it down and understanding that this whole thing is a process and nothing else. But actually, for a human being, once it is learned at some stage in the childhood, when one sees an apple again, when one actually spots the shape of an apple, immediately every perception that has been understood through the past perceptions telepathizes in this very moment to form what we call apple. Now, it's possible they only saw the image of the apple, the roundness and the color red. But how did that become apple suddenly? How did that bring about the sensations of the taste of the apple, the roundness of the apple, what the apple looks like inside, that it has seeds in the core of it, that when you eat it, it gives a crunch, and that it is sweet in this manner, and so on. How did all those information, the perceptions, come to mind at that point? That is because of the fact that that thought has the combination of all those 5 basic perceptions. But if the 5 basic perceptions were only perceptions, the Buddha said that perception, there's nothing tangible in it. There's nothing of value in it. Our perception was likened to a mirage. And what is a mirage? Although there is an illusion that there is water on a road which is heated with the sunlight, and if you're driving towards it from a distance, you can see the shimmering, almost as if there's water. But when you come close to that, is there actually water? No, there isn't. So this mirage example was given by Lord Buddha to perceptions, meaning that there is absolutely nothing. It feels as if there is something. You get the notion that there is something, but actually, when you get near or you touch it, or if you feel it, or you come close to it, there is nothing. Absolutely nothing. Zilch. So that is how the perception was likened to. So in this case, the perception of light is a mirage. The perception of sound is also a mirage. Same for the touch, the taste, and the smell. They are perceptions, no doubt. And the speedy vibration of these perceptions then gives the distinct feeling that these exist. So not only is there now a light perception, there is the consciousness, the I consciousness. That is what we call, or the feeling that light exists very distinctly from anything else. So that is the reception that happens in the mind, reception that happens at the I point. But the same thing happens with the sound. The ear consciousness means the distinct feeling when those sensations occur at speed with the vibration, there is a distinct feeling that there is hearing. There is a distinct feeling that there is touching, tasting, and smelling. So this is how the thing becomes very, very real to people. That notion, then what happens again is now one has to, this system is programmed to savor every moment, every vibration. That is the way it has been programmed from the point of the DNA, RNA coming together to form the fetus at the zygote level. That vibration there, when it telepathizes to another vibration of a similar frequency, what it does is it actually telepathizes with telepathizes, and that is the self vibration. So that self vibration has an underlying power. And that self vibration that has the underlying power is the reason for the cells in that thing to also actually develop. And for everything, there has to be a vibration. The vibration is the thing that actually brings about that alive feel. And that is the thing that makes those sense of organs also develop. So that is there from that stage, which is why even from a feel stage, the baby still feels the light, feels the sound, although it cannot even name them. So the pains or the cankers, as we call it in Buddhism, or in the Buddhistic teachings, is that the notion, the false notion, the power that is there in that initial self vibration, which at the beginning almost lies dormant, but then activates itself when that first thing is taught to the child at the Montessori or kindergarten days. When these basic perceptions, which are then manifesting to the child, are taken together and are taught in the form of an apple or an orange or something, the first perception, the first thought occurs to the child. So the perceptions happening at speed, they are called mental formations. And then these, because it's a combination of all those 5 basic perceptions, they're given the name of mother, father, orange, apple, banana, and so on. So that seemingly innocent world of a child with all those little objects gradually becomes more and more complicated as increased number of perceptions, increased ways and combinations of these basic perceptions are combined and formed into various names, labels, and so on. So the small child's world becomes more and more complicated with various objects, persons, concepts, theories, and things that are learned. Everything is learned. And otherwise, if you go back to the days of the garage, if you go back to the days of how this whole thing happened, there isn't anything there. It's not for the senses and the manifestation. Actually, if you think about it, there's nothing. Now, let's take an example. This is a quote by R.N. Vance himself, but he says that now, if you are in outer space, everything is dark, right, around you. Everything is dark and there is nothing to see, nothing to hear, nothing to taste, nothing to touch, and nothing to feel. If there isn't anything that can be felt or experienced through these sense faculty, is there any world that gets created? I say that again. If there isn't any experience, any sensation that manifests itself through the sense faculties, when, for example, you hypothetically think you are in outer space, nothing is seen, nothing is heard, nothing is felt, nothing is tasted, nothing is touched. If there isn't any such stimuli, and if these have not even been formed into the thought process, or leave alone the field, the basic field, would there be an I that gets created on this side? As the doer, as the observer, as the person experiencing it? No, because what was there to experience? Nothing. Because objects and things and people cannot be found in outer space. Now we are still in outer space. So all that is surrounding is blackness, darkness. No sound, nothing whatsoever, zilch. So does that mean that there's anything to experience? No, there isn't. And if there isn't anything to experience, is there any person experiencing it? No. So this is where the Buddha talked about this world, once it becomes true, gives rise to an existent field. The feeling that these things exist. So now it is no longer light, sound, touch, taste, and smell, the basic perceptions. That is only looked at from the wisdom, from the eye of wisdom, just for the sake of understanding this teaching. But what one actually gets is, when one sees an image, one immediately gets the name as chair. We don't get the light separately, the touch of the chair separately, and all that separately. No, it doesn't happen. Immediately as a shot, even if one sees only the image of the chair, the previous perceptions become telepathized with the new perception, and immediately the image comes across as a chair. It doesn't come across as a table or a trampoline or something like that. It comes as a chair. How did that even happen? That happens because of the instant telepathization of that image with everything that has been learned about the chair, the table, the schoolroom, and so on, which has been taught before. Again, at that point, it has been taken in only as perception, nothing else, because the human mind, in addition, same with the other living beings as well, any of the sensory perceptions can perceive something which is only an internal occurrence. There is nothing that is happening outside, neither can we or any living being for that matter ever see or ever experience anything from the outside world. All we can do is, all that this system actually does is that it perceives these manifested sensations, and then that gives rise to these feelings of fruit and orange and bananas and what is for breakfast and so on. So it's amazing Dhamma, and but the whole crux of this is, as Buddha pointed out, is that when one actually understands that this is a system, this is the way this whole mechanism works, the 5 basic perceptions come together to form a mind consciousness, otherwise known as a thought. It is that thought that is then the object of the thought, whether it is the mother, the father, the orange, the banana, the apple, are projected outside. And that projection is a false projection. It is a mirror image of what is being constructed in the mind that gets pushed into the outside world. Now, this needs to be very carefully understood. This is not casting any aspersions on any religion or any such faith or anything for that matter. This is an invitation to actually understand this deep meaning of this Buddhist philosophy, not these, usual teachings that one has heard all these years, unfortunately, where, the realms of the God, the heavenly realms and the hell realms and all these things are taken to be true. That, where mothers are urged to give alms to go to heaven. All these kind of Buddhist teachings which have traditionally crept into and distorted the Pali Tripitaka stanzas and the meaning associated with it are all just more and more dogma, more and more misconceptions, nothing else. But the beauty of this true Dhamma, as Aryan Mahansa, our noble teacher, has uncovered, is that, and what was understood was through the Abhijna knowledge and the deep, profound experience that Aryan Mahansa realized this Dhamma, not through learning out of books or any such thing, but with that Abhijna knowledge, all this started unraveling. All these Buddha's teachings in its purest form started unraveling. And with that, only that he keeps from time to time expounding these very deep aspects of this Dhamma to us as the practitioners, inviting us to, urging us to keep on using penetrative insight, not through this normal flesh, eyes, ears, and thinking pattern, but using the penetrative insight or wisdom to be able to discern the truth in this thought that occurs in this moment. Because all these objects, persons which make up this conventional world that you are living in, including the concept of you, are only made up from these sensor perceptions and nothing else. So if we think about the objects, persons, things which make up this world, these are things that have been perceived through the eye sensor, perceived through the sound, touch, taste, and smell, nothing else. But where is this also manifesting? The smell is manifesting within, internally. The sound is manifesting within. It's not outside. The feeling that one gets that it is outside is a wrong feeling. We'll come to that in a moment. Ultimately, this is the thing, the fundamental belief that people have had that this world is real is the core thing that has to be dislodged. And how do you dislodge it? The dislodging comes from understanding these true teachings, listening to the Dhamma, listening to see how this actual mechanism unfolds, and how people are so deceived by it that it is allowing it to consume their lives, because everything that is taken to be true as part of this world is then due to that vibration and the underlying power that translates itself, extends itself into the thought and the thought patterns. So if you think you have a daughter, then it is exactly that. You think you have a daughter. You think you have a son. You think you have children. You think you have a job, a mortgage, and so on. So this is the way the mind plays tricks, but ultimately one would understand how this works. And when one understands how it works, the defilements and the power that is given, the value that is given to these objects, the clinging, the desire, the aversion that is attached to various aspects are then gradually dissolving. One actually sees a clear path, and in that path one realizes that everything that is experienced or occurring in this moment now, which is felt and experienced through this one thought, is actually just a mechanism. It is not that anybody is doing it. It is actually just a mechanism. One doesn't actually have control over, and neither one does control anything to do with the blood circulation system, right? What about the reproductive system? What about the digestive system? What about the nervous system? Now, these are still happening within the human body. But is there anybody controlling those? No, there isn't. So in that similar way, just like a tree also grows from a seed to a sapling to a plant to a big tree, bears fruit, puts out branches and leaves, bears fruit, and then the fruit is plucked, and so on. But with all this is happening, nobody actually attributes a self or a self-perception to a tree, do they? So what is it that is so different between the activities that are being done by a man or a human being as opposed to a tree? Nothing. It's just that because the mind is so powerful in a human being, in contrast to all other living beings, and it is that mind itself that is deployed, at least at the initial stages, to understand this Dhamma. But because that mind is so powerful, that is what automatically gives the notion, whatever that gets interpreted here and labeled here as names and objects and things is then projected outside, and then this world becomes real. The feeling of existence also is very much real because that is there right almost up to the end. So with that world getting created, a wrong self-view gets created that there is a person here listening to, that there's a person experiencing these objects, witnessing this world, hearing things, seeing things, touching things, tasting things, and so on. So all your experiences are based on what has been discerned through the sense faculties. If one actually asks as to who am I? Is it your body or is it your mind? The body also, when one looks at it, you can't say that the body is yours. If you name something as my head, my body, my stomach, my legs, and so on, then that also becomes a thought, isn't it? Not only is it a thought, you are also consciously believing that this exists. And in that sense, it is still an existent a feeling that something exists outside. And unfortunately, with this so-called feeling of existence, there is a feeling of existence, the sense of being alive, wanting that object, needing that object, having desire for some object or person or people becomes stronger and stronger. And that I and the self and the ego, the wrong self-view is what gets dislodged, because the more one sees how this mechanism works, the more one realizes that actually these are just happening. There is no person here actively doing anything whatsoever. And this is the point that actually gets illustrated through the practical program that our noble teacher has introduced in Sri Lanka, which is practiced in every monastery in Sri Lanka, which is under the Buddothpada teachings, under Buddothpada Aryan Master's guidance. There are the 4 steps of contemplation done mostly through walking meditation is that once a steady and sound understanding is there of the Buddhist philosophy, practitioners are encouraged to go on a walking meditation where one first initially brings to mind what is the object of this walking meditation. And then it comes to mind that to say that this is based on our understanding of the Buddhist philosophy, that the sensations felt at the eye, ears, tongue, nose, and so on are just perceptions, nothing else. And once that is found out, the mechanism is seen. And the fact that one actually attributed this experience of seeing, hearing, touching, tasting to the mind also is seen with remarkable clarity. And the fact that then that there is no person here also becomes self-evident. And with that, gradually there will be a moment where whole aspect of it, the fact that it is a misconception to have a self-view, that actually there is only an activity happening and there is no self here doing anything. So the wrong self-view gets dislodged, and then the defilements that arise out of these objects being real in this world also has no foot to hold on to. So that collapses as well. So the defilements, the clinging, the aversion, what is there to cling? What is there to be averse about? That truth also dawns at that moment. All these things, all these days, all these years, the things that one has been worried about, the things that one has been worried about in the form of things that you don't like, things that you like, things that you love, the children, the husband, the family, the home, the mother, the father. You have held on to these things, not knowing that they are only perceptions. You have thought that these are to be real, these are real, that you have obligations towards these people. What they do and say to you also matters, and so on. But if one actually knows that this is a perception, these are only perceptions and nothing else, there's an enormous weight that actually moves away from the body, moves away from the shoulders. Because all that stress and worry and anxiety of wanting to do something, wanting to be something, wanting to be a good person, all that starts shedding away. It is so beautiful. It becomes the transformation that occurs with this realization brings about an innate calmness, a tranquility that cannot be named, cannot be labeled, and does not have a parallel in this conventional world. This is what you call super awakening. So one actually feels the non-vibration more and more, and that is where awakening to the moment also occurs. But the more this Dhamma is practiced, the more clarity that is obtained of the Buddhist philosophy. The fact that this is only a activity that is going on with the sensor faculties, the six senses, and that this is just almost a robotic, automatic existence. As long as the breath is coming in and out of this body, becomes very much self-evident. And so that is how this realization of the Dhamma occurs. And ultimately, the vibration that is considered as the self vibration is gradually dissolved, and it is the extinguishing of that vibration that we call the full realization of the Dhamma, which is the state of non-vibration or the state of Buddhahood. So it is a beautiful Dhamma, and we invite all of you who are interested in understanding or knowing further about this matter. If you do have any questions, you can come to the 3 to 5 p.m. Sri Lanka time zone discussion. Otherwise, if you would like to read some English books on these teachings, you're welcome to go into that website, buddothpada-dhamma.com, and then read, take it slowly and read with an open mind the teachings and the sermons as to how we have deceived ourselves all this time by taking this mind to be real and by taking the I, me, my concept to be real. So it is a gradual understanding. So don't create pressure onto yourself. Don't create any deadlines or anything. It is a thing that needs to be well thought out, well reflected upon by the prajna or the wisdom. But it is something that would truly bring, if realized fully, truly bring complete calmness, tranquility to your life. Everything will still happen as normal. You can still do your obligations to your family, household, you can still do your job, but that feeling of worry, stress, anxiety, the suffering that is coming through the weightiness of thoughts, overpowering, is gone, and then it becomes lesser and lesser, and the feel that existed prior to everything becoming a thing through the mind becoming powerful, the feel becomes more prominent. The non-vibration starts gradually taking over, and the vibration is gradually dissolving. So the super happiness is there, the non-vibration is there, but these are ultimate states of realization. But one still can feel in every moment. If the thing and the stimuli doesn't become a thing, there is nirvana in that moment. Becoming the nirvana is a ultimate state, but that too is a gradual process that one can certainly get to with the proper understanding of the Dhamma. So we'll stop there for today on the talk, and let me pay homage to Buddothpada and Mahansa. Then for all your teachings and guidance. My Dhamma friends to also take an active interest and listen to the Dhamma to bring peace and tranquility to your life, which is far surpassing the mind-made happiness that is being experienced, the mind and the suffering that is being experienced in this moment. There is truly an end to the suffering if one actually understands this true Dhamma. So, Tilwan Saranai Dhamma friends.
Buddothpada Ariani, loving and kind. You came like light to free the blind from realms of grace, from heavens above. You walked among us with boundless love. Buddothpada Ariani, Buddothpada Ariani. Seeing the sorrow of mankind, You spread the truth so clear, so bright. The Dhamma's flame, the guiding light. You reawaken Buddha's way, the sasana shining day by day. Through your compassion, calm and deep, you soothe the wound that makes us weak. Buddothpada, you show the path through gentle words and sermons vast. Step by step, you lead us on until the night the fear is gone. Nibbana now is not a dream. It flows within like a peaceful stream. Oh, Ariani, may you live long. Our hearts forever sing your song. May you live long, oh noble guide. In gratitude we stand with pride. Buddothpada, Ariani, bright as the sun. May your holy work never be done. May your holy work never be done. Buddothpada, Ariani. Buddothpada, Ariani. Buddothpada, Ariani. Buddothpada, Ariani.
Thirvan Saranai. First of all, I would like to pay my utmost respect to our Kalyan Mitrayan Mahanse, Buddothpada Aryan Mahanse. පාද නමස්කාර කරමි ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ අවසරයි. As usual, today this is another session of this English pure TV English channel where you can listen to this through Dhamma 24 hours. So if you are interested in this true Dhamma, Buddothpada is the place where you can find it. You can find this true Dhamma even in English language, Sinhala language, as well as in Tamil. So this Buddothpada Pure TV English channel is open with the vision of our Kalyana Mitrayan Mahanse to give this true Dhamma to the whole world. That is the sole expectation. So it doesn't matter whether you speak English, Sinhala, Tamil or any other language. So Dhamma is true Dhamma is true Dhamma. So if somebody is looking for this true Dhamma, you can find it in these Buddothpada sermons. When we talk about these Buddothpada sermons, actually, there are more than 10,000, in the sense we can say nearly 12,000 sermons. You can listen in YouTube. So if you are interested in true Dhamma is there for you. So once you listen to these things, if you understand this true Dhamma, you will find your own liberation. So nobody will force you to understand this. These sermons are there for you to listen and understand it by yourself. So nobody will force you. Nobody will force you. So it is up to you actually. So once you understand this, you will feel this. This is some kind of a feeling. So this is not knowledge. Although you can find knowledge everywhere. So this true Dhamma, where you find in these Buddothpada sermons, is something that you should feel. This is not knowledge. That is the difference between these two. So there you have to find about yourself. You are not going to find anything from the outside world. That is the most important thing, where we lose the philosophy of Lord Buddha, the truth of Dhamma, where we lost actually, where we have lost actually this for the last few years. So here after 2,500 years, you have come across this true Dhamma. So it is up to you to listen this and understand in this and you feel it. That is the most important thing. So most probably, maybe you do meditation, you go to some other religious place, maybe you offer flowers. There are a lot of things you do on behalf of this Dhamma. We know when we think about these temples, kovils, churches and all, so there we can see a lot of people are offering pujas to Lord Buddha, maybe God, maybe Jesus, or whatever it is. So you used to do that. You are doing all these things to eradicate your suffering. The first thing is that or if not, you are doing all these things to collect merits, because you have your next soul and you are looking for the next soul, and that is why you are collecting these merits for the next birth. That is what you have in your mind. So you think that if you do not do these things, you will not be able to get a good place in your next birth. So with that intention, everybody, actually everybody, even we were there in the same situation before we find this Buddothpada sermons, actually these golden Buddothpada sermons. So is that the truth? Maybe you will think, yes, that is the truth. So because mm, we can't come out of that, we are stuck in that place. So we are very pious. So in that sense, we want to do all these offerings, pujas, Apru puja, so many things. Not only that, alms giving, so many things plus meditation. So most probably, as you thought, we also thought meditation is the only way of eradicating this suffering. So everybody is doing all these things instead of actually that swimming against the river. So that is what we have to say. We anusotaya. So that is where we are. Mm, there is nobody, there was nobody to teach us earlier, nobody to teach us. So you are doing something wrong. This is not the correct path. Although Lord Buddha preached this real truth 2500 years ago, mistakenly we have taken the message in another way. So it was a soup like, and we didn't know what to do and what not to do. So we had to go with the tide. That means we do what others do. So we follow what others follow. So thinking that we have to do better than this, and with the intention of coming to the first, so we did all these things. But once you start listening to these Buddothpada sermons, it it was actually, it is completely different. So once you start listening to this, that you will realize that, is this the truth? Yes, this is the truth. This is the truth what Lord Buddha has preached. කාලයේ වැලි කලාවට සැඟව ගිය සත්‍ය ධර්මය. That is what we call. Right? It was covered with the dust. So after 2500 years ago, again, just like the same in that era, we found this true Dhamma. So we are really fortunate to listen to this true Dhamma after 2500 years ago. So, uh, when we talk about the philosophy of Lord Buddha, that is totally depending on the practical. Practical in the sense, where we thought that practical side, we thought that that is the meditation. So here it is not so actually. What Lord Buddha has taught, the philosophy, Satyajnana. So when we come to that point, our Kalyana Mitranan Mahanse, Buddhottpada Aryan Mahanse has found this through Dhamma. With his experience, he is revealing to the world. From his childhood, he has searched this. He wanted to find this true Dhamma. So at last, I think 5 years ago, he has given it to the world. He has opened it to the world. after this corona pandemic. So we are really fortunate to listen to this to Dhamma. Within these 5 years, it is spreading very widely. You all can see, so around the world, even in English, around the world, even in Sri Lanka, it is spreading very quickly, very widely. It is spreading. Most of the centers are there. The main center, Dombogoda and also Gangabade is next to that. So Dombogade has become an international meditation center where even foreigners can come and relax and absorb this through Dhamma. Even they do actually. We can identify that, we can see that they do. So everywhere, Metmal Vivekashramas are there, and also Meheni ashramas in different places, even in temples, with the help of these monks and nuns. So these practical sessions are conducting very successfully. So every day, these practical sessions are doing somewhere else. Even overseas, it has started. So there are a lot of people gathered. They have gathered under this Buddothpada platform now. So we are really fortunate because Aryan Mahanse has sacrificed his whole life on behalf of this Buddothpada. So even Zoom meetings throughout the day, when you have any question or a problem with regard to Dhamma, he is there to solve the problem at any time. So from morning till midnight, in English Zoom, it goes the whole day, 24 hours. In Sinhala, from morning you have this morning session starting from 5 a.m. So again, there is another Zoom starts at 9:30. Yeah, in both you can talk to Aryan Vase straight away. If you have any problem, he is giving Kamatahana every time, even Aryan Vase is not there. So you can talk to these expert teachers where they have experienced, those who have experienced this true Dhamma. So you are really fortunate to talk to your problem to anybody else. So at last you can talk to Kalyana Vidyanan Mahanse. So after 9:30, again in between you have these DTV, these practical sessions are going on, and also Pratipada, everything is going on. You can listen to them, you can watch them with the help of the screen, and also at 1:30 the sutra discussions with which is very valuable to actually anybody, which is valuable to anybody, especially these monks and nuns. So sutra explanations, Aryan Hanse directly explaining these things. Very nicely he is explaining this, which is very interesting. So after that, at 4 o'clock also there are meetings with the teams of these different teams to talk about and to take decisions and all, to give information and all. They are actually well planned, well organized. So they are going on. So after that, 7 to 9:30 Andolanatmaka Deshana, which is really interesting. Anybody can join it. I can't say like that because Aryan Mahasi has told now to join those who feel that the outside world is not true. If you feel that the outside world, what you see outside is not true. So if you feel that, if you want to see, if you see that, please join that. So while joining that on lively, most of the followers join that. So others, what they do, they follow YouTube channel they follow. So there are a lot of disciples of Buddothpada are listening this Andolanatmaka Deshana, which is very, very interesting, and really he is straightforward, very straightforward at that session. So he's giving his Kamatahana straightforward, most probably more than those who have listened to this true Dhamma more than 2 years. So there they can meet Aryan Mahanse to solve their problems. So there are so many opportunities with this Buddhottpada. So when we come to the topic, uh, actually, the problem is most probably with I-ness. So if I ask you a question like this, can you find any living individual within you? Can you find any living individual within you? So have you ever questioned this sense of individual self or I-ness? Do you think there is somebody, somebody living in your soul? So this is the most important question, and finding my, mine. So that is the whole thing throughout this Buddhottpada sermons Aryan Mahansa is doing. So try to find if there is somebody. So if I say like this, where am I? What am I? Really, where does this I exist? Have you ever questioned this way? Have you ever questioned this way? So maybe not, because you were running after these pujas and all, so you didn't have time to find about yourself. We all, including I myself, actually, we all were running after others. So we also try to find pause with the others outside world. So the mundane world became reality to all of us. We never thought of I, my, mine, something like that. Uh, that is that. The interesting thing is now we feel actually ashamed about ourselves, because we always, if something happened to us, we always try to find somebody outside. If something happened to us, because of you, this thing happened to me. That was our answer. So that is why it clearly says in these Buddhottpada sermons, don't try to find anything from outside. Try to find it within yourself, even Buddha. Try not to find anything from outside. So what a nice explanation. So once we ask this question, where am I? What am I? Really, where does this I exist? Even uh, even we can ask this from somebody else as well. We can ask, where are you? You can ask your mother, you can ask your father. So if you ask, where are you? They will tell, where are you? They will tell where they live, the name of their country or the name of their hometown or something else. That is what. If I ask you, where is Niagara Falls? Where is Ruanvali Saya? Where is Taj Mahal? They will say the definite place where it was situated, where it is situated. The country or the place, they will say, right? So here, if I ask, what is this I? What is this I you refer to? Where did this I come from? There's a question from the eye, from the ear, from the nose, even from the tongue. Is there any other sense organ that I exist? This is very common to all these Buddothpada followers actually. So the answer is no. It is simply an imagination, a fabrication, a thought. So you are well aware of these things. But again and again, you have to repeat this and ask this because until you feel it, that is why no, it is simply an imagination, a thought, a fabrication. Similar to the way you created a book, maybe table, wall, bed, and so on. Then the sense of individual self, is a concept. I is a concept. You will not believe this, but at the end you will realize this. It is your own imagination. Through social conditioning, you keep on using the word I without ever checking what it refers to. This is a wrong identification. This is called Sakkaya Ditthi. If I say you something like that, if you see a book, that means I also exist. If you see a mango tree, if you see a mango tree, there I exist because you see the mango tree. To see the mango tree, there is somebody. So you are there to see the mango tree, isn't it? So I think you have to think deeply in this because that the way you can understand is this. If something is outside, inside you are there to see it. Can you understand what I say? Similar to the way the book is created, I is also created when you started learning words. When you see a book, at that instant, there is I also to see the book. This is what I mean. To see the book, you are there. If the book is there, you are there. If you are there, the book is there. Vice versa. If there are existing things, then this individual self called me also exists. This is very tricky point. You have to understand that sometimes you may not understand even this point even, although you have listened to these sermons, Buddothpada sermons, because it is not that difficult actually. Yes, if there are existing things, then an individual self called me also exists. So just imagine if no things are there outside, then no me, no individual self. Here you should clearly understand actually no things means there are no things as you habitually perceive them to be. Seeing, hearing, tasting, smelling and touching happens, but you know the reality that things are merely mental constructs through binding colors and sounds, nothing more. Can you understand what I said? They are merely mental constructs through binding colors and sounds. This is what, even in Sinhala, when you listen, this is what Aranvasi is always explaining. So all these things are merely mental constructs. They simply appear and disappear. So with this, you will recognize the falsehood of individuality of me. So understanding this, actually this is illusion. Illusion in the sense, illusion means understanding the truth. Understanding this illusion means understanding the truth. So this is what we call that understanding of this Buddha's philosophy, Lord Buddha's philosophy. So if I say we all are deluded, all are trapped in an illusion, that's true. Here it is raining, they are snowing, somewhere else dry period, another place is moisture. What are these all about? Is it not all these are illusion of mind? In another words, Maya of Vijnana. What Vijnana Maya gives is like if I say this, like a icing cake. So our mind knows our mind knows whether we are happy or sorrowful. Mostly we become sorrowful because of the fear of losing imaginary things. Is there any other greater joke than this? Creating non-existent imaginary things and weeping for these. Animals cannot understand this, but humans have the capacity to understand. It is irrelevant who you are, what you are, and your social status. What is important is whether you know the truth or not. Once you know the truth, you start living with the truth. You become free. This is the profundity of knowing the truth. Once the truth is seen, you will not again be caught up with this Maya. You do not daydream. You do not fall again and again. You do not grieve or cry when leaving the world. You see death every moment. You will never worry about death. That is also seen as blissful. So once you identify this Maya, once you feel that this is Maya, you will feel everything. which is really a blissful thing. There you will never worry about the death. So that means even the death as well as the birth. So all these things are merely words for you, because there is no death or birth for the person who understood, for the person who felt this illusion actually. So you start living with the truth. You become free. So there you feel, you do not feel that heaviness. The heavy, you do not feel, that is the word we can say, that sukha actually. That is the word you can use there, that sukha, because once you feel this, once you start thinking that this is not real, this is not what we thought of. So once you realize this real truth, you are just like a bird flying in the far sky. There is no road, there is no way for the bird. So you are very free. Freely you fly in the sky. As well as you understand that what you see outside is not true. And also the thoughts are not very heavy. Thoughts are coming. So you identify it. You are awakened to the moment. You can identify it. That is the most important thing. So you know this is a thought and you let it go. It is not a burden for you. You feel free. The suffering which has to this thought will become zero. Normally, once you start experiencing this, that burden or suffering is becoming less, least and least. That is how it happens. So at the last moment, the liberation. Once you start that internal transformation, you will understand that, and you will have to talk with your Kalyana Mityanan Mahanse, Buddothpada Mahanse. So there you understand that no, there is no value to anything. Just imagine when we talk about money, how much of value we have for that money. If we imagine the property you have, how much of value you have given to your property. If you think about your son, if you think about your family, so how much of value you have given to only son. So if it is gold, jewelries, so it will be very valuable to you. So once you understood this, once you understood this Dhamma, when that internal transformation happens, so there will be no value to anything else. Everything is a dream for you. You are awakened from that dream. There is a good example. You will not act in that drama. Aran Mahanse has given these examples actually very nicely, where I always take to explain this Dhamma. You don't find anywhere else these examples. Very nicely, he has revealed this true Dhamma to the world. Acting in a teledrama or watching a film. So you are watching a film, you are acting there. So not acting there, you have to come out of that film and you have to direct it, be the producer. to the director of the film. That is how R.N. Vase is explaining this very nicely. So when you sit in front of the screen, this plastic or iron or whatever the metal it is, so it becomes real to you. You are living in that illusion. So when there is an accident, just imagine there is an accident in the teledrama, movie, or a film. So you feel sorry. You start crying. You are starting to cry. When there is a wedding or something like that, you feel it. You are also in the wedding that you are also acting. So all these things are thoughts, which is not real. You are in that mundane world. So very nicely he has given to understand. Actually, all these examples are given by Buddothpada and Vahase. All these examples are his own examples. We are taking these things from his servants. So other than that, we don't have any examples even. So they are this watching this teledrama or movie, and you are also an actor. So very nicely he is explaining. Actually, that is true. Once you to first you get this as knowledge. So later on, when you think deeply, you understand that yes, that is what we do. We are seeing a dream. You have to awaken from that dream. So when you think very deeply all these very simple examples, you can feel this Dhamma. So that much of nice Dhamma, very beautiful Dhamma he has given to the world. He has revealed to the world. So if you have not understood there, that is really unfortunate. So try to get this as soon as possible. Isagini gattaku egini nivana say. That is how in Sinhala it says. No, isn't that so? Yes, that is true. You have to find it out. Please find it out, because Dhamma, true Dhamma in the Buddothpada is that much beautiful. That much of relaxation. Actually, that is not relaxation. Even more than that, thousands more than that. No, not relaxation. Relaxation is very temporary. So this is permanent. This internal transformation or sukhaya. So these are the words given by Aram. Actually, the liberation of mind. Most probably you are aware of this word, the liberation of mind. So that is what, once you understand, once you feel that, you will feel that sukhaya. So if you do not lose things in the world, this is another point I want to tell you. If we do not lose things in the world, how can there be new things? Because if it is permanent, I mean, if it is permanent, there will be no space to the rest. The chakra, isn't that so? Yes. Think for a moment. If this mango tree does not fall, or if it does not die, how can there be an opportunity for a new plant? There is no opportunity for another new plant. That is the nature, isn't that so? So to get the new plant, new mango tree, the one existing, it should fall down. It should dried up, or it should die, or whatever. It should fall down. Then only the space for the this opportunity for another new plant comes. So that is nature actually. If this mother in the sense, if I say mother, now we call that mango tree does not fall down or does not die, does not leave the place, there is no room for another small tree, the small tree. There should be space for the small tree to grow. Can you imagine? Can you think of what I said? What I said was there are mango trees in the sense not only mango trees, there are a lot of trees. For an example, I took that mango tree. Just take as an example this mango tree. If it does not fall down or something happens to it, there is no place, there is no opportunity for the next one, next generation, I mean. Likewise, how can another person be born on earth if one person does not leave the world? This is nature. Even this thing I can remember today or yesterday, R.N. Mahanse explained this. This is nature. Another baby. This is what the nature does. That is the duty of the nature. There exists only nature, giving opportunity to next baby. So that is what nature does. Similar to this mango tree falling down to let the, if we say that small or the baby mango tree grow, like elderly people will have to leave to let others come. Otherwise, there will be no space in our houses for new ones. This is the nature. Can you understand? Yes, even in R.N. Mahanse's these sermons, even while having these Zoom discussions, he is explaining this very nicely, giving opportunity to the next generation. Even these plantations, they do. Even human beings, they do the same. Nature is the truth. There is no other story than nature. In fact, there is no story. There is no point in living in the illusion, daydreaming in the illusion. For an example, it is like thinking about a non-existent rainbow. We understand what the rainbow is. Yes, we know the fact that we can never get a rainbow. It is understood. There is no cause such thing. So in the same manner, as I give you these examples, we should not try to possess or claim ownership of this illusory world. On the other hand, to claim ownership, that means I, my, mine, that ownership possess. There is nobody here. What we need to be done is simply see the rainbow and its beauty and be happy. Similarly, see the beauty of rain and be happy. See the wind and be happy. See the rain and be happy. That is how. Try to be happy in all circumstances. Just imagine you are at the last breath. So even at that time, if you can be happy, that's all. So when we think about this body and bones and all, the bones, flesh and all, it is like the soil of the earth. There is nobody here. If I say there is nobody here, there you have to understand with the help of this philosophy, Satyajnana, the most important thing in Buddothpada sermons. Where Aranyaha has found this, like Lord Buddha, Gautama Buddha. So you have to feel it. It is a feel. Just I am just talking words, but that inner deep meaning is there. If I say nobody is here, these are just words. You have to have that experience within you. This is not knowledge. That is the most important thing. This is not knowledge. If I say there is no individual self, just not words. They are not just words. You have to have that feeling. This is the most important thing. So just listening to these sermons is useless actually. What you have to do is you have to have that feeling. You have to have that thoroughly, you have to understand and you have to think deeply. What is this? Think deeply. And you have to have, when you think it deeply, when you try to understand this gradually, that wisdom, that internal transformation will happen. Other than that, this will be just knowledge, like actually what these monks, the other monks we have experienced that they are just giving words to the world, not like Buddothpada sermons. There is no individual self. How wonderful, how blissful it is if you can see and abide that there is no world, nobody. It is simply the happening in nature. Nobody apart from nature. Then you will be ever blissful. This peace and bliss can be achieved only through the understanding of Brahma. So there, actually, what you have to do is you have to thoroughly go through this Buddhist philosophy. All beings end suffering by knowing the truth. How beautifully if all human beings could recognize this truth. Yes, that is true because in Buddothpada sermons, the truth, the real truth, is revealing to the whole nation. But it is up to you whether you take it or not. Anyway, there are a lot of, as I mentioned you earlier, there are a lot of disciples hand in hand going around this Buddothpada, the tree of Buddothpada actually, this golden tree of Buddothpada. So if everybody understands this truth, how nice, how beautiful this world be. So everybody will stop suffering, and also there will be no wars like this as we experience today. If they could gain this Dhamma, they would never start this war. They will stop because they do not know the real truth. That is why they are fighting each other. That I-ness, actually, that is what the ego they are having. So I wish that everybody will get this Buddothpada sermons to eradicate suffering. Definitely you can eradicate your suffering with the help of this Buddothpada sermons. So, as usual, the time is up. So I would like to wind up this Dhamma talk as usual with the words like this. May we have the courage to look deeply. May we have the wisdom to let go. May we awaken to the moment. And may all beings be free from suffering. Again, I would like to say, may all beings be from suffering. Therwan Saranai, and I would like to pay my utmost respect to our Kalyan Mitranan Wahanse, Buddothpada Aryan Wahanse, Pada Namaskara Karami Aryan Wahanse, Avasarai. May the Triple Gem bless you all. Therwan Saranai.
Therwan Sarnai. With deep gratitude, I worship my most venerable teacher, the most venerable Buddothpada Aryan Wahanse, who compassionately reveals the profound Dhamma in a way that awakens wisdom in the heart of many. Under the noble guidance and blessings of most venerable Buddothpada Aryan Wahanse, I humbly begin today's Dhamma sermon. During this time, when we can still hear the words of Buddha, what we all look for is peace, tranquility, solace, and to be free from all suffering. We also need to end greed, ill will, and illusion. Extinguishing of all these traits is nirvana. In Buddha's time, people realize the truth by listening to Dhamma, and even women like Kisa Gotami, Patachara, Ambapali are few persons among many others who found eternal happiness, solace in Buddha's teaching. Unfortunately, today, the Buddha's message is not heard everywhere. It has become very rare. But we have met our Kalyana Mitran Wahanse, who gives the Buddha's message as he delivered it. We have met our Kalyana Mitran Wahanse, whose preaching is resembled to Lord Buddha's preaching. Actually, today the Buddhist community has lost this solace and peace due to following the books and teachers with various mindsets who have not realized the ultimate truth by themselves. That is why we say the exact teaching of Lord Buddha is heard very rarely. When we do not follow the correct guidance, it is difficult to realize the ultimate truth. The correct practice of the Vidarshana meditation has been lost in this time. In these discussions, you can learn the pure view of the Buddha and the Buddha's correct method on how to practice the Vidarshana meditation. This pure and correct view of the Buddha cannot be found elsewhere. The Buddha's view and teaching about how there is no self can be well understood in these discussions and sermons. This understanding will enable you to realize the pure truth, ultimate truth. We will always continue to make an effort to help you understand the ultimate truth, guided by our Buddothpada Aryan Hansa. It's not as easy as one thinks. With the same time, if one put an effort, it is not as difficult as one thinks as well. What do we need? We need the determination, perseverance, endless effort. We always say that there is nothing called a mind. Under this topic, we have been giving a series of Dhamma talks. Most of the people tend to learn Dhamma merely from textbooks. They do not become practical. They acquire a significant intellectual knowledge. Most people run after mere intellectual knowledge. But if one recognizes the fact that the Dhamma is not in the textbooks, Lord Buddha expounded the truth to the humanity as a path to freedom, eradicating the suffering or the unsatisfactoriness or the misery. What we really need is this life is the freedom from dukkha or suffering and be at peace. What is dukkha? If we look at this dukkha closely, we will understand that dukkha is due to the existence of the so-called me. Commonly, we all say, I am in dukkha, I'm suffering, I'm unhappy, etc. I'm in dukkha, I'm in suffering because of so and so. I'm dukkha because that item was broken into pieces. And I lost that particular object that I really loved most, etc. In this manner, we attribute the arising of dukkha to various things or various people or situations outside. We mostly pinpoint outside. If we now we understand that this dukkha is for somebody. If there is nobody, then how we can there be any dukkha? How we can experience dukkha? This is a very deep insight, which we usually do not see or comprehend. However, if we come to recognize this truth clearly, it becomes very simple and obvious fact. We talk about Nibbana, and many try to attain Nibbana, or in other words, to realize the truth. Isn't it so? Enlightenment. Which is called Nivima. When there is a fire, there will be an extinguishment of the fire as well. In case of an oil lamp, if oil is over and the wicks also burnt out, the lamp will then automatically cease to exist. Where the light has gone from its existence. This is a simile usually given in sutras. For example, Agnikandottama Sutta, as long as one puts firewood, dry leaves, dry combustible material into the fire. It continues in this manner. There are many similes given. However, these are mere intellectual knowledge. Even for a moment, have you ever felt that you have a mind? We often say that I have a mind. My mind is joyful, or my mind is miserable or unhappy. It is not this mind is joyful or unhappy. We should understand that. Whenever the mind is full of sorrow or joy, you may exactly see that either sorrow or joy in it. But we should clearly understand that wherever the mind is, there is dukkha, unsatisfactoriness. Whenever mind exists, there is joy and sorrow, the duality. Mind never says at one end. It always oscillates. If there is one end, it implies the existence of the opposite end. The duality is the nature of the mind. Lord Buddha taught the truth, the reality beyond the duality. We have been explaining the theory, the paraya, the material in suttas, in Pitakas. Today I'm discussing the fact beyond Pitakas, which are of practical significance. Most of us Pitakas as intellectual knowledge or data or theory. However, when it comes to through knowing or experiential knowledge, it is questionable whether we have understood the teaching correctly or not. The essentials that is pointing to almost all have not understood the pointings correctly. Do you recognize that somebody or sense of an individual exists? In the so-called knowledge, that means intellectual knowledge, here the knowledge means objective knowledge. If one says, I know, it merely means a knowledge acquired through senses. Then there exists somebody or sense of individuality, an object of knowledge. However, if the sense of individuality separates, entity is lost or disappeared, there is no use of knowledge. This is a very subtle, very blissful, deep philosophical understanding and recognition, which lead to the cessation of all sorrow or suffering. What are you actually looking for? Path to salvation, path to freedom, or looking for a solution to the fire of samsara? Are you confident that you know the truth? O Dhamma? Are you confident that you will not have any birth after this body drops off? Do you have any prior experience of this experience by your own? Anupadisesa Nibbana means dropping off the body and becoming part of the earth. So Padisesa Nibbana means annihilating all defilements, keles, and experiencing freedom and bliss while living. That is total freedom from the mind while living. Nibbidanti viraganti. Viraganti nirodanti. Nirodanti patinisang passi. This is the path to Nibbana. That is, one recognizes clearly the non-formation of mind hereafter by oneself. What is this mind? Where is this non-formation of mind occurring? One may think that he will not fulfill his desires or the thoughts aramuna arising in mind. Most of us consider that all object of mind aramuna are to be things. Also, everyone knows that thoughts are the mind itself. The mind has no independent existence. The thought, for example, your child, how so anything else? It itself does not fulfill desires. Such thoughts are impermanent, that is anitya. Thoughts seemingly appear and disappear. One can ponder the impermanence, anitya, of objects in this manner. For example, any object seen outside is impermanent. It breaks and decays after for some time. This way, one can think about the impermanence of objects, considering that leads to develop detachment from that object. By contemplating this manner, one may think that he will be fully detached one day, and the truth will be revealed at some stage. His endeavor is to annihilate craving, tanha. You can try this manner. But soon you will understand that this endeavor is endless. Somehow, if one can achieve practically, it's good. But unfortunately, it will not happen. Practicing this way, you will definitely come to know annihilation of craving will not happen. At some point in time, we also tried this out. At the end, found out that it does not work that way. Craving keep rising. Why? Because we still believe there are things outside. As long as we hold on to the existence of things outside, we can never annihilate sorrow or dukkha and become free. That is, we never go to samucceda prahaya. One will not achieve samucceda prahara merely by thinking not to fulfill one's like and dislikes. It is just repression as tadanga. It is a kind of calmness in mind, giving rise to false sense of realization of truth. And one can easily get deluded. This means one is not free from dukkha, but just a misapprehension by oneself, and again fall into samsara. This is not the path to nibbana or freedom. There are many misconceptions in the society relating to spiritual path. Most minds are filled with such and cause agitation to their minds. We need to discuss those things so that those misnorms are corrected. One may say that he can identify the unwholesome tendencies. That is the arising of lustful thoughts known as raga or aversive or hateful thoughts, dvesha, or delusion or ignorant thoughts, moha, that one is seen by himself. The arising of such thoughts patterns relates to raga, dvesha, and moha. Some may say when a lustful thoughts appears, they show dukkha. Dukkha satya to counter it. When aversive means dvesha thoughts appears, they show anatta sanya. When moha thoughts appears, anitya sanya is shown. In this manner, they show anitya, dukkha, and anatma sanya to respective thought formation so that the influence is nullified. That is the unwholesomeness is shown to the arising mental object. Doing this way, it is imagined their influence to the things out. This process is merely a mental activity. When you read textbooks, Tripitaka, this is the way it has been written by words to annihilate raga, dvesha, and moha. Those who read such texts may simply take the superficial meaning of the word for practicing. They do practice by showing anitya, dukkha, anatma, and respective thoughts from thoughts forms of dvesha, raga, and moha. They think they could realize the truth by showing the unwholesomeness to each arising thoughts formations. We were also taught initially that we would attain the truth by practicing this way. We practiced this initially. There seems to have some relief or repression from klesha to a certain degree. However, after for some time, one will feel that there is no progress, no path, and becomes stagnated. We should note that these types of practices automatically assumes the existence of objects outside, which is false. That is why we emphasize over and over again in our talks that any explanation, any Dhamma talks given on the basis of existence of objects outside is not in line with Lord Buddha's teaching. When Buddha says Rupato Nichato Anichato, he clearly explains Rupato Anichanam Bante. Rupato Anicham Bante. This means if one believes the existence of things outside, it is impossible to realize the truth. As long as there are things outside, dukkha is inevitable. No cessation of dukkha. As a sincere truth seeker, you may be practicing such kamatahan. That means seek a specific instructions given by a teacher as an honest attempt to know the truth. We are not criticizing those practices and seekers. We know most of you try those innocently to know the truth. Through our ignorance, as well as since there was no guidance for us. Once we as blind people went behind different kind of truth seekers. Whatever the path they showed us, that we could attain Nibbana, we tend to follow them. Because our mere expectation was to see the truth. We wanted somehow or other to find the truth, to cease this endless samsara. But nobody was able to find the exact truth. They went behind different kind of mityadushti. Where was the real truth? The truth to find the Nibbana. It was hidden for some time. That is why we too went behind different mityadushti. Because our sole expectation was to find the correct path. It's not a mistake of ours. That is why even Lord Buddha said to Ananda Thero, Ananda, this total Buddha Sasana depends on Kalyana Mitra. Unless the correct guidance of the Kalyana Mitra and Vahansa, we cannot find the exact truth. So-called truth seekers, what they utter about the path, we followed that. Maybe that is due to our ignorance. But there was nobody to show us the correct path. What we thought was the path shown by them was the correct path. We got a standard, but fortunately, we have met a Kalyana Mitra and Vahansa whose path is exactly the path shown by our Tathagatana Vahansa. No longer we are unfortunate. Our tireless journey is now over. Since our wisdom was somewhat awakened, now we have found the way to make it fully awakened. When the wisdom is fully awakened, we know that we can assure that our samsara is over. How many births we had, one after the other? How many times we suffered in this samsara? Once this Dhamma is heard by anyone, he will definitely jump in joy, as he or she has found something very valuable. That value cannot be measured in terms of any material things. But the most valuable thing one can find in this world is the pure truth. All the other material things can be measured in terms of any kind of unit. But the joy, the happiness one gets by listening to this Buddothpada Deshana, that happiness cannot be measured in terms of any material units. That is the difference. We have realized that difference. Now, everyone who listens to this Dhamma is so confident This journey can be stopped, ceased, as if a lit lamp is extinguished. The flame will be nowhere. That means this endless samsara is over. No suffering any longer. No dukkha any longer. No unhappiness any longer. Bliss of Nibbana. The only path we have revealed that due to the proper guidance of our Kalyana Mitra and Vahansa. We clearly know that for many years we lived in world of thoughts. We were unable to identify that we suffered because of these thoughts. If one can really understand, these thoughts are all false, lie, untrue. What else is there to be understood? It's something very simple. With a concentrated mind, one can see how the thoughts generates. Thoughts come one after the other. Sometimes we may feel, yes, it's a series of thoughts related to a one particular incident. So, the person with ignorance, let these thoughts develop. He may be lost in the thoughts, yet he or she does not like to stop these thoughts. Sometimes he may feel sad, as well as sometimes he or she may feel very happy at once. One who is lost in the thoughts will be awakened from the dream. Then only realize that he or she would have been got lost in thoughts. What is this? Having realized very well, do we have to go behind these thoughts? Do the thoughts help us to attain Nibbana? Or are they hindrances that obstacle our way? A person whose wisdom is awakened, he knows that the moment the thoughts come to his mind, it's utter a lie. There isn't a truth in that. Coming thoughts to the mind anyway cannot be stopped. But the person who listens to this Dhamma, he knows to analyze. All these are thoughts, worthless thoughts. No value in these thoughts. How fortunate we are. At times we feel that we have awakened from a very lengthy dream. When we analyze this dream, we can understand how badly we were misled by the thoughts. This knowledge, understanding cannot be gained only through reading books. A person's wisdom to be awakened. The simple examples used by our Aryan Mahansa makes one understand the real truth. This is the time of Buddothpada. This is the time, the best time to realize this pure truth. Now it is heard through the social media. One who listens to that at least once easily realizes this is the exact Dhamma preached by our Lord Buddha. What a surprise! Amazing Dhamma is heard. No longer the fire lit in our minds. No more flames. No more dry leaves will be added to that fire to increase the fire. Little by little. When we get this sermon, it's like Amavasa, a very cool rain. Little by little, the fire lit is getting extinguished. When the fire is totally extinguished, that happiness, can we express that happiness in terms of words? No. That is the bliss. One who comes to this path will never meet any bend. He will proceed till he or she becomes fully enlightened. That journey afterward will not be that much difficult. Because the mental eye is awakened. Wisdom is totally awakened. Everything is comprehended. My dear Dhamma friends, just have a small thought. The thought of truth. You know that your mental eye is awakened since you have realized that there is nothing outside. All these are thoughts. So far, the thoughts burnt us. They burnt us to the ground. We have at once awakened. Buddothpada Wahanse, we bless you. We bless you to have the strength to deliver this message to everyone in this world who is suffering because of the ignorance. Little by little, the whole world one day will realize the truth. No longer it is hidden. The path is very clear. We'll all help each other to make their journey easy. Once again, before I conclude my Dhamma preaching, I worship my Aryan Wahanse, a great leader. May Triple Gem bless you all. Teruvan Sarnai.
Good morning, my dear Dhamma friends. It's with great joy and gratitude I extend a warm welcome to each and every one of you gathered here today for this meaningful Dhamma discussion. On this blessed morning of 27th September 2025 at 7:45 a.m. in Sri Lankan time, we come together in the spirit of learning, reflection, and spiritual growth. Before we proceed with our discussion or the discussion, let us first take a moment to offer our deepest respects to our spiritual guide, Venerable Buddothpada Varanasi. His wisdom, compassion, and unwavering dedication continue to illuminate our path, guiding us towards the ultimate goal of Nibbana. So we are actually fortunate, or we are truly blessed to have such a noble teacher leading us on this profound journey. May I also extend my heartfelt blessings to all who have joined today's discussion. So, Teruvan Saranai to all of you. Before we delving into today's discussion, I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce or remind you about our main websites. The main website is www.dhamma.com website. This website serves as a huge reservoir of Dhamma knowledge. So it offers numerous invaluable resources to aid our spiritual progress. Here you can access a collection of profound Dhamma books, including this esteemed series, The True Dhamma Has Awakened. This consists of 6 insightful volumes. So currently we are focusing on volume number 6. So actually these texts serve as guiding lights, helping us deepen our understanding and accelerating our path towards the true liberation. So it serves as kind of a a foundation, a solid foundation, a solid base for our understanding. So other than we have another website, that is www.wisdomofasia.com. So people who are interested in the modern day findings, modern day science. So if they are keen to search about what is the relationship between the ancient wisdom and the modern day science knowledge, so this website is available for you to visit. So it clearly reflects how this modern science well aligned with the wisdom that has been revealed by the Lord Buddha about 2500 years. So it can clearly bridge the gap actually. So I invite you to visit that site as well. So then we can start our usual book reading session. So I'd like to invite Miss Shani to read few pages starting from page number 149 on the 6th volume of the True Dhamma Has Awakened book series. So then we can start the discussion afterward. Teruvan Saranai, Miss Shani.
Teruvan Saranai, good morning everyone.
Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Ravi. Morning Zoom discussion on Saturday, 20th October 2023. Participant, Teruvan Saranai Varanasi. I bow down at your feet. I am taking the this opportunity today to let you know about my practical experience of the Dhamma. I have been listening to your Dhamma discourses for some time, and until I listened to them, I never realized how this fire created by anger and the anger I got from confrontations burned inside of me. Just when listening to the Dhamma principles I presented by you, automatically this realization came to my mind. I have no burning fires created by the anger I formerly experienced anymore after following your Deshana. Besides this, I also realized that everything is just an occurrence in the mind or a thought because I was able to put together the Dhamma facts. I am completely changed person today. It is a great transformation that happened because of your presentation. When I was looking into the Dhamma more and more, I also realized that the reason for these occurrences are based on nothing else but the principle of cause and effect. Mind actions are based on this principle. I found out that there is no truth in the subject or thought created by the outside phenomenon. Actually, there is nothing that is coming from the outside. Aryan Mahansa. For how long have you been listening to these discourses? Participant. For about 6 months, about 2 lectures per day. Aryan Mahansa. You are not talking through practical experience. Now you must focus your attention on seeing how this notion of a self can be created. Participant. I try to understand that. Venerable Sir, also as you uttered, I feel that we are always connected with our past experience, which I think is a reconstruction of the perception. Aryan Mahasar. In you, what I feel is that you think too much and that you pay more attention to the thought. I do not say that thinking of these concepts are improper. What I am saying to you is that you must follow the Deshana and get practical experience. You must observe how the notion of an individual self becomes faded. Participant. What I want to know is whether I am entangled by these illusions in the mind. Aryan Mahasar. Get the experience through practical side and go along the path to liberation or Nibbana. Theruvan Saranai.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much, Miss Shani. Yes. Uh, so yeah, we can start the discussion on top of that part. So I think it is a very nice kind of discussion that had happened uh, between a participant and RN1. So a participant says here, it is very nice. The participant says that he or she, I don't know the gender of him, gender of the person. Anyway, we'll say he. So he says that never, never like before. He feels like he does not have the burning sensation like before. So what Aran says is, you are thinking. So the participant is trying to explaining that he has no kind of inside burning like before. But again, what Aran says is, you are thinking. See, there is a very nice part here. So that we usually miss this part. So now we see it in again, see it again. So we will be able to understand that yes, that participant was thinking, and he what he was doing is he was trying to compare his earlier stage and the present stage. So how does he compare these things? By the mind again. Again, he uses his mind to compare the previous instance with the present instance. The burning previously he had and the level of burning at the present moment. So from what he does it through the mind. That's why Aryan keeps on telling him, you are again thinking. You are again thinking. My burn was large at the previous instances, but now my burn has been reduced. Likewise, again, he gives kind of value to that thought. He gives a value to that present thought. The thought of comparing two instances. So that again done by a thought. So that thought automatically gets some value assigned. So that should not be happen. So what is the way of getting away from that? So as we start listening these discourses, we also did the same thing. That's all right. That is the nature of the mind. So we always comparing. We always compare ourselves through mind, through thoughts. So that is the behavior of the mind. So whether we want to assess ourselves, whether I'm improving or not, that is the curiosity of the mind. That is the nature of the mind. Mind wants some power to keep it going, keep it's rolling out. So it generates its power in that way. The comparison, previous stages and present stages. So what Aryan said, the advice that was given by Aryan to him is, you are just again thinking. So what you lacking is the experience here. So what you have to do, you have to make this Dhamma into practice. You have put this Dhamma into practice. Then of course, you will feel the underlying burning gets diminished, getting dissolved. It is a feeling. It is not another thought. So that's why Aryan clearly say, put your knowledge into practice. So that is the challenging part here. Now most of the listeners here, they have been listening to this Dhamma for 1 or 2 years or more. So they know this Dhamma very well. But the lacking part is the practical part. This practical part does not really mean that you have to allocate some time and allocate that time to practice and see what's happening. This is not the thing. Once you become thorough with this understanding, if you are thorough enough with this understanding, it will automatically apply to your day-to-day life. It is not something that should be done forcefully. It is not something that should be done forcefully. If you are going to do this forcefully, again, there would be a person who is doing that practical session, who is doing this practice. So this is not what Lord Buddha said. let it happen within you. Let the practice come within you. So in earlier stages, that is all right. You have to do do some kind of a practice forcefully, intentionally. That's all right. But doing it again and again intentionally won't help you for the true realization. So that's why this first half of the Pratipadava, that means the Purabhaga Pratipadava, is very important. How much you become thorough with this understanding, automatically you will be pushed towards the true experience. If you do not still experience the Dhamma, that means there is some part is lacking in your understanding. Some part is missing. So we have to be very vigilant. We have to be very careful about that. So that if you don't feel this Dhamma from inside, that means that there is some amount of gap is left behind in the understanding part. That's why Lord Buddha said the first half is the most important part. Nowadays, if you look at any temple, any ashrama or monastery, this part is lacking. This part cannot be seen. The first half of the Pratipadava is missing. They are lucky they don't know the truth. They don't know the theory behind that. They don't know the illusion, how this illusion gets created. They don't know it. Even though they know, they just keep in their memory as a knowledge. This won't help. So they know the advice that has been given by Lord Buddha to Bahya. Dikte ditta mattam sute sutamattam mute mutamattam. They know it. They they have practiced. They preach to the others as well. But they don't know the real meaning of that. In order to have that proper understanding, they have to have the knowledge of how this formation occur, how this mind creation occur. So in order to understand how the creation of the mind, you have to have the knowledge of cause and effect Dhamma. There is a step-by-step guide which has been prepared, which has been revealed to the world by Lord Buddha. So that is the same preach that has been done by every Buddha who have born so far. That is the Paticcasamuppada, cause and effect Dhamma. So if you know, not actually the word, we can't use the word knowing, but at the beginning you have to know what it is, what it clearly says. Then of course you can apply to your practical life. That means how the mind gets created. So you have to analyze, put that knowledge into that in practice. So you have to analyze and see, do the experiment. You have to conduct your own experiment by putting yourself into as the sample. So am I the one who is there? So the Atma is here. So how this Atma? So I feel that I'm existing. So how this has happened? How this the perception of self had been created? So that is the challenge. That is the question for the entire research. That is the research question. Who am I? From where am I? Where have I come from? So what is the purpose of being here? That is the major question. So with that question in mind, we have to conduct our own research. So how this the self notion of self had been created? So we can use the model that has been preached by Lord Buddha. The model is the Paticcasamuppada or the cause and effect Dhamma. So we can apply that model and see how this self has been created. So the path is very clear. This cause and effect Dhamma is very clear. So that's clearly explained how the self gets created, how the soul gets created. So in order to do so, we have to go from the beginning, how this thought gets created. So thoughts collectively form the mind. There is no such a thing called mind. So form the thoughts collectively forms the mind. So then we have to analyze how these thoughts get created. So if you go to analyze that thing, you will understand without the faculties, the 5 faculties you have, there is no way of creating a thought here. So then you have to analyze what the functionality of these faculties. Then you have to get one faculty at a time, and you have to analyze each and every faculty very delicately. So that is the vidarshana that you have to have. So creation of a faculty is well explained in the cause and effect Dhamma. So when you do this experiment, you will understand, even though you tell that there is kind of a vision, there is kind of a thing called light, there is kind of hearing, there is kind of thing called sound. All these things are creations. They were not there before, and they will not proceed further. They get constructed then and there at this very moment. So then what you have to do is, then you have to escalate further to how this magic gets created in that very moment. So to that, we have to go back to the Majja Sutra level, and we have to have a clear idea of how the different polarities make some kind of a feel like existing. If we can apply this knowledge to one single faculty, it is not very hard to apply to the rest of the faculties as well. The same mechanism can be applied to the other faculties as well. Same thing happens. If somehow you feel, if someone, a feeling of alive thing gets created in the eye faculty, that is the moment where the lights get created. The perception of lights get created. That's why it is called Nama Rupa. There won't be any kind of perceptions without a feel underlying. So all these things are creations, not had been there before, not not they will not pursue further as well, persist further as well. So yes. So what is the message that can be taken from that discussion, which has happened earlier? What the advices that have been given by Aryan Master to that particular person is to, you need experience. So experience is the non-self state, non-source state. So let's go back to that first thing. If you feel there had not been self in the previous experience and as well as this experience, so what is the purpose of comparing those instances? You are comparing these two instances, because you were there in both instances. Previous I had a burning, the participant said, previous I had a burning, now it has been reduced. So who were there? The soul was there, the self was there. That's why he compares those two instances. But if he were not there, he was not there in the previous instances as well as the present instance, so who will be going to compare those two instances? No one. So that's why the experience is pretty much important here. So it is a very nice discussion. I think we can start our discussion from here. I think it is very nice, and it consolidates the truth into one piece of discussion. So I think Mr. Bernard is also here with us, and Sudharma is also here. So yes, I think we can start discussion from there. Teruvan Saranai, Mrs. Sudharma.
Namaskara Veva Aryan Mahanseta, Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Ravi, and Teruvan Saranai to all of you. Yes, Dr. Ravi, your explanation regarding this, the notion of self, the trickiest of this Dhamma. Every day, everyone focuses on that, especially Aryan Mahanse giving all sorts of examples which caters to all types of people, despite their cultures, languages, even the socio-economic backgrounds. He makes every effort to convey this message that there is no self, no soul. It's like you are deceived by this magician called consciousness. Isn't it, Dr. Ravi?
Yes, exactly.
Yes. And you referred to, Dr. Ravi, at the very beginning, the practical approach prescribed by Buddothpada Aryan Mahasi. That is, you said the main focus should be on the preliminary practical approach, preliminary
Yes,
path,
exactly.
that is Purvabhaga. So very recently I read an example given by Gautama Buddha himself. It has been repeated by Aryan Vanse also. It says, Dr. Ravi, if you bring in a simile or a metaphor, this preliminary approach can be compared to the mountains of Himalaya,
Yeah.
the in size, and then the final stage or Aparabhaga Pratipada can be compared to a small stone. It is mentioned there, so that
Yeah.
itself gives how much weight, in the sense not as a person, but how much we should spend time with Dhamma discourses, uh, by listening to them, by taking part in Zoom discussions, because in Zoom discussions, basically, what is being focused is this preliminary approach, like Purvabhaga Pratipada, how the mind is created, how we get caught in this mental fabrications. So, as you said, Dr. Ravi, you wanted to start the discussion with how somebody compares the previous and the current
Yes.
experiences. Is that so?
Yeah. So when we read this book that we used to read, so in
Yeah.
one chapter, there was a kind of a discussion between a
All right.
participant and Aryan
All
Maharsa. So
right. Yes.
that's why.
It is something that we all get caught, Dr. Ravi, because when Aryan has questions in a digital platform, okay, what are your experiences right now? How do you feel it right now that you are on the right path, right? So what happens is, Dr. Ravi, we use the mind consciousness there,
Yeah.
thinking that we use the word I. If I compare my experiences, Aryan Mahasa, I was like always deceived uh, by the creations of six sensory organs. I was so proud, I was so dominant, I was having lot of pride or kind of conceit, man, egoistic, and now I feel they are not. I had lot of jealousy, but I feel they are just dissolving, diminishing, and that the notion, the focus given to the self-importance, self-dignity is gradually going away. So that is how we say. So probably we use the word I 10-15 times.
Yeah.
So ignorantly. So although we try to establish the fact that there is no soul in me, from the way the person uses the words to communicate message, Aryan Hase can feel the vibration of the sound the person makes, and the number of times naturally someone can, without using I also with the self perception, with the strong self perception, can deceive the audience without mentioning I. It is not a matter of
Yeah.
mentioning I or not, but still,
Yes.
Doctor, I also contemplated on that, and what was evident was there, when we try to talk about experiences, we go to the mind. Mind,
Yes.
probably, if we aware that we are aware is not a person, if we within feel that okay, now it's the mind that recalls this experience, I think
Yeah.
it's fine. But that only that person knows, Doctor. Others cannot. Others do not know whether the person, as a with the notion of self, with that belief, wrong belief, whether he talks, or with the awareness that this is just recollection. It's also an automated function. The the sound vibrations occurred in the ear. It created the mind power, and the body came into action, and this recalling, and as a function it happens. So that
Yeah.
only that very person knows, Doctor, isn't it?
Yes. Yes, absolutely. The point you highlighted is very important. But we can't, we can say, we can use our mind to tell, to express our ideas. That's all right. But if you know internally, your awareness, if your awareness can keep track, so the state of the self, so the state of the self, that is the understanding. So that is the internal transformation that RNAs expects us to happen. So I think, yeah, so so I can express that so my defilements were like that, and now I have lesser amount of defilements and so on. So again, if I know in the previous stage as well as the present stage, there was a no person behind any instances. So that is the understanding that I'm having. So as you clearly said, no one can see from outside. So both will be expressing the same way, in the same way. So, but the underlying understanding of the uh, proper follower will be different. So that is most important thing. So so people might think, so if you become to that kind of understanding, how can you perform your day-to-day activities, or how can you plan for the future? So you can plan it very perfectly, very nicely, because you know this is the mind consciousness. This is, so this is the one, this is the one who is planning for the future. So that's all right. So we can do, but with the understanding, you know, this is the functionality of the mind sensor. This is the nature of the behavior of the mind sensor. So don't bother. So let it happen, isn't it? So it comes to the understanding. What do you think, Sudharma?
Yes, doctor, exactly. And doctor, as until Aryan Mahanse revealed that groundbreaking truth, I also had a huge problem. Like, okay, it's a system. There are six sensory faculties. They create stuff, they create power. So why does it matter? How does it matter? Then it will again that power. If that power occurs and disappears, it won't be a problem for us being no. I mean, living being. So
Yeah.
when he disclosed this pure truth that the taints or the sahasrava, that vibration, inner vibration which comes as a natural phenomenon at the zygote level, then only now we know the perfect kind of the mechanism behind. Okay, the eye, the birth of eye or seeing, when the moment that spark continuously happens and the power gets created, it it transfers, we can't say transfers, but it connects with the internal power here, no, in within, no, although
Yeah.
there is a
Yeah.
place, there is the vibration, so that is mistakenly taken as the self. So that is why it is so tricky, and we need to understand it very very clearly, why it is a problem. Otherwise, we already know about, okay, the mechanism of six sensory faculties, but we can't connect why it becomes a problem to this, I mean, notion of self or whatever. So it is because of this sashrava internal disdains we call. So that we can, it is a, it's a strong factor that that affects negatively when we try to liberate, right, from everything. That awareness, and one should be able to see the big picture, isn't it, Dr. Ravi?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. As I said, yeah. Yeah.
not
Yeah. Go
as
ahead.
bits and pieces. So
Hmm.
to clarify and to, it's a kind of understanding that happens gradually. In my
Yes.
experience, that's it. Yes,
Yeah.
doctor.
As you said, yes. So we can say, yes, there are six faculties. That's all right. So let it happen. So likewise, you can you can stay like that without bothering with it too much. But only thing, now we can understand, if you think, if as long as you think these six faculties are true, that spontaneously create the self. So people who think, yes, there are six faculties, that's all right, so let them happen. So, but you as long as you think the light is real, that will create the self. Yes, that is the problem. So the understanding should be very thorough and very clear and very precise. And so otherwise the the power that is generated within the faculties will be there. So that power can make a soul for you. So this power can make a soul for you. So from so you the if the soul gets created, the suffering and the other things, the coming into the soul cannot be prevented, isn't it? So that's why Aranvasa said, so, something is there, the feeling of something is there is the power generating factor, is the power generating factor. If you know, so we can't say light is not there, sound is not there. So even if you say, you feel like sound is real, you feel like light is real. So that feeling will lead you to make you a soul for you. So with this understanding, what will happen? You will understand that feeling is also not true. It is happening due to the functionality of these faculties, isn't it? So that is the way how you can liberate from those thoughts. So thoughts will come, you can plan for the future, that's all right. You can memorize things which are necessary for your day-to-day activities, or we'll say for a graduate student, so you have to memorize all these stuff to face your exams. So that's all right, but that is, if you know that is the functionality of that mind sensor, there is no truth in it, that is all right. So I think that should be the understanding that you have to have, I think, isn't it, Sudharma?
Yes, Dr. Ravi. Absolutely. That's right.
Yeah. Yes, I can see Dr. Kokila is also here with us. Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila.
Teruvan Saranai, sorry, I just joined. I didn't listen to the first part.
Yeah, we were discussing about how these faculties function together to make a sense of soul. So if you put a value to that feeling of existence, so that of course will lead you to make some soul within you. So that is the thing that we were talking about.
How did you word it? Sorry, I didn't get that. How did you word it?
No, I was telling that, so as long as you take something is real, even the light, even the sound. So if you feel like it's real, so that makes you to bring about a soul for you. Yeah.
You feel like the existence, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You feel alive, yeah.
Yeah. So we were reading the book, the one chapter from the book, and it says it was all about a discussion between Aranvasa and a participant. So participant was telling that he had no kind of a burning sensation as previously. So the answer that has been given by Aranvasa, so you are thinking again. So you have to have the experience that thing. So that likewise, the discussion was going like that. So we started discussing on top of that.
Yeah, we can think about it too. It's okay, but just thinking will not be sufficient.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yes. Do you have anything to add? Or
Just because I just joined, I'm not in the actually in the
okay.
vibe of.
Anyway,
So you
yes, you
can
can ask.
ask me a
Yeah,
question, then I might be able to start it.
yeah, yeah. So so until then, I can invite Dr. Sakuntala to add something. Thiruvan Saran, Dr. Sakuntala.
Therwan Saranai, Dr. Ravi. Therwan Saranai, Aryan Mahansa. Therwan Saranai, all Dhamma friends. In fact, I also listened to part of your discussion. You were talking about the vibrations, how the vibration should be understood at deeper and deeper levels, because right at the beginning, I mean, on the very superficial layer, what we try to understand is the world, what is called the existing world, how the existing world is created as a result of the sensor functions. So it's basically the mother, father, child, vehicle, tree, all sorts of things complete the accepted world. So world is first level, I mean, from the very superficial level, we have to understand, the system should understand that it's completely dependent on the nature of the senses of each living being. So the world, different worlds are created for different species, and even for the same species, the world created may be slightly different from each other. So when you realize that there is no world that we assume as a real thing outside, then we tend to the system tend to understand that it is a creation of the mind. So when you analyze that part, how the mind is created, it's a collection of vibrations again from the senses. So in other words, the thoughts are then and they are formed, and thoughts are the collective function or the collection of the eye, ear, nose, tongue, and the skin. And then there may be occasions where you are having purely thoughts, not related to the other five senses at that moment, but it is always a creation of the five senses at some point in the past. So those are the thoughts. So in other words, those thoughts are creations of the five senses somewhere at some point, which is sparked right at this moment. So then again you come down to some form of vibrations of the senses. Then you are left with the seeing, hearing, and feeling of taste, smell, and the warm, cold, and the hard, the firm or hard feelings by the skin. If you stop at that level, I think you all already discussed about this. If you stop at that level, again, you are not, you are stuck somewhere, because you are taking the senses as real. So that is a little lower level, maybe more advanced than taking the thoughts as real or the outside world as real. But then you have to understand the system should analyze very well, and then try to understand that this is again a creation of the senses itself at that point, at that moment. So when the system realizes that that is also just a creation or a vibration, and because of the speed, it's shown as if it is existing. That means as a color existing, which we call the eye consciousness, ear consciousness, or the sound consciousness, uh, taste consciousness. The all five we attribute to that. That means vinyana in Pali. So that again, it's understood that that is also just an illusion or a creation at that moment. Then basically, is there something called vibrations? Vibrations are also not something persisting, which occurs then and there. And as a nature's law, there is a current or a power created with each wave, and that current is the one which moves forward and becomes stronger and stronger, and that gives the power to the thought, and that is exactly what is explained or interpreted as self. So in other words, that current gives some life, like you are putting a battery to a doll or a toy, and when the power is given, the doll starts moving, or the toy starts moving. So it is the current that gives you the live feeling to the system, and that is very wrongly interpreted as self. I think that's a short thing I wanted to add. Please correct if
Yes,
there are any mistakes. Tervan Sarana, everybody.
Tervan Sarnai, Dr. Sakuntala. Tervan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala. Yes, thank you very much for your explanation. So I hear some echo, my own voice. Yeah, now it has been sorted out. Yeah, yeah. As you said, and Dr. Sakuntala, what I felt was when you tell you have to get free from the illusion in the outside. So people who is listening for the first time or the initial stages of this or to this forum, so they might think outside, yeah, I have to get away from the illusion of the outside. So they might not be knowing that there is nothing called inside. So yourself is also becomes a part of the outside. So
Yes, that is quite correct. Yes,
yeah. I think Dr. Kogla, can you please elaborate more on that?
About the outside,
Yeah.
actually, now people will no, now before this Dhamma came out, before this Dhamma is being elaborated, everyone tried in different ways to, to attain this status. So we tried to change the outside, and I would say correctly, there have been instances where people tried to change the way of thinking. People try various things actually. So they can try change the way of thinking. They will try to change the way they perceive, or try to change how they react, and so on. I mean, it goes on and on. They tried so many various stuff, and but now we know the only path. Why there's only one path is because to know the truth, that there is nothing actually true in any of these things, that is where the actual the change can happen, because this is not about changing how we react. This is not about how we whether we are going to change the outside or the inside. It's actually trying to understand what is this outside, what is this inside, actually, whether there is an outside or not, whether there is an inside or not. Actually, there is no outside or inside in the end. So that truth, it should be contemplated, it should be understood properly first, and even it as a thing that before you feel it, you have to actually possibly try to understand what is being said, because we usually try to change things so that we may feel lighter, we may feel happy, we may feel some kind of at peace. But what here we reiterate is, what is the truth? What is the truth is there's actually no truth. So the truth is that there's nothing actually important, whether it is. So we usually divert everything, or direct or project it to the outside. That's how it is. So projection has been so engrossed into our life. So as a baby, we don't project it nicely. But then when we talk about a child, now we say the child has understood a lot of things. Child can live now. That means actually he has been able to project this to outside and inside, and understand that this is outside and this is me. So basically, we have achieved that. If you ask a child who is in year 10 or doing year 10 exam, they will tell, oh yeah, this is outside, this is me. So that has happened already. But this is kind of change in this whole scenario. How we change it is by truth. How we felt that. How did we project that there is outside and how there is inside? So how we projected that outside world is because we have so many things. What are the things? Like sun, moon, mother, father, friend, school ground, ball, the cricket bat. So we have so many things. When we have something, always the two sides have come already.
There was some my dear listeners. As usual, at 9 p.m. in Sri Lankan time, we have gathered like this way to listen another episode of Buddothpada sermons. So before I start, as usual, I humbly worship our spiritual guide, Reverend Buddothpada Renwansi, for revealing, to pay my humble gratitude towards him for revealing this truth into the world. So before the earlier, the early sermon that you heard before starting this sermon, so Dr. Kokila was explaining very nicely how the things, worldly things, become so real in terms of their existence. So that is the main point, that we are thrown away. We are compelled to believe that this world as a real thing, real entity. So that particular point was pointed out by Lord Buddha as well. This is the most important fact that you have to understand here. In Pali terms, Lord Buddha said, Iti Rupang Samudayo. So what is that? What does that mean? How this alive kind of figure or live kind of object or projection got formed. Iti Rupang Samudayo. So we got to know, after listening to these Buddothpada sermons, all of them are projections of a vibration. So what we only can find is the vibration. But for a naked eye, we can't see those things. But and also we can't assign certain place where it is situated. If some kind of a vibration occur in this very particular moment, it brings about a certain kind of a projection. That projection may be in terms of light, it may be a sound, it may be a taste, it may be a smell, or it may be something you feel, such as pain, pressure, and certain kind of perceptions. So that is so-called in Sinhala, Ruppaneta Mevena Rupa. Ruppane means the initial vibration. The result is some kind of a perception, like light, sound, smell, taste, and so on. Due to that, so how this initial vibration creates this kind of perception is the thing that you have to understand. It is a certain kind of a mechanism. As the vibration keeps on happening again and again, the energy that is developed underneath this each and every vibration collects or aggregates. So then this aggregated power will give you a certain feeling. That feeling is projected as some kind of a perception. If this perception happens to be the light, that is the point where your vision takes place. If this perception happens to be the sound, that is the point where your ear sensor is formed. So rest of the other senses are being formed in the same way. So that is the major point that you have to understand in this Dhamma. How your senses work, how your senses form. So what will happen next? Those perceptions combine each other to give rise to a certain kind of another perception, because underlying every kind of perception, there is only a single kind of vibration. So that vibration again projects another perception. That perception would be a chair, bat, ball, father, mother. So these are the worldly perceptions. So now you know how these worldly perceptions get created, are formed. Actually, they underline every perception. There would be a vibration. So iti rupang samudaya, the way how your projection is formed is well explained through this Patisamuppada Dhamma. So if you go beyond to that level, beyond that level, Vinaya Loke Avidya Domanas. So what is this Vinaya Loke Avidya? Loke, here the word Loka means these five aggregates. Five aggregates, again, the combination of all five perceptions is represented as the world. So Vinaya Loke means that. Abhidya Domanas, how you see through that illusion. That if you are able to see it as a certain kind of a illusion, so in that very particular moment, the clinging you have for the certain worldly perception will drop off. So it happens all of a sudden because you get to know these worldly perceptions are not real. So that is how you do your kaya anupassi viharati. That means that is the way how you get away from these five aggregates. The way you, as soon as you get to know how this formation occur, and then you understand it is no such a thing called worldly perception as such. At that very moment, this understanding will help you to drop off this entire process, the happening process. So that is why Lord Buddha said kaya anupassi viharati. So you salvage yourself from these five aggregates because you know these five aggregates are no longer true things. They have been formed due to the projection of a vibration. So there is nothing to be taken as real. So at that very moment, everything will drop off from you. that is how that is the way how your renunciation happen. So there is nothing to be held tightly. There is nothing to hold tightly in this world, because you know these worldly perceptions are not real. That understanding only comes through realization of, after realizing the way it is formed. So, so in order to renunciate the worldly perceptions, the worldly things, what you have to do is you have to know iti rupan samudaya, the, the, the fact that, as Lord Buddha said, the way how this a living kind of existence feel is brought about. So we have been telling all these things during previous explanations as well. How do you feel that you are a certain living kind of a person here? Actually, when you were born, just after being born, you didn't know that you have born. You are such a living being, and you don't have such a birth, and you don't know that you have death even. You have, at that very early stages of your life, you don't know anything. But gradually, when you grow older, what has happened to you? Unknowingly, a certain feeling of a life feeling becomes established within you. But it happened to you unknowingly, gradually, without involvement of anyone else, neither by you. That's why Sela Ternia said, Nahidam parakatang bimbang, nahidam parikatang agang. That means this image has not been created by you, not as well as by others. What is that image? Image is a sense of feeling of the I-ness. So these worldly perceptions collectively gave that particular certain feeling of self to you. So how you develop, how you recognize these worldly perceptions? Through the senses you have. You have eyes, ears, nose, tongue, and skin sensor. Those five senses collectively created different perceptions. So they combined each other to form a brand new kind of another perception. That would be the chair that you used to sit on it. So as long as you feel that this perception of chair is a real thing, that will give another kind of a feeling of there should be a living person to feel that particular existence of the chair. That is the way how your self, feeling of yourself got formed. Initially, what you believe is the light that is captured through your senses as real, eye sensor. So initially what you felt, the sound that you hear as a real thing. initially what you felt as solid through the skin as a real thing. After combining all these perception, you unknowingly, without your involvement, got created the perception of the chair. So chair has all these qualities along with the existence feel in it. As soon as you tell something, even mother, even father, even yourself, even friend, money, car, bat, ball, you have a certain feeling of their existence. You ensure that, uh, just by telling the name of that particular object, that gives a certain assurance of their existence. So even though you tell the bat is not there, it implicitly means that there is a certain thing called bat. Now bat is not there, that is all right. But if you tell the negative things, so negative kind of perception, so that even if you give certain negative feeling, try to give a negative feeling of about a certain worldly perception, that implicitly means, that also implicitly means that there had been a bat, but now it is not there. So likewise, whatever that you try to tell using your own words, it unknowingly it brings about a certain feel of the existence of that particular object or the entity or the person or the animal. So as soon as you tell my teacher, she's my teacher, and unknowingly we feel a certain feeling of the teacher is really there. But when you think further, as soon as you feel that this particular perception as a real thing, there should be another kind of a person or living being to perceive that particular existence of that particular object or the person. So that feeling is wrapped up with another perception of you. So you are the one who is feeling the existence of your own teacher. You know that teacher is existing. At the same time, it gives a certain notion to you that you are also a living being. That's why Lord Buddha said, how much you become, how much, into what extent the worldly perception become real for you, that much yourself is entangled with this world, with that world. So Lord Buddha said, Chitte niyati loko. Your mind is your world. You think the worldly perceptions are real. So you don't know you yourself is also there in that same world as another kind of a perception. But that perception has been also made through your own senses. It is the principle of iti rupan samudaya can be applied to yourself also. You yourself, your figure that you see through the mirror is also formed through your own senses. You are the one who is thinking that this is me. The figure that I am seeing through this mirror is me. So that figure will be remain as certain perception in your mind. So that's why you yourself is also become a part of your own world. But it is not different. There is no difference between other perceptions and your perception. The way, the mechanism, how they form. In terms of mechanism, how they form. Iti rupa samudaya. All of them are made through the perceptions that are captured through the senses. That means the vibration, the initial vibration is responsible for creation of these worldly perceptions. But this, even the reality is as such, but you still feel you're helpless because this has not been created by you, your involvement, neither by anyone else. But now you are helpless. So it happened without my involvement. So how I can get away from this? Only way out is get this understanding of how these worldly perceptions are formed. There is no way out. The only way that you can get out of it is understanding the mechanism how these worldly perceptions get created, and then you will understand how you yourself has been formed within that worldly perceptions as another kind of a worldly perception. And also you will understand how the certain feeling of your existence always existence had been carried along with that particular perception. So then you will find those things are not so real things. So you have been cheated by your own senses. You will realize from the time you are born, you have been deceived by your own senses. The senses gave you the perceptions that became real for you. Then you tend to believe that those perceptions as real things. Why this happened? Because you didn't know the fact or the mechanism how these things were formed. But Lord Buddha said is come and have a look. this is the process that you should know as a human being. You are so one of the most luckiest living being in the world. So you hear this Dhamma, you hear this pure truth. Now this is your chance to explore and see whether this mechanism is understandable or not. Being a human is not worthy, otherwise you do not see this truth even for a fraction of a second. That is told, that is said by Lord Buddha. That word has been told by Lord Buddha. Being a utter waste, being a human is a utter waste if you're not capable of seeing this truth during your lifetime. You have been born to see this truth. So don't waste time. Appamadena sampadeta. Don't waste time. Try to understand this mechanism. Try to understand the way how yourself has been formed. Try to understand there is no such a living being here, and try to understand that you are living in such a big illusion. So it's just like you are watching a movie in a huge TV screen. So when the screen is switched off, the movie is no longer is there. But when it turn on, the movie will be there. Everything, the fights, wars, and love, hate, greed, anger, all the things will be there in the TV screen in a streaming movie. If it becomes a real thing for you, that means you are living in that movie. That means everything happened in the movie. You will get affected with that things that is happening in the movie. Sometimes you cry, sometimes you laugh, sometimes you feel afraid, scared. Certain things will happen as long as you believe this movie is as a real thing. But if you are able to understand it as a movie itself, there's nothing to be taken as true thing, as truth in it. So your liberation will be there. Yes, of course, you can watch the movie as usual, as previously. So none of the movie events, none of the happenings that happens in the movie can affect you if you understood what is the reality. So just try. So being a human is a huge kind of opportunity to see the mechanism how this illusionary world gets created, got created. So you also play a role there in the same movie. The sorrow, the anger, the hatred, and the fear, all the things will be there as long as you live in this movie, as long as you believe this movie as a true thing. But once you understand it is a movie only, there's nothing to be taken as real. So that would be your permanent liberation from your mind. Mind means from the world. So you can still watch the same movie. You can still live in the same world without being engaging with that, with those things. That means you can carry out your own day-to-day activities, and you can perform whatever the social activities that you were doing earlier, and you had certain responsibilities that should be done by you to the family, to the society. So you all can do very well than ever before, actually, but without engaging into those things. That means the whatever the things happen in this world happen to you, happen in the movie. Any kind of suffering won't be there with you, because you know it is not a true thing. You are catering, you are serving to a illusion. So any fear, any kind of suffering, any kind of bad things happening in the world won't affect you at all once you understand this Dhamma. So that's why this Dhamma is so important. It will give you absolutely true liberation from your own mind. So that's why it is called, it will give you permanent Cheto Vimukti, true liberation from your mind. So that does not mean that you keep suppressing your mind like you are doing when you do your concentration meditation and so many things. So even though you do concentration meditation, so as long as you keep your feelings suppressed, your thoughts suppressed, it will remain like that. You get certain kind of a calmness or stillness. But once you awake from that concentration, so thoughts tend to keep coming like before. So same feeling that you got previously will be there afterwards. So there is no kind of a permanent relief. So what Lord Buddha said is totally different from that. This liberation, the total liberation, can be achieved only through this penetrative insight, not from the concentration meditation. So penetrative insight meditation, or the Vidarshana Bhavana, is so different from the concentration meditation. So Vidarshana Bhavana, penetrative insight, is achieved through the understanding the mechanism, how the self gets created. So once you understand this mechanism, so you will understand, along with that you will understand there is no such a self here. So from that day onwards, you can do whatever the things you used to do without a self. So that doesn't mean that you don't feel anything. You can feel as ever before, as never before. So you can taste, you can eat, you can run, you can jump. You can love. You can even scroll the other people, but without a self. So if there is no self here, would there be any kind of grievances, any kind of a suffering here? No, your suffering will be gone. There is no person to suffer. This entire thing is achieved through the understanding this Dhamma. That is the only way. That's why Lord Buddha said, Ekayana Maggo, I am Bhikkhave. There is only one way of getting all the suffering, getting through all the sufferings in this world. That is doing the penetrative, insightful meditation. That is Vidarshana Bhavana. So it is through this Vidarshana Bhavana, what you will do is understanding the mechanism, how these worldly perceptions, including yourself, is formed, has been formed. Then you will understand the impermanence nature of all the things. So if you understand that particular thing, that will help you to get liberated from your thoughts, or in other words, from your mind. So the mind, so you don't need to suppress the thoughts. Then after, you can observe them, how the thoughts come and go. So without any clinging or any kind of aversion, and without anything, because there's no one to see even. So that is the mindfulness, or the what do you call this, samadhi, or adhigat samadhi, or that is the Pali term. So that gives you certain kind of a stillness to develop within you. With that, what will happen? Certain transformation starts to happen, because earlier you were there with a living being within, but now you are here without a living being within you. You will experience this truth. Only thing what you have to do is understanding the mechanism, the process, or the Patisamuppada, or the cause and effect Dhamma, or dependent origination law. So that will help you to bring about certain kind of a transformation to you. That transformation will remain static. So as I said earlier, it will give rise to another form of awareness to awake within you. That is the super awareness. All the things are the things that can be felt. This is not another kind of a knowledge. You have been feeling that this world is a real thing for such a long period. Now you have been feeling, after seeing this Dhamma, this is not longer a real world. I myself, the notion of I my mind concept is also not true, similar to the worldly perceptions. So that will bring about a certain feeling of uh, self without a self. So that will help you to liberate from your mind. So at the same time, you will gain certain awareness. So that awareness is known as the super awareness. So that awareness will be remain with you, will remain with you forever. So that awareness will capture that you are no longer belong to this world. That will ensure that you have ended your sansaric journey. It will prove, it become self-evident for you that this is your final destination. So you have achieved the certain state of nibbana, or in other words, the non-vibration state. So this story has begun from a non-vibration state, and now it has been transformed into a non-vibrational state. So this comes only through the understanding, only through the penetrative, insightful meditation or something, only through seeing the reality or understanding the reality of your senses or understanding your mind. All these things refers to a one single thing, that is the truth, that is the Dhamma. So truth is something that you should feel, not something that you learn by heart. The truth will be felt because as during our lifetime we have been feeling not the truth actually. So that is known as the ignorance. How much your ignorance tends to fade away, that much you will become more closer and closer to the truth. Truth is the non-vibration. Vibration is the ignorance. Feeling of vibration is the ignorance, but a feeling of non-vibration is the permanent bliss of Nibbana. So I think I tried to explain from beginning to the end, but there's certain, so you may be there in certain points, I mean certain stages. So you have to identify yourself where you are. So maybe you are in the first stages of understanding. Maybe you are moving along the path. So you are experiencing this truth for some amount. Maybe you are at the end stages. So the stage is evident for you. So you just whatever you do, whatever you want to achieve, either you want to achieve the stream enterer, one written and unwritten, or state of arahat, all the thing, whatever the, irrespective of the stage, you have to do only seeing the truth. That means seeing this, seeing how aggregates form, and try to understand this, the unrealistic nature of these five aggregates. So this is the path. So, so, so as I said earlier, if you have really if you really understood, if you understand this Dhamma, that is also felt. The level will be felt for you, because you know the clinging that I heard earlier towards these worldly perceptions, maybe towards your family, towards your kids, towards your father, mother, and your belongings, maybe to the car, maybe to your house, or maybe to your costumes or dresses or jewelry. So now you tend to feel that, so you are the craving you had earlier. Now there's no such kind of a craving for them, but still have some amount. That's all right. So that will prove you that you are in the process of understanding this Dhamma. So that's why this Dhamma is known as something that is self-evident. So in certain instances, you get sad feelings. Yes, that's all right. But that does not give a strong impact to you. This didn't give a strong internal impact for you. The burn that you had earlier, now it is not there. You tend to feel this burn sensation is now dissolving. That is the evidence for you that comes within you to give certain assessment about your state of understanding of Dhamma. So sometimes when your workplace you got mad in certain instances, but now the same thing happens. You don't get them as serious as before. It comes naturally. And also certain relaxed feelings comes along with that, even in that intense period of times. That proves you that you are moving along this path, moving forward along this path. So that is how you feel that your I-ness, your self-centeredness getting dissolved little by little. So that's why this Dhamma is known as Sandittika, or self-evident kind of Dhamma. It is so practical Dhamma. It is not. It cannot be written in words. It cannot be written in the books. It is not something to be studied. The Dhamma is there to feel, So by looking at somebody else, we can't say that he doesn't know Dhamma, but he feels himself that he's on the path or not. So maybe sometimes you might get certain pitfalls. So in that instances, please feel free to consult a person who have already gone through this path. So that's why Lord Buddha said, Asevanacha balanam panditanancha sevana. That means pandita means who has fewer defilements. So Lord Buddha encourages, advised us to always consult a people who has little amount of defilements than you. Do not consult, do not follow the people who have more defilements than you. Asevanacha balanam panditanancha sevana. So they will capture the problem that you are having, and they will direct you towards the right direction, correct direction. So if you have certain questions, please feel free to ask in the Zoom discussion section. We usually have it between 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. in Sri Lankan time. So please join in to that Zoom discussion. And if you have any kind of questions, you can directly ask one of those colleagues or friends. So they will guide, they will direct you, they will instruct you, and from at their best. So this is your opportunity. So you have been chosen to listen this Dhamma unknowingly with the this is the nature selections. So that implies that you are the most suitable person to attain the certain non-vibratory state. That means nature itself, you have been chosen as the correct person to attain the supreme bliss of Nibbana. So take this opportunity. Don't try to ignore. Make this use. Make this. Take this opportunity as the opportunity that has been given by the nature. That this is the nature's gift for you. You have been coming through this samsaric journey for such a long period. Now it's time to put the full stop. Please listen to these Buddothpada sermons attentively and try to figure out what it really says. So it says none other than the pure truth, the exact message that had been delivered by Lord Buddha about 2600 years back. So by welcoming you to listen to these Buddothpada sermons in the future as well. So I would like to wind up my today's explanation, so we can meet tomorrow and we can talk further as well tomorrow. So until then, take care. May Triple Gem bless you. Thiruvan Saranai to all of you. Good night.
heavens above. You walked among us with boundless love. Buddothpada Ariani, Buddothpada Ariani. Seeing the sorrow of mankind, lost in darkness, confused and blind, you spread the truth so clear, so bright, the Dhamma's flame, the guiding light. You reawaken Buddha's way, the sasana shining day by day. Through your compassion, calm and deep, you soothe the wound that makes us weak. Buddothpada Ariani, you show the path through gentle words and sermons vast. Step by step, you lead us on until the night the fear is gone. Buddothpada Ariani, Buddothpada Ariani. Nibbana now is not a dream. It flows within like a peaceful stream. Oh, Ariani, may you live long. Our hearts forever sing your song. May you live long, oh noble guide. In gratitude we stand with pride. Buddothpada Ariani, bright as the sun. May your holy work never be done. May your holy work never be done. Buddothpada Ariani, Buddothpada Ariani, Buddothpada Ariani, Buddothpada Ariani.
May the Noble Triple Gem bless you all. And first of all, I welcome all of you to this evening Dhamma talk of Buddothpada. Uh, I take this opportunity to worship Buddothpada Aryan Hanse's feet for all his selfless service to relieve the sufferings of the entire mankind. So this is the reawakening of Gautama Buddha Sasana. So Gautama Buddhachanan Vahanse disclosed the never heard before Dhamma, this Dhamma of dependent origination or the cause and effect Dhamma to relieve the sufferings of people who go on and on in this cycle of life and death or the samsaric journey. So this message of Gautam Buddhachanan Vahanse was distorted over the 2500 years, and people were lost. So-called Buddhists were lost without the proper guidance for penetrative insight or Vidarsana Bhavana, which is the only path to understand the nature of the self or understand who you are or how this world around us gets created. So it is due to the utmost commitment of Buddothpada Aryan Mahanse. Today, this path of penetrative insight or the proper path to Nibbana is open for us, is available for us. So we as a team under his guidance, under our noble friend's guidance, try our best to convey this beautiful message to the people, to the communities who do not understand Sinhala. We are using this universal language, although it is a bit challenging. Now it really works. It really works because it is a team effort. So not just individual sermons. There is a beautiful Dhamma discussion that is conducted via Zoom every day at 3 o'clock or 3 p.m. Sri Lankan time, which runs for 2 hours. There, Aryan Mahanse himself address the questions or the problems of the followers or those who listen to these sermons. Listening alone won't help. When we step into the path, we've come across numerous problems or there are things to get clarified. So in this daily Zoom discussion, you can pose any question, and there are senior practitioners. They are also doing a great job. Actually, no one is expecting anything, but they are all uh, doing their best to help someone to step into the path and progress in the path. So that opportunity is open for anyone. Sri Lankan time, 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. So in addition to that, all 24 hours, the Dhamma friends who have listened to these sermons for more than 3 years under the constant guidance and monitoring of Buddothpada Aryan Mahanse are giving Dhamma talks. So in the last few days, what I was trying to explain was the myths and misconceptions associated with Buddhism. Why people try to be away from Buddhism. I know because I have that experience when I was in UK in like 2000. 2008. They actually, we were talking, they were really good people. We used to talk about religions, and at that point, what they actually, I didn't have this much understanding about Buddhist philosophy at that time, but the accusation actually, or their the impression, rather accusation, the impression they had about Buddhism was Buddhism is all about suffering. They, because the Four Noble Truths, the basis of Buddhist philosophy is revolving around the Four Noble Truths. The truth of suffering, truth of arising of suffering, uh, truth of cessation of suffering, and truth of path to cease the suffering. So anyway, the word suffering, suffering, suffering is repeatedly mentioned. So they at once think this philosophy is all about suffering. So, and the other thing, another misconception they had was you had to let go of everything. And actually, one person was telling me, now see, Lord Buddha himself left the newborn with with Queen Yasodhara there, and he left, so he could have made that decision before. So from mundane perspective, they were analyzing this the story of Lord Buddha's life. So how can we leave behind everything and practice renunciation or practice letting go? So these misconceptions, of course, about Buddhism have created a very negative image of Buddhist philosophy. They basically think it's about suffering, it's about staying alone, and it's about going to a forest or some actually isolated place and practicing meditation away from the human association or human contact. So this is not insight, penetrative insight. This is actually, all these are misunderstandings, rather misunderstandings, because this Buddhist philosophy is all about wisdom. It is not about wearing a robe. It is not about carrying the football, the begging ball, and it is not about living in a forest, staying in a forest. No, it is all about having the wisdom, gaining the wisdom to see the truth of this system, to understand the action mind or the functional mind, or in other words, how this body functions as a machine, how there is no difference between a robot and a human body, despite that samsaric vibration that telepathized into the zygote. That is the only difference. It was discerned by Lord Buddha through his wisdom. It can be discerned by someone who is fully awakened to the truth. So this philosophy beautifully explains how we have become deceived by the film or the dream created by, or actually built built by mind consciousness. This attractive story of life, how cleverly the mind consciousness connects these uh, thoughts to make us feel the existence, make us not see the momentary nature of the living or the thought. This is the Buddhist philosophy, that there is no self in this system. It is completely a system that operates automatically. It's a natural phenomenon, not just the human system. All other animate systems, they also operate on their own. They also operate on their own without without the involvement of the self. So it is hard to believe this. It is hard to believe this. You may wonder then how and why we feel as if everything happens to me. Why do we get the ownership of everything? Why do we feel guilty? Why do we feel upset? Why do we repent? If it is you who did everything, how many times do we think, oh my God, I don't know how I did that, why I did that? Sometimes some people say, you said this to me yesterday, but we are not aware. So if you are vigilant about the function of the system, this body system, the entire system, you will come across so many examples to say or to actually realize that this is merely a system. We have lot of difficulties in understanding the mind consciousness or the mind sense faculty, because we think, how can someone make decisions, someone plan, someone make use the brain, because we believe we use the brain without the involvement of the self. At the beginning, it is quite natural to have such doubts. Okay, I must be functioning like a machine, ear must be functioning like a machine, then the nose, tongue, and the skin. But mind, of course, cannot be a machine, cannot be an automated sense faculty. It should be, there should be, definitely be the involvement of the self. But the truth is, mind is also an automated sense faculty. No one is doing anything, external or internal self. So, how can we plan things, prioritize things if there is no self? Then who is doing that? It is the data system itself. If you explore this carefully, you will realize if you have your wedding next month, when you tell about your budget and your uh, special requirements, if you feed that data into an AI system, the AI will give you each and every step that you have to follow to organize your wedding. How did it happen? Was there a self in AI? This prioritizing, planning, everything happens based on the data fed to the system. If you type 10 things that you have to do tomorrow with your background to AI, it will nicely give the priority list with the justifications. This is why you should do this first. This is why you should do this last. So on and so forth. So was there a self in that? No, it's just a system. AI, all accept, no arguments. That's AI. And then what is this? This is a similar system. Ignorantly, we have started to give up direction of the film and to enter the film or be a part of the film by playing a role in the film. That is the ignorance that we talk about. It is due to ignorance that we got the ownership of every every function of the sense faculties. When the eye perceives an image and when the other sense faculties collectively identifies it as a fruit basket or a probe or as something, we get the ownership. Ah, I saw the fruit basket. Oh, I see the fruit basket. In that thought, all attributes of the sense faculties can be seen. That is to say, the moment the fruit basket becomes real, at the moment you accept the fruit basket as a real entity, it comes in that mental image takes the three-dimensional form. It is only a concept, but it creates a three-dimensional fruit basket in the mind. And in that fruit basket, not just the color or the shape, smell of fruits, texture, then taste of fruits, everything is there. So that fruit basket itself causes the self perception to arise on the other side. That is why Buddothpada always says, if you see a chair is also you. There are no two entities as chair and you. It's the same. It's like the two sides of the same coin. So what happens is when a sense faculty functions, the moment a certain sense faculty functions, we begin to act in our film, telling, I saw it. It's very nice, so it's very expensive. We have certain judgments. So we ignorantly get the ownership of that stimulus or the thought. Just imagine how ignorant we have been without that everything happens in 17 chittakshanas, or actually a very small fraction of a second. We believe in this long dream or the film. We have a beautiful story to tell someone about us. I had this kind of childhood. My parents were like this. They treated me like this. My grandparents were like this. Then we moved to a new house. We separated from our grandparents, so my parents built a new house. We settled down in that house and we started schooling. We passed exam after the exam and we secured a job and went to university before that. So we have a beautiful film with me being the main character. So as long as we live in ignorance, total ignorance, we cannot think of liberation. We cannot think of liberation from the deadly cycle of life and death. We'll continue to be there because this film is so strategically woven by the mind consciousness. Now, the nature of phenomena is they arise and cease. Now, if we take the house, the home sweet home, you may have a beautiful garden, nicely kept rooms, nicely kept house, whatever. But it is just a formation or just a sense faculty experience. Everything arises and ceases in a fraction of a second. So Lord Buddha in one of his sermons has said, same person cannot get into the same river again. There is a very deep meaning in that. The same person cannot get into the same river. What does it mean? Because everything exists for a fraction of a second. So the river anyway is water. There is nothing called river. It is continuous flow of water. And the other point that we should know is every projection is a natural creation of four great elements or eight pure elements. And all these elements last 17 chittakshanas. So unless and until a Buddharajanan Vahanse revealed this to the world, human system cannot perceive that. Human system cannot perceive the occurrence of thought or arising and ceasing of thought. When someone questioned Buddharajanan Vahanse about his advice was, monks, what you should do is to see the arising and ceasing of the stimulus. Arising and ceasing of stimulus. So, taking this from mundane perspective, if we try to see the rising and ceasing of stimulus, it is just knowledge. In practical sense, although Lord Buddha recommends people to see the rising and ceasing of phenomena or Shuddhastaka, eight pure elements, or the thought, it should be done through wisdom. We must have the wisdom to see the truth of the stimulus. Otherwise, trying to see the arising and ceasing or the aware of the stimulus through human system will not work. It should be seen through wisdom how the arising of stimulus or thought happens as the first point of every sermon. The seeing happens with the interaction of vibrations or waves of opposing charges, and when they come together, they generate some power. It is inevitable. It is like when positive and negative terminals of a battery is connected, it generates some electricity, some power. It is the same phenomena. When the eye functions, the flow of waves with similar uh, frequencies automatically generates certain current, and this power is present in each and every cell of each and every cell of the body, so-called body. That is the feeling of self. That is why we feel as if I saw the fruit basket, or I saw the tree, I saw the table, I heard the sound of the fan, I heard the barking of the dog, I heard my daughter calling me, or I smelled pepper, I smelled pineapple, I smelled banana, I touched the table, I touched flowers. So this I part is the pure misconception. It's purely the ignorance. Although we say ignorance, it happens with a reason. It is that power, automated interaction of opposing vibrations which have similar frequencies definitely makes the system feel that there is a person to experience this. So now see the beauty of this Buddhist philosophy. Will we be able to discern the thought power or the action mind? Will we be able to experience the action mind without these sacrifices made by Gautam Buddhacharya Mahansi and the role of our noble friend? So as he said yesterday, the fact that there is a system that operates and there is no self, or there was never a self, should be contemplated more than 1,000 times. It is not just knowledge. The more you contemplate, more you explore, you will be relieved. You will day by day feel that it is a system. Not because Buddothpada Aryan said, not because It's written in Tripitaka Buddhist scriptures. It's because you feel it. You begin to feel, you begin to. I was really taken aback when the first experience of action mind hit me. Like it actually, if you try, you can experience the non-self, non-soul nature, or the fact that it is only a system. How? Now, while driving, do you intentionally overtake vehicles, or do you sound the horn of the vehicle? No, when there is a danger, your hand automatically sounds the horn, and all other actions, if the system captures that this vehicle should be overtaken, acceleration of the speed happens as an involuntary action. So this selfless nature, even the walking. Now we think we are walking, with some effort we are walking. It's I or we who walk. But if, at superficial level, we feel so. But actually, is it so? Now, when we walk, do we command each and every muscle to move and each and every leg to move? We actually don't have time to, think about all this because it's happening so fast. 17 chittakshanas or 7 chittakshanas means small fraction of a millisecond. So since it happens so fast, there's no time to contemplate even. The guarantee Lord Buddha gives is the path consists of 3 stages as Satya, Krutya and Krutak. So if you are strong in Satya, the wisdom of listening, automatically the next phase will arise. That is contemplation stage, active contemplation of Dhamma. When you are deceived by the stimulus or the thought, it's like someone reminding you. You naturally actually reminds them when you feel sad, you get upset, when all these happens, when the stimulus become real. So in such instances, what happens is the Dhamma comes to save you. That is Yatha Bhuta Jnana. The theory, the knowledge or the wisdom of reality, how this image arose, how this stimulus arose. So that contemplation with wise attention, that is ability to apply that Dhamma point, ability to analyze the situation using the mind itself. It is the second phase of the path. When you gradually pass that stage, then arises the Krutak. It's called, it's a type of wisdom, but here the Krutak level, what happens is without any contemplation, you experience nothingness of stimulus. No burden whatsoever arises. There won't be any burden, there won't be any contemplation. This stage is also known as Tatra Tatra Vipassati. Then and there, the renunciation or the letting go or the liberation happens. So that is the guarantee given by Lord Buddha to any person who looks for Dhamma. So in Buddothpada practical program also, this practice, initial exposure to non-soul angle is given to any follower. There are beautiful 4 points of contemplation. First point of contemplation is to practice, is to discern that everything is a thought. In Lord Buddha's very words, Chittena niyati loko, Chittena parikasati. Everything around us are mere thoughts. They are not exactly what we assume them to be. Now, if you see the few projections of certain entities, certain objects, pieces of furniture in your living room, aren't you all thinking that they are so? Do you see a bottle, or do you think it's a bottle? Do you think it's a chair, or do you actually see a chair? We feel due to ignorance as if we actually see a chair. True, even an arahant would see a chair as a chair, or a car as a car. We'll hear the sounds the same way that we hear them. But that deception or making the world so real part wouldn't be there. Because you begin to feel that everything is a thought. In the second point of contemplation, now you know what is left. If you believe everything is a thought, the thought or the mind becomes real. For that, one should thoroughly analyze the creation of mind. For that, you don't have to go to a monastery. Better if you can go to certain monasteries established island-wide to practice this. But if you are really courageous, if you are located
very far from your mother country, or I mean, I'm talking to the Sri Lankans, you can do it yourself, even without attending the practical programs done in Sri Lanka. You yourself can practice. Otherwise, you can go to Buddothpada International Meditation Center when you come down to Sri Lanka and have this wonderful experience of meditation. However, I was talking about the second point of contemplation, how one should liberate from the mind. For that, you have to see the truth of the mind. Mind is nothing but the combined effect of the uh, sound wave and the color wave or the light wave. They come together. That is exactly the same as, actually, that is exactly the same as uh, any other now coming together of the sound and color means the convergence of all sensory inputs. Now let's see how the first thought first created. Now a certain image arises and the mind identifies it as a tree. So we know we have discussed it in detail. Now this in this concept of tree there is the visual input, the name tree, then the smell of the tree, taste of the tree, and the touch sensation. So we get a strong perception of non-existing perception of a tree. But that is there in the mind. Now next time when certain shape arises, that concept of tree connects with it and we see what is in the mind or what is in this thought as an outside tree. So that is the truth. So how can you liberate from the thought? That is to go back to the first occurrence of that particular thought. You have to go back. That is called Pubbe Nivasanusati Jnana, the wisdom to see the occurrence of the first thought. So that when you show the truth to your own mind, now when the tree becomes mango tree, through wisdom you know this mango tree. Okay, how did this sound came to my life? One day when I was small, somebody showed me that as a mango tree. And that perception, that stimulus, that name, once established, that name and form entanglement, once it established, it remains the same forever. It doesn't change. So, however, when you contemplate while involving in walking meditation about how the mind got created due to ignorance, how we believe that there are chairs, there are tables, there are vehicles, but the truth is they are just projections of the sense faculties, the collective function of sense faculties to result in a
non-existing tree in your mind. So the third point of contemplation, now having liberated from the mind, having liberated from the external entity, then the mind, next a practitioner will experience the action mind. Because when it becomes thorough that all sense faculties are mere uh, machines, like machines that are operated by themselves, then there is nothing left. The fact that this body is only a system arises more frequently. So when one experiences how the person walks without the personal involvement, that is the action mind. The mind never gets involved, but in every moment, every second, what you experience is the non-self nature of the body, or how things happen as if a robot without the involvement of a person. So the fourth point of contemplation is the non-self experience. What happens is you walk, because the basis is walking meditation, but there is no personal engagement whatsoever. You just silently observe how everything happens without the ownership of those actions. Earlier, whatever the simple activity, even the ownership played a big part. Therefore, someone to mediate.